Chapter 1, Novice Spree. Brother Lin Feng, can you teach me the art of shuriken? A young voice said coquettishly, and Lin Feng blankly pushed away the owner of the voice. Go and play with your brother ferret. Hey, but brother ferret always lie to me that next time, brother Lin Feng will treat me best. Suzuki slandered Itake without changing his face, and Lin Feng couldn't help looking at Suzuki. Well, that fellow Itake is indeed like this, but it just so happens that I don't have time today. Then you go find your brother Shisui. However, Uchiha Shisui has always been busier than Itake. Obviously this proposal is impossible. Brother Lin Feng, you feel so indifferent today. Suzuki curled his lips, and you even called your brother that guy directly. I'm going to tell brother Itake. Whatever you want, go and go. Lin Feng blasted Suzuki out impatiently, then closed the door, and gazed at the box in front of him intently. His attitude was a bit different today, all because of the sudden appearance of the box and the voice in his heart. The player information has been bound and the conditions for awakening are reached. It is detected that the player has landed in Naruto world for the first time, and a newbie gift pack is included. It has been 6 years since I crossed over, and I have slowly stopped worrying about the reason for crossing over. Lin Feng thought, it seems that this cheating daddy got me over. The newbie gift package of course refers to this box, but after opening the box, something like a pineapple appears. What is this strange fruit? Lin Feng squinted his eyes, and a little bit wanted to call Suzuki back to try the poison. However, after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to take a bite first. After all, it shows that it is a big gift package for novices. It is impossible to give a starter to kill the novice. As a result, Lin Feng regretted immediately after taking the first bite. Fuck! It's so terrible. I knew that Suzuki should be kept and let him eat first. Lin Feng retched on the ground for a while, but vomited nothing. After a while, Lin Feng rinsed his mouth with water, got up decisively and threw the remaining fruits into the trash can. Ding! System information update. The reminder sounded suddenly, and Lin Feng was shocked. Hey? What has changed in such a short time? Lin Feng opened the properties panel curiously, and was surprised by the new line of words, and then he jumped up with surprise. The player gets the talent ability, Dark Fruit. The current level of the Dark Fruit is D level. Detected the Dark Fruit with skills. A ban on skills, ninjutsu, physique, an illusion that can instantly seal the touch, and immediately unblock it after contact. Skill 2 Deprivation, can deprive the enemy of a certain designated skill, but at the same time can only hold one deprived skill. After reading it, Lin Feng was overjoyed. This ability is simply against the sky. It turns out that the novice gift package is the devil fruit. Now Lin Feng is extremely thankful that he didn't let Suzuki come to taste the first bite, otherwise this devil fruit ability would be his. Lin Feng, who was thinking about this, suddenly noticed the D class. Hey? What does D class mean? Lin Feng took a closer look and found a line of small characters at the end of each skill. The effective limit of this skill is a D-level trick. Please pay attention to the players. Chow, it turned out to be only D grade. Lin Feng seemed to have been splashed with cold water, and his mind immediately understood what this prompt meant. In other words, the limit of the banning ability is to ban all D-level ninjutsu, physique, and illusion of the touched person. And depriving skills can only deprive opponents of D-level skills. Don't be discouraged, if there is a level indication, then it means that it can definitely be upgraded. Lin Feng immediately realized this and began to study the system panel carefully. Sure enough, he found the experience value label under his character information. The current experience value is still 0, but Lin Feng's strange thing is that there is an experience value indicator, but his character level does not exist. Could this experience have other uses? Lin Feng frowned, but he still chose to let go of this question first. Anyway, no matter how much he thinks now, he can't get an accurate answer without sufficient information. Let's go for a walk. Lin Feng sighed, walked out of the room, and suddenly received another prompt: the player has been detected to leave Novice Village. The King of Gods game is officially opened, the first level, Naruto. In the random allocation of decent/villains, the player's Uchiha lineage is detected and assigned to the villain camp. Is the room where I feeling is the Novice Village? Lin Feng twitched his lips. There is also the villain. Well, Uchiha's blood is really true. In the original Naruto book, if you ignore the last Kaguya, then the villain of the biggest scene is Uchiha's three-piece suit: Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Daido, Uchiha Madara. Sasuke is the main enemy in the early stage of Shippuden, and the back is getting darker and darker. Although he was finally washed out, his performance towards the front can be regarded as one of the villains. Daido is the villain throughout the book, and Madara is the man behind the scenes who instigated Daido. It can be said that so many things in the ninja world are caused by this Uchiha family member. Really, all members of this family are so talented. Wouldn't they want to annihilate the world without being annihilated? Lin Feng sighed. With that said, he remembered the imminent extermination, less than 3 years now. Before discovering this system, Lin Feng had been working hard to cultivate and establish a good relationship with his brother Uchiha Itachi, preparing for future survival. The collateral consequence of this is that Sasuke and him have a very good relationship, but apart from that, Lin Feng's practice is also very effective. Climbing the tree, treading the water, riding the wheel, playing the windmill, these basics and the three-body technique, Lin Feng, are all well versed. After all, he has a mature and intelligent consciousness compared with his peers, and he has too many advantages. As for why Lin Feng could practice the skill of manipulating windmills, it was because Lin Feng directly opened the single hooking windmill as soon as he was able to open his eyes. Lin Feng estimated that it was because he found that he was too shocked after crossing, so the intense emotion triggered the awakening of Shaolin Yan, but until now, Lin Feng has not been able to successfully start the second hook. In the Uchiha clan, the sooner you turn on the talent of writing round eyes, the better, but Lin Feng understands that being too showy will only cause him to kill himself, and the time he opens his eyes is indeed too early, so Lin Feng has always been taking color covered by contact lenses. The system was still processing. After a while, a task prompt popped up. Novice Task 1, Maintain the dignity of the Patriarch. Many Uchiha people are already dissatisfied with the power of Uchiha Tomitake's Patriarch, and Uchiha Itachi's talent has been jealous of most young people. Therefore, there are currently a group of young Uchiha tribes who have formed a group. Choose the weakest Uchiha in the Patriarch's line to help him. Please go to coordinate 235,565 to deter Xiao Xiao and maintain the dignity of the Patriarch's line. As an evil villain who oppresses others, how can you allow others to oppress? Reward: 500 experience points. Novice Special Bonus Reward: 500 experience points. P.S. I see that book friends often complain about Ninja's instantaneous technique. Xiaoyu has also replied many times in the book review area. This time I will explain it directly in Chapter 1. In Hokage, as long as the method can move the body quickly, it is collectively called the instantaneous technique. Including escape, high-speed physique, and even time and space ninjutsu, all-encompassing. The high level has representatives such as the technique of Flying Thunder God, the technique of Water Instantaneous, and the low level also has the instantaneous technique of Konoha and Shadow Dance, which can be used even by Shinin. So please don't repeat this __. Chapter 2, The Power of Fruit. Oh, isn't this young Master Sasuke? What are you doing here alone? 3 seemingly teenage youth groups surrounded Sasuke. They were all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. At this time, they were instructed by their elders to teach Sasuke a lesson. Of course, they themselves are very upset with the members of Uchiha Tomitake's line. Especially that Uchiha Itachi, relying on his talents, did not even attend the family gathering. This attitude is too arrogant. The year before last, Uchiha Itachi opened the writing wheel at the age of 8, which made Uchiha Tomitake's arrogance soaring. What does the world of ninja need most? What is needed most is genius. Only a genius can set foot in the shadow-level realm, otherwise no matter how many mediocrities grow, the final achievement will definitely be no better than a genius. You guys. Sasuke stepped back a little scared. What do you want to do? Immediately, Sasuke felt that he had hit a person and could no longer stand back. It was one of the people named Uchiha Xiang who went around and blocked him. Hehe, Shutta, Uchiha said grinning, have you heard? Young Master Sasuke asked what we are going to do. Uchiha Shutta also smirked, looking at the helpless Sasuke, slowly approaching. Hey! You 10 years old, bullying a 5-year-old together, is this really embarrassing? A voice appeared silently behind Shutta Uchiha, shocking him. It was a black-haired teenager who looked about 6 years old. Sasuke immediately looked happy when he saw it, and ran over and hid behind him, second brother. Oh, it turned out to be Lin Feng's second young master. After Uchiha Shutta was stunned, a smile appeared on his face. He and Uchiha looked at each other and said with a smirk, it just so happens that we have something to do with you. As soon as Lin Feng received the task, the system marked the navigation route in his field of vision so that he could rush to the scene quickly. After arriving at the scene, Lin Feng found that the task was really not easy to do. The enemy is 3 Xiaoren, and although he has been trained for many years in advance, he can at most only obtain a fighting power similar to Xiaoren. However, it was scary enough to have the strength of a lower ninja at the age of 6, so Lin Feng used to play a consistent style of hiding in the past, and almost no one understood his true strength. Except for Uchiha Itachi, who has always cared for him, but Itachi did not say anything when he noticed it. Instead, he took more time to give Lin Feng guidance. What can you do with us? Lin Feng said dismissively, after all, it's just a mere peripheral member. There will be no interaction with core members like us. Don't you understand that the communication is different? You bastard! After hearing this, Uchiha yelled, it's just the parents of the birth. What an arrogance! Yes, yes! Uchiha also yelled, let us teach you how to respect seniors. Brother Lin Feng, why don't we go to Brother Ferret for help? Sasuke said with some fear, and Lin Feng patted him on the head, don't bother Itachi, I can solve it by myself. Perhaps it was difficult for Lin Feng in the past to manage 3 ninjas by one person, but now Lin Feng is no longer the Lin Feng of the past. Drink! Uchiha Shutai punched over, and Lin Feng drew his attention and grabbed his arm. This was originally a common trick in fighting, but it became the key trick to determine the outcome of this game. Banned! Lin Feng immediately activated the Dark Fruit ability, and firmly grasped Uchiha Shutta, so that he could not break free. Then Lin Feng's other hand slammed Uchiha's stomach severely. Ah! Uchiha bent over too violently, and the beaten curled up like dried shrimps. Tisk tusk, what's the matter? Aren't you stubborn? Lin Feng's mouth made a sound, and he slammed a knee, causing Uchiha Shutta's face to be bloody. Why, the chap, why did the other party keep beating him? Uchiha and his companions looked at each other in amazement, they didn't know how Uchiha was feeling aggrieved at this moment. Want to avoid using instantaneous technique? Can't start. Want to avoid using a substitute? Can't start. Why? Why can't it start? Endless incomprehension filled the heart of Shutta Uchiha, but it was with such hesitation that Lin Feng seized the opportunity to beat him with a combo. Shutta Uchiha, who couldn't use anything, naturally, in the eyes of the other 2 companions, was letting Lin Feng kuangbian without resistance. Brother Lin Feng, so strong! Sasuke was dumbfounded. His eyes were full of worship. He beat the teenage Xiaonan at the age of 6. This should be something that even Brother Itachi can't do. Uchiha was too thoroughly beaten, so he couldn't even do ordinary physical counterattacks, but his two companions would not abide by the one-to-one rule. Damn it! Go to brat! Uchiha roared and rushed up with his companions. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and continued to activate his ability, deprived. A black light covered the body of Shutta Uchiha, who was beaten in a very short time, and then Lin Feng kicked Shutta Uchiha with a kick. Uchiha, who flew out too, ran into his accomplice, but Uchiha was about to rush to Lin Feng. The art of beheading in Two Dun's heart. Lin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared, causing Uchiha to throw a punch in the air. At the same time, a hand was suddenly stretched out from the ground, and Uchiha, who was caught off guard, was forcibly pulled into the soil. That was Lin Feng, who dived into the soil in an instant. He buried Uchiha so that only one head was left outside, and then Shi Shiran walked over and was hit by Uchiha Shutta and was knocked out by the last one, who just wanted to get up. Up! You are too shameless! You actually besieged brother Lin Feng. Before Sasuke's support was finished, the three men who were besieged were all destroyed. This situation made Sasuke's jaw almost dislocated, and the stunnedness also appeared on Uchiha. This is the D-class soil escape ninjutsu that the state learned with great difficulty. Uchiha recognized this trick immediately. Why do you two? You just entered the ninja school. Lin Feng smiled and did not speak, but turned around to greet the somewhat sluggish Sasuke over. Sasuke, do you have a pen you can write with? P.S. Seek flowers for collection. Chapter 3, Forest Wind of Ghosts and Animals. Sasuke, do you have a pen you can write with? Lin Feng asked in an amiable manner. Sasuke nodded, quickly drew out a pen and handed it to Lin Feng. It's just a little boring to be idle, just try a long-lost painting on your face. Lin Feng was very interested in scribbling on Uchiha's face, with only his head left, and greeted Sasuke to come and play together. You! How dare you insult me so much? Shut up, it's noisy. Lin Feng slapped Uchiha with his other hand while writing and drawing. Uchiha Xiang's face immediately became red and swollen, and he stared at Lin Feng angrily, already completely daring not to speak. Oops, this line drawing is crooked. Lin Feng regretfully scolded Uchiha, it's all because of you. Don't move your head. Now Uchiha is almost fainted. What makes me move? Obviously it was caused by the slap you just slapped. It's a pity, but I have a good way. Lin Feng looked at Uchiha Xiang with an unidentified smile, and his whole body shuddered when he saw him. You, what do you want to do? I warn you. Papa 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 papa. A series of applause overwhelmed Uchiha's screams of horror, and within a short while, a swollen pig head-like face came out. See, Lin Feng said solemnly to the already shocked Sasuke, if we hit the swollen face like this, our painting area can be enlarged. Isn't it a great method? Okay, so cruel. Sasuke couldn't help swallowing his saliva, thanking Lin Feng as his own brother. After a short period of time, the three pig heads buried in the soil were completely new. Each of them has a blue nose and a swollen face, and there are various graffiti with idiot, and even pornographic pictures on their faces. Well, Lin Feng looked at his artwork with satisfaction. You can just bury it here, maybe someone will pass by and rescue you. No. It's because we have eyes but don't know Taishan. Uchihashu, who has sobered up, pleaded too, please let us go, the second master. After waking up, he was horrified to find that the earth escape technique he had learned could not be used, which means that he could not use the earth escape technique to get out of the soil on his own. Then the rest can only wait for someone to save. But what is the difference between being seen by others and being dead with my own dignified appearance? Lin Feng glanced at them indifferently, and left without looking back. Hey, let's go, Sasuke. Sasuke followed his brother's footsteps with compassion on his face, leaving only three people's heads trembling in the cold wind. What? Uchiha slapped the table one by one. The three of you were killed by a 6-year-old kid. Yes, yes, elders. Uchihashu lowered his head too, and his face was full of shame. You trash! Get out of me! With a wave of Uchiha's hand, it was regarded as an order to chase off the 3 tribesmen with swollen noses. Uchiha Shutai and others hurriedly left like an amnesty, only Uchiha was left meditating quietly. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Linfen's little devil is still hidden deep. Uchiha's eyes narrowed one by one. This level, I am afraid that he is more talented than that Ataki. Uchiha Tomiichi is the leader of the faction that is the least antagonistic to Uchiha Tomitake in the family. Unfortunately, Uchiha Tomitake's faction has already accounted for more than half of the Uchiha family, and it is really not what Uchiha Tomitake can confront. Therefore, Uchiha did a good job of instructing the 3 people to do this kind of mischief, but he didn't expect to lead to such a thing. Damn Fuyu, how come his sons are all geniuses? If this incident spreads, no doubt the entire Fuyu faction will expand again because of this. After all, peerless geniuses represent the future peerless powerhouse. Fortunately, even Futake himself doesn't seem to know about this. Uchiha fisted one by one. If he knows, he must be sending someone to protect Linfeng's little devil. It won't be easy to start then. If a genius can't grow, there is no point. We must take this opportunity to completely obliterate that Linfeng. After finishing the 3 ninjas, Linfeng sent Suzuki away and received the reward refreshedly. The reward is 1000 experience points. The moment he got it, 3 options appeared before his eyes. The player has been detected to gain 1000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. Linfeng thought carefully, and first chose the ability upgrade, because he didn't know what the content of the other 2 options were. After entering option 2, a new option pops up. The dark fruit ability has been monitored, and the current level is D. Upgraded to C rank, 1000 experience points. Upgraded to level B, 10,000 experience points. Upgraded to A rank, 100,000 experience points. Upgraded to S rank, 1 million experience points. Go back and choose again. Seeing so many zeros, Linfeng was secretly speechless. Among them, the highest S level is already 1 million experience points, which is an astronomical number for Linfeng now. Fortunately, there was a return to reselect, which surprised Linfeng a little. Linfeng chose to return, and then clicked into the shopping mall of choice 3. Suddenly a new list appeared in front of Linfeng, with all kinds of ninjutsu and blood succession bounds emerging in an endless stream, making Linfeng a little dazzled. Among them, Linfeng focused on looking for the writing wheel, and found that a double hook wheel writing wheel also only needs 1000 experience points. One is almighty suppression, and the other is unilateral improvement. Is the effect different? Linfeng squinted his eyes, and he knew in his heart that Ergulun writing round eyes were already B-level ninjutsu, but the price was the same as the C-level talent upgrade. It's all 10 times across. Linfeng immediately discovered that the exchange and the talent upgrade are the same as the need for experience points that are 10 times higher for each higher level. After thinking about it, Linfeng finally chose to upgrade Dark Fruit. With his previous experience, Linfeng already felt that his strength was insufficient, but a B-level ninjutsu or blood succession boundary could not immediately bring about an improvement in combat power. And only the Dark Fruit of grade D is indeed too low, so Linfeng decisively chose to upgrade the fruit. With the end of the beep, when Linfeng looked at the panel again, he had already discovered that the Dark Fruit had been upgraded to level C. The current level of the Dark Fruit is C level. Detected the Dark Fruit with skills. Skills ban, can instantly seal the ninjutsu, physique, and illusion of the touched person, and immediately unblock it after the contact. The effective limit of this skill is a C-level trick, please pay attention to it. Skill 2 Deprivation, can deprive the enemy of a certain designated skill, but can only hold one deprived skill at the same time. The effective limit of this skill is a C-level trick, please pay attention to the player. Skill 3 Dark Water, send out gravity to force the enemy to in. Skill 4 liberation, release all the remnants absorbed by the darkness. P.S. Please support in the new book issue, give some flowers and collect collection. Chapter 4, Kazuto Wasasuke. Lin Feng cared most about the 2 extra skills. Lin Feng vaguely remembered that dark water and liberation were indeed abilities that were supposed to belong to the dark fruit, and it seemed that they needed a sea level to trigger them. This is also in line with the characteristics of the devil fruit. There is no garbage fruit ability, only garbage users. The use of devil fruit is hierarchical, and no matter how powerful the fruit is, it will be difficult to use it. But what really made Lin Feng's eyes flashed with strange light was the effects of dark water and liberation. Isn't it possible to pretend to be Wang Xiang Tianyan and Shen Luo Tianzheng? Feel cute. After finishing everything, Lin Feng walked into the street with a happy mood and went straight to the Konoha famous brand Yul Ramen. This ramen shop, Lin Feng, has been admired for a long time in his previous life, so when he was able to act alone, Lin Feng went straight to eat here. After eating it for the first time, Lin Feng Nang truly felt that Yul Ramen was truly unique. The smooth taste, the chewy ramen, the thick bone broth, everything is just right and perfectly mixed. It turned out to be Lin Feng's second young master. What would you like to eat today? Uncle Yul was also impressed by the second young master of the Uchiha family who ran to him to eat ramen when he was 2 or 3 years old. Lin Feng nodded and said expertly, a big bowl of pork bone ramen. Okay. Uncle Yul replied, and then a weak voice came from Lin Feng's side, I want the same ramen, can I use my coupons and change? Lin Feng turned his head curiously and found that it was a blonde child with 6 beards, probably about 4 years old at the same age as Suzuki. Such obvious characteristics made Lin Feng guess his identity at once. It was just that the timid voice that reflected his impression before, made Lin Feng suddenly unable to react. Are these? Uncle Yul looked at it and said embarrassedly, I'm afraid it's not enough. The voice of loss immediately sounded, and Lin Feng smiled and said, give him a bowl, I will pay. No problem. Uncle Yul quickly made the second bowl, which immediately made Naruto happy, thank you, big brother. It's okay, Lin Feng said gently, it's just a bowl of noodles. Because big brother is the first person to be so gentle to me, and he won't hate me inexplicably. Naruto said in a low voice. Lin Feng sighed, Naruto had a hard time when he was a child. After all, Naruto is only 5 years old, far less optimistic and strong in the future. At only 5 years old, he must be on the verge of collapse in the face of ubiquitous accusations. Naruto liked to come to Uncle Yul for ramen at first, because Uncle Yul is one of the few people who didn't show his disgust. In fact, Lin Feng was a little bit confused. He was treated like this since he was born, and Naruto didn't even grow up. Even Lin Feng admired Naruto's inner tenacity, but that kind of strength only belongs to the future Naruto, not the Naruto sitting next to him. I have no grievances with you, how can I hate you? Lin Feng rubbed Naruto's hair, then looked at Uncle Yul, when this kid wants to eat ramen in the future, it will be credited to my account. Second young master is so generous, said Uncle Yul admiringly, what a kind child with a gentle heart. Lin Feng curled his lips and didn't say a word. This was just a whim for him. He didn't lack such a little money anyway. Lin Feng knew that Naruto was the protagonist in the future, but others didn't know it, so in their eyes the height of this matter immediately increased a lot. This, how can this? Naruto lowered his head, his face was a little excited, but also a little struggling. He himself knew very well how much it would be for Lin Feng to do so, because Naruto himself had saved so much money, and coupled with the discount coupons, he couldn't afford a bowl of extra ramen. Naruto, who experienced the hardship, immediately magnified the value of this matter countless times in his heart. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, it's okay, and my name is Uchiha Lin Feng. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can go to the Uchiha family to find me. Yet. Naruto finally failed to endure the temptation of a long ramen meal ticket. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, thank you brother. At this moment, the young Naruto had already kept in his heart the first time his elder brother treated him so tenderly, more deeply than anything else. After eating the ramen, Lin Feng said goodbye to Naruto and went straight back home. Brother Lin Feng, you are back. Sasuke greeted him happily, and Lin Feng touched his head and asked, is Itachi not back yet? Sasuke tilted his head and said, Big brother Itachi seems to be still following the team on missions. It will take a while to come back. But it doesn't matter, brother Lin Feng is still with me, Sasuke continued on his own. Hey, it doesn't matter if big brother Itachi, who always doesn't abide by the agreement, doesn't come back. It is enough for me to have a second brother. Who asked you how you feel? Lin Feng's face was paralyzed, and he inexplicably felt that Sasuke's words were a bit disgusting. One night passed quickly, and Lin Feng appeared at the training ground early the next morning. Although he had obtained the system and skills, Lin Feng still did not neglect his own practice, and it was the last word to improve his strength every minute and every second. After a while, Sasuke's figure also appeared on the training ground. Come on! Brother Lin Feng! Lin Feng stopped and raised his eyebrows to look at Sasuke, don't just shout. How about you come down to practice? Okay. Sasuke responded quickly, when another voice also followed and shouted, I will come too. Lin Feng recognized that it was Naruto's voice. He was a little surprised. Naruto? Why are you here? I wanted to go to the Uchiha family to find you, but I found it directly when I passed by here. Listening to Naruto's answer, Lin Feng understood. The Uchiha family's martial arts training ground is next to the family, so when Naruto comes to him, there is a high chance of seeing him. I came to see me soon, is there any difficulty? Lin Feng asked, but Naruto was silent for a while before saying, nothing, I just want to see you, brother Lin Feng again. Naruto has experienced warm kindness for the first time since he was a child. This warm feeling made Naruto, who has always lacked love and identity, feel like a drug addict who wants to stop. This is what he thinks all night. Who are you? Sasuke became wary. Why call the second brother like that? Only I can call this kind of address. Seeing Sasuke feel like his cherished family is about to be robbed, Lin Feng flicked his forehead amusedly. He is Naruto Uzumaki, you two should get along well. It hurts. Sasuke pressed his forehead to pretend to be pitiful, but Lin Feng, who knew he had no power at all, ignored it. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Naruto ran over happily, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Please advise. Sasuke turned his head and snorted without answering, seeing the enemy's expression. It's so childish. Lin Feng sighed and said to Naruto, this guy is called Uchiha Sasuke, and he's my ineffective younger brother. Second brother is too much, how can I not become a weapon? Sasuke shouted a little aggrievedly, and as if to highlight his closer relationship with Lin Feng, he did not call brother Lin Feng but second brother instead. Naruto didn't feel anything, but looked at Sasuke with a grin, and Sasuke snorted proudly. Okay, let's start practicing. Lin Feng patted the two on the back, feeling full of accomplishment in his heart. These are the two reincarnations of Asura and Indra. The two protagonists of the original Naruto. Now they are all called my elder brothers, and they feel quite competitive, cough cough, it seems to be a bit evil. Lin Feng felt quite satisfied inside, and the day's practice time passed quickly. Naruto went home with injuries like Sasuke. Lin Feng's so-called practice with them is mainly to practice against each other. However, Lin Feng didn't keep much hands in the duel practice. He called Sasuke and Naruto a good future, so the two cried and called their mothers. There are not many opportunities for the reincarnation of Asura and Indra to be happy, and Lin Feng will never waste it. P.S. Seeking Collection and Flowers. Chapter 5, Chain Task. Lin Feng practiced Naruto and Sasuke for a week or so happily. Although they were bruised, they also improved their strength and mutual understanding a lot. In addition to the use of fruits and other basic training, Lin Feng also emphatically practiced the instantaneous technique. Obviously this instantaneous technique was Lin Feng's special technique of soft and hard soaking from zishui. This magical skill Lin Feng would definitely have to obtain. It's just that this particular instantaneous technique was unexpectedly difficult for Lin Feng, and he hasn't used it very well until now. Every time he trains the dark fruit ability, Lin Feng goes to the depths of the mountain alone to exercise. This kind of trick is the less people know the better. Just as he was about to start training again, the long-lost task reminder suddenly sounded. Novice Task 2, Maintain the Dignity of the Patriarch. Many Uchiha people are already dissatisfied with the power of Uchiha Tomitake's Patriarch, and Uchiha Itaka's talent has been jealous of most young people. As soon as Uchiha, the elder of the Uchiha clan, discovered your potential to surpass Uchiha Itaka, he hopes to obliterate you before you grow up. Now he has sent 3 Zongnin to encircle you. As an evil villain who plots against others, how can you allow others to plot against them? Reward, 1000 experience points/person, D-grade gem fragment x2. Lin Feng was taken aback for a while. When he saw the one behind the novice task when he first took the task, he understood that it must be a chain task. Now it seems to be the case, and although it is still a novice task, the 500 points added for the first novice task have not been added. However, relatively speaking, the levels of enemies and rewards have improved a lot. For the first time, when Lin Feng killed 3 Xiaoren by himself, he only had 500 experience points, but this time everyone can get 1000 points. Shouldn't it be called Zongren? Lin Feng stunned secretly. Even if there are many kinds of shinobi, the ones similar to Lin Feng's killing are equivalent to the little kids who graduated from the ninja school and have average talent. In the original work, the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang basically belonged to the elites of Shinin. Some of them, such as Suzuki after returning from training, although the level is still Shinin, they already possess the strength no less than any Zongnin. The greater the risk, the more rewards. Judging from the task prompts, these 3 are hard to deal with. It's just. Lin Feng was a little confused. What is the D-class gem fragment? Before he could think about it or inquire about the system, a few kunao flew towards Lin Feng with lightning speed. At this time, the inside of the hook wheel finally worked, allowing Lin Feng to see the sudden appearance of the karma, and flew one by one without delay. Lin Feng wanted to prevent others from seeing the dark fruits, so the back mountain cultivation site he chose was empty. This is where the assassin should start. Lin Feng was able to react at the moment he was attacked, making the 3 Uchiha who attacked secretly frightened. This kind of reaction is not something a 6-year-old child can have. Could it be that this second young master Lin Feng is actually a hidden genius? A wave of doubts arose in the hearts of the 3 of them. Before they could make the next move, Lin Feng's counterattack came. Dark water. Lin Feng grabbed it in the direction where Ku Wu was flying, and the next moment the 3 Zhongren felt that he was directly pulled over by a sudden rise of suction. What is this? The 3 Zongren were all taken aback. They had never encountered such a strange attack, but the qualities of Zongren made them react quickly. One of the fatter Zongren began to Jian and wanted to attack Lin Feng on the way to be sucked in. The other thinnest Zongren took out his shuriken and threw it at Lin Feng. The third Zongren then he released a chain to tie the big tree to prevent him from flying towards Lin Feng. Their actions were clearly seen by Lin Feng with insight. Lin Feng sneered and did not stop them. Soon, the cross shuriken was about to pierce Lin Feng's eyes, and Fat Zongnin's ninjutsu was completed. Art Fire Escape Fireball. The art of fireball is a veritable powerful B-level ninjutsu. Even if it is used at the ninja level, it will be exhausted and panting. Only the genius ninja of Sasuke's level can use it at the next level. This kind of fighting ninjutsu, which belongs to the upper level ninjutsu, was released, and the power was indeed amazing. A huge fireball followed the cross shuriken and flew towards Lin Feng. Seeing that the time had come, Lin Feng should immediately grasp and wave, liberation. The three Zongren desperately resisting the suction, the next moment they found that the gravitational force changed to an inexplicable repulsion force. It was wrong to say that the repulsion force was just a force that simply spread outward. The ability to liberate is to throw all the things absorbed by the dark water all at once. The three sucked Zongren were thrown into the air vigorously at once, hitting the big tree behind them and falling into pieces. But before they could adjust, Fat Zongren was overwhelmed by a huge fireball. Compared to the Fat Zongren who screamed, Thin Zongren wailed loudly, because there were several cross shurikens stuck in his face, which were the ones he threw out to attack Lin Feng. Just now, Lin Feng had been driving the dark water. Once the arrogant fireball technique and the cross shuriken were released, they were equivalent to something absorbed by the dark water. At this moment, Lin Feng started liberating, of course it was faster speed back the same way. Fat Zongren was hit solidly by his powerful fireball technique, and it was probably impossible to survive. However, when the Thin Zongren was hit by a key move, he immediately lost his combat effectiveness. Lin Feng was able to solve it in an instant. Two powerful enemies. Humph! Lin Feng did not hesitate to throw out a kunao, which was inserted into Thin Zongren's throat, and in the last second Lin Feng also received a reward for killing Fat Zongren. Now there is only one Zongren left. Up. Chapter 6, Is he a monster? No way. The remaining Uchiha Nakanin had a striking short hair, but it was a pity that his expression was not eye-catching at all at this time, but rather dull. He couldn't believe what happened before him. Originally, when he first received the task, he found that the target was just a 6-year-old child and he was very disdainful, thinking that the elder had made a fuss too much. To deal with a 6-year-old child still need to send 3 Zongren? Just kidding, even if he is the second son of the patriarch, you know that even the most talented eldest son of the patriarch has just been promoted to Zongren this year. It's just that he never expected that Lin Feng would be so perverted, and immediately beat the 3 of them into dogs. This incomprehensible battle situation and the pain of being liberated and pinched to the big tree made him fail to stop Lin Feng's kunao from killing Xiao Zhongren in the first place, and now he is the only one facing this little devil. Terrible situation. No. I have to go back and report to the elder. There is no bottom in Shinobu's heart in the short hair now. At first, the disdain and ease disappeared completely. He was not sure whether he could kill Tu Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. So all he thought about at this time was to escape. Must tell this information to the Great Elder faction he is loyal to, and let the Great Elder send Ren to kill Lin Feng. When this son was 6 years old, he could instantly kill Tu Zongren. If he didn't kill now, how terrible would he grow up over time? But he didn't know that if Zongren couldn't kill Lin Feng, the Great Elder would never have a chance again. The reason why Uchiha Koichi only sent Zongnan to kill Lin Feng, because Shangnan already belongs to the high-end combat power of the Uchiha family, and once it is dispatched, it will definitely attract the attention of Uchiha Tommy Take. And of course Lin Feng didn't plan to let go of the short-hair Zhongren. After finally having such a training object, how could Lin Feng, who has always used his best, let it go? Dark water. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and another suction force grabbed back the short hair that had escaped. Shinobu with short hair had never seen such a strange trick before. He knew that he could not escape, and he was determined to turn back to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng Neng saw that there was a spinning wheel in each of his eyes. It was obviously a rare single hook wheel riding wheel eye. You must know that most of the Uchiha clan cannot open the wheel eye even if they work hard for a lifetime. The talent is pretty good. Good talent makes Lin Feng even more happy, so that he will be more valuable to practice. Go to hell! With a roar in the short hair, Shinobu rushed towards Lin Feng with Kyuwu in his hand. Lin Feng was short, turning the riding wheel with all his strength to see Zhongren's actions, and at the same time, he turned around and swept Zhongren's lower limbs. With short hair, forbearance jumped high to avoid Lin Feng's sweeping legs. Lin Feng did not follow up, but propped on the ground with his hands, Shadow Dance Leaf. Of course, this is not Shadow Dance Leaf, it's just that Lin Feng made an attack in the same form as Shadow Dance Leaf. Although it does not have the speed of Shadow Dance Leaf, the effect is the same as Shadow Dance Leaf. Then Zhongren couldn't think of Lin Feng's change of tricks. He was kicked into the sky by Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not let go of this opportunity, and jumped directly into the air to kick the short-haired Zhongren. This is Lin Feng's physical attack imitating the lion bullet, but to prevent the counter-attack in the short hair, Lin Feng omitted the middle attack and gave the short hair the lion bullet in the second attack. The most ruthless one all at once. Similarly, Lin Feng did not let go of this contact, and in an instant took away a sea-level ninjutsu from Zhongren. Every time Lin Feng initiates a deprivation, all the tricks currently available to him will be presented in front of Lin Feng for his choice. Lin Feng almost chose the most practical one in his opinion without even considering it. The Art of Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Fire. Several small fireballs were spit out by Lin Feng, and the target was Zhongren with short hair on the ground. That's a sea-level ninjutsu of the middle ninja class. He can actually use it for a kid who has just entered the ninja school age. Zhongren was shocked by the short hair. Although he was in a state of being beaten almost to vomit blood, he still showed the qualities that Zhongren should have at the critical moment. Compared with the red copper armor that kneels down after hitting the lion bullet, the short hair is worthy of his own level, and he forcibly controlled his body to avoid the impatience fire technique in a crisis. But then his body stopped because there were several cross shurikens running through his body. What? With short hair, Shinobu looked back with difficulty, and saw that there were still a few steel wires attached to the cross shuriken. It was obviously just hidden in the Art of Phoenix Fire and was controlled by Lin Feng, while he dodges his back to Phoenix Fire. Surgery is a hit. Lin Feng deprived him of the Phoenix Fire art, and he naturally knew that the Phoenix Fire art could hide the manipulative ninja. It's just that this situation is automatically filtered by the short-hair Zhongren, because Lin Feng is only a 6-year-old child, and it is absolutely impossible to apply the technique of Phoenix Fire to this step. But now the cruel reality has taught that nothing is impossible in short hair, but he is still puzzled. This is the art of writing round eyes and shuriken. How is this possible? The reason why short-haired Zhongren thinks that Lin Feng cannot use the technique of Phoenix Fire to hide the ninjutsu, it is for this reason that this kind of technique of manipulating ninjutsu in the ninjutsu must be done by writing round eyes. Obtained, even he is half-baked to this special technique. Lin Feng has a mature consciousness since he was born. He doesn't practice any ninjutsu, just practice the skills of the Uchiha clan and the basic Sanshin skills, plus unremitting physical skills and continuous training. The refined chakra, the Lin Feng skills at this time can be regarded as exquisite and unusual. After all, children's bodies are the most suitable for learning things. Others can't learn much because their minds were still immature at the time, but Lin Feng had mature thinking from the beginning. He took advantage of his prime time to exercise these things. But it's far more than just a multiplier effect. The most important thing is that Lin Feng has started writing round eyes since he was a child. This is the most incredible thing that makes Shinobu with short hair feel the most incredible. If he can use this trick, doesn't it mean that the second young master Lin Feng, who is only 6 years old in front of him, now has the Shulanyan? Uchiha Itachi opened the Shulanyan when he was 8 years old, and he has been praised by the elders of the clan. Now Lin Feng opened the Shulanyan before he was 6 years old. Is he a monster? P.S. Please give me some flowers and comments, __. Chapter 7, Gem Function. Lin Feng didn't bother to explain so much to short-hair Zhongren, but walked to him, sighing, and ended short-hair Zhongren's life. Hey! I thought I could practice with me for a while. Although this heads-up victory was due to the fact that Zhongren killed him and I couldn't guess that Lin Feng had opened the round of writing and carelessly, he died much faster than Lin Feng had imagined. Congratulations to the players for completing the task, they have received the task reward 3000 experience points and the task reward D-level gem fragment X2. The player has been detected to gain 3000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. The system prompt sounded. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and first chose to ask what the D-class gem fragment was. These two D-level gem fragments do not have the same treatment options as the experience value. Obviously, they are of no use at this stage. From the name of the fragment, it is estimated that a sufficient number must be collected to condense the full version before it can be used. Soon, Lin Feng got a systematic answer. Shards of gemstones are a component of gemstones. As long as 7 pieces are collected, a complete gemstone of the corresponding grade can be formed. 7 Your sister. Lin Feng said without hesitation, are you a Dragon Ball? The system ignored Lin Feng and continued to explain. The role of gems lies in the ability to randomly draw. It may be the ability of the world, or it may be the ability of other worlds. The probability is completely uncertain. The level of the gem represents the current level of the extracted ability, and has nothing to do with the strength of the ability content. Hearing this, Lin Feng understood the mystery of this gem fragment. As long as you gather 7 gem fragments, you can summon the dragon. Oh no, it is a complete gem. This gem can draw an ability arbitrarily, but no matter what level of gems are drawn, there will be no strong or weak level. The only difference between the abilities of different grades of gems is the level when the ability is drawn. How many? For example, Lin Feng's dark fruit, if it is extracted with a D-grade gem, it will be in the D-grade state when Lin Feng first got it. But if Lin Feng uses A-level gems to extract the dark fruit, then the dark fruit will automatically reach A level when it appears. This gem is a surprise, because it represents a new unknown ability. Lin Feng is full of expectations for it. As for the use of 3000 experience points, Lin Feng didn't think much about it. Currently, Lin Feng is in urgent need of a way to quickly improve his strength, because he knows that he has been targeted by Uchiha, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, and if more Zongnan comes next time, he might not be as good as this one. At present, Lin Feng's dark fruit has reached C level, and it needs 10,000 experience points to exchange to B level, which is obviously not possible for Lin Feng, who has only 3,000 experience points. But if you exchange for a few B-level ninjutsu, and can't play a much better role, then the best choice is only one, that is to exchange for the B-level 2 hook round writing round eyes. Shulan Yun is one of the 3 major pupil techniques in the world of Naruto. In Lin Feng's eyes, it is much stronger than the weaker eyes that are the same as the 3 major pupil techniques. Not only can it see the flow of chakras, it can also enhance insight and dynamic vision, and it can also assist illusion. In short, the benefits are numerous, and this is just the most basic function of writing round eyes. If the single Golun writing wheel Yan is an insight eye, then the 2 Golun writing wheel Yan is a veritable copy eye. The 2 Golun writing wheel Yan can not only see through the general ninjutsu, physique, and illusion, but also can copy them down. Although the level of replication is not high, it is much superior to Lin Feng's current C-level dark fruit deprivation ability, because it has no quantitative limit. Lin Feng had always wanted to do it, so he immediately spent 1,000 experience points in exchange for the 2 hook round writing round eyes, and the world in his eyes became clear in an instant. Coupled with his proficient physical skills and the chakra volume that has been refined since he was a child, Lin Feng is confident that even without using the dark fruit ability and special instantaneous skills, he can still try to endure in one-on-one. Up. After hastily handling the bodies of the 3 Zongren, Lin Feng returned home with ease. As soon as he got home, Lin Feng saw 2 black-haired teenagers, one with mature faces and the other with much more delicate looks. They are the eldest brother Uchiha Itachi that Lin Feng hasn't seen in this world for a long time, and the Uchiha Shisui who is half of Lin Feng's master. It may be that Lin Feng was born earlier than Sasuke and was contacted by Uchiha Itachi earlier, so Uchiha Itachi was obviously much closer to himself than to Sasuke. In addition, the relationship between Itaki and Suzuki seems to outsiders to have a feeling of love for the house and the Uzbek. Everyone sometimes feels that it is only because Suzuki looks like Lin Feng that Uchiha Itaki will give Suzuki the same care. Indeed, compared to Uchiha Itaki, Lin Feng didn't know why he looked more like Sasuke's brother. He looked very much like Suzuki. However, Suzuki has become the third younger brother in this world, but he is still named Suzuki. Lin Feng often laments that he is still the black hand of the plot god. It's Itaki and Shisui, is the mission over? Lin Feng said hello to Itaki. He did not call Itaki big brother or Zishui brother. This is a habit that lasted for several years, so Itaki and Zishui didn't care. Well, the goal this time. It's more difficult to solve, but luckily it succeeded. I didn't have the same mission with Itaki, Shishui smiled, but my goal is more difficult to solve than Itaki. The current Itaki was dressed in a strong outfit, and still had the aura left behind when he killed the enemy, which made Lin Feng's heart move in the heart of now with great strength. Itaki is 4 years older than him. At the age of 10, that is, he was promoted to Zhongren this year, but in Lin Feng's view, Itaki's strength belongs to the most elite category even in Zhongren, and he can just try it. As for Shishui, Lin Feng didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Shishui was stronger than Itaki, so he had to be particularly tolerant. Itaki, Lin Feng asked suddenly, are you tired now? Itaki was taken aback for a moment, not knowing why Lin Feng asked, is the condition okay, mainly because I have already rested on the way back. Okay, then fight with me. Hearing Lin Feng's proposal, Itaki couldn't react for a while. Even when Shishui heard it, his face was dumb. Lin Feng is training secretly, and he has a strength far superior to that of his peers. Even Uchiha Tomitake doesn't know about these conditions, but Itaki, who cares about Lin Feng very well, knows it well, together with the Professor Lin Feng's Zishui. But in the eyes of Itaki and Zishui, Lin Feng's strength was still far from them. When they had just left the family to do the task. Remember that Lin Feng was only at the level of renunciation. But now Lin Feng actually proposed a fight with Itaki, which made Itaki a little surprised. Could it be that Lin Feng has been confident that his strength has soared to be able to oppose him in the week after he left? P.S. Ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 8, Lam Feng vs Mustla. Lin Feng, are you sure there is no problem? Zishui frowned and asked, and Itaki waved his hand. Since Lin Feng said that there is no problem, it should be possible to do it. Itaki knew Lin Feng's usual character well, so he didn't think about the direction of exchanging ideas between his brothers, but was thinking about serious fighting. In the past, Lin Feng only asked Itaki for advice, but never discussed it with Itaki. Obviously, he was self-knowing and knew that his strength was too far behind. Lin Feng has always had a character that he can only abuse others by himself and cannot abuse himself. Therefore, he always stays away from this kind of self-abuse. This is also the reason why Itaki and Zishui are surprised. It is precisely because they both know that Lin Feng is such a person, they are surprised. Now that Lin Feng has taken the initiative to challenge, does it show that he thinks that his strength is not bad anymore? But since Lin Feng launched a rare challenge, and Itaki just happened to have time to complete the task, then his decision was naturally to take up the battle. This is not a good place to fight, let's go to the back mountain. Lin Feng said to Itaki, and took the lead to jump up, obviously letting Itaki follow. Itaki understood that Lin Feng didn't want others to know his true strength, so he didn't choose the family training ground but the unmanned back mountain. Therefore, Itaki followed Lin Feng without any hesitation. It seems very interesting, Shishui thought for a while, but didn't follow. But since it is a discussion between their brothers, then I will not participate. Soon they arrived at the back mountain. Of course, Lin Feng did not bring Itaki to the place where he fought, but another location. It's almost done here, there should be no one else. Lin Feng looked around, Itaki confirmed, Don't worry, there is only us here. Very well, Lin Feng looked at Ataki, then I'm going to go, be careful. Lin Feng didn't have any polite remarks at the beginning, and he just said it, and Ataki also looked stern. His whole body was tense, he was alert to Lin Feng's every move, and he no longer regarded Lin Feng as his 6-year-old brother. Itaki understands the difference between Lin Feng and Suzuki very well. Once Lin Feng confirms the matter, most of it is not exaggerated but true. Now that Lin Feng thinks he can single out Zhong Ren, then Itaki will believe in Lin Feng and treat Lin Feng as a Zhong Ren enemy of the same level. The Art of Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Fire. Lin Feng put a sea-level ninjutsu at the beginning, which shocked Itaki. Is even the sea-level ninjutsu at the Zhongnan level already used? No wonder you think you have the strength of Zhongnan. It seems that Lin Feng might be more genius than me. Itaki wanted to return, but his body moved quickly, avoiding Lin Feng's Phoenix Fire technique. It's not over yet. Lin Feng hummed and pulled the steel wire in his hand, and several cross shurikens came out of the Phoenix Fire behind Itaki and hit Itaki's back. Is this the art of shuriken? Itaki was shocked again. My guess in the past few years is indeed correct. Lin Feng opened the Shulan Yun earlier than me, and he is the real one. Super genius. Even Itaki himself barely opened his writing wheel when he was only 8 years old. Now that Lin Feng was discovered earlier than himself, Itaki was still faintly happy for Lin Feng. It's just that he still couldn't expect that Lin Feng had not only opened the writing wheel, but now he is still in the second wheel state. Itaki flipped in the air, seeing that those shurikens were about to be avoided by him. Lin Feng pulled the steel wire again, and at the same time he made a seal in his hand, solve. Boom! All the shurikens dissipated into smoke, and Itaki's pupils shrank, and in the next moment he saw several huge wind magic shurikens being pulled out by Lin Feng forcefully from the smoke. Lin Feng turned the wind demon shuriken into an ordinary shuriken to paralyze the mind of Itaki. The original Itaki's aerial flip can also avoid the smaller cross shuriken, but once the cross shuriken becomes a giant wind demon shuriken, the attack surface will cover it again. Combat thinking is really good. Itaki sighed secretly in his heart, and his eyes suddenly turned into 2 blood-red pupils that were spinning too quickly. That was exactly the eyes of the ergo wheel writing wheel. The Itaki, who opened the 2-hook wheel writing wheel eye, finally saw the trajectory of the wind demon shuriken. At the moment, he took out the kunao and inserted the center of the wind demon shuriken closest to him, and seized the control of the wind demon shuriken. After that, Itaki threw this wind demon shuriken backwards and hit another wind demon shuriken. Since then, it caused a chain reaction and knocked down all of Lin Feng's wind demon shurikens. This is... Lin Feng squinted his eyes. This technique is a unique shuriken technique of the Uchiha family. It can change the trajectory by relying on the collision of several shurikens or kunao. In the original book, Suzuki has been pestering Professor Itaki's shuriken technique, which is this trick. For this reason, Suzuki even sprained his foot, so Lin Feng has naturally practiced such a basic and well-known trick. It's just that he didn't expect that Itaki would be able to perform this trick on the wind demon shuriken of such a big size. It really deserves to be a super genius Itaki Uchiha, it's not so easy to solve. Lin Feng smiled, the harder it was to deal with Itaki, the better. If Itaki was defeated by him in a few strokes like the short-hair Zhongnan before, then Lin Feng would be disappointed. The next thing to fight is the close combat skills. Of course, Lin Feng will not use secret fruit on Itaki. In addition to keeping secret, there is another important reason, that is, Lin Feng wants to try his own pure combat power. Strong. Itaki is a double-hooked wheel writing wheel, and so is Lin Feng. P.S. Thank you Lonely Journey for the 100-point reward. Chapter 9, The Chain Ends. After half an hour, Lin Feng and Ferret both lay on the ground without an image. The surroundings have become pits and bumps, and it is obvious that there has been a big battle. No one would have thought that the two sides who caused such a battlefield are just teenagers who have not even reached the graduation age of the ninja school. Hey, you are really amazing, Itake. Lin Feng gasped heavily. Although he and Itake had been tied on the surface in this battle, he was certain that Itake had hidden some strength. You are really amazing. Itake was also panting, at such a young age, just so amazing. My big brother is really a little ashamed. Like Lin Feng, Itake could also feel that Lin Feng had hidden a part of his strength, but he didn't know what Lin Feng had hidden. And this battle alone was enough to shock Itake. Lin Feng actually showed no weaker degree than Itake's double hook and round eyes in terms of reaction, dynamic vision, and observation. Could it be that Lin Feng opened the double hook wheel riding wheel eye when he was only 6 years old? Itake no longer dared to think about it anymore. This kind of talent against the sky appeared to his younger brother. He really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for Lin Feng. That's right. Lin Feng said suddenly, today's battle, please keep it secret. Itake nodded silently. Although Lin Feng didn't see it, he knew that Itake must have agreed. From Itake's intellect, it is absolutely clear that Lin Feng's terrible result today is best not to let others know. Even Uchiha Tomi Take will not work, otherwise there may be other problems that are not conducive to Lin Feng. And Itake's care for Lin Feng is completely true, so Lin Feng knows that Itake knows exactly what to do, and Lin Feng does not need to worry about it. What did you say? Uchiha stood up in shock, unaware that the teacup beside him fell to the ground. The tea in the teacup soaked the tatami, but no one came to wipe it off, because everyone present was in a state of sluggishness. What did the ninja who just reported? All 3 Zongren whom I sent have disappeared? How could the 3 good Zongren evaporate out of thin air? Uchiha Hyoichi first thought of the first possibility, that is, the killer Shinobu was killed by the target Uchiha Linfen, but he immediately denied himself. What a joke! You can kill 3 Zongnin at the age of 6. This is something that even Senjujuyama, known as the god of ninja, could not do. So could it be killed by someone else? Uchiha began to think deeply. He thought that the most likely possibility was that the ninja sent by Uchiha Tomi Take to protect Lin Feng was killed, but as far as he knew, Uchiha Tomi Take did not send someone to protect his son's character. Moreover, if his speculation is true, then Uchiha Tomi Take has already come to the door at this time. What is the truth? Uchiha's effect frowned. Now he is not sure whether Uchiha Tomi Take knows the talent of Uchiha Rinpoche. If Uchiha Tomi Take knows, then it is possible to send a ninja to protect Uchiha Rinpoche. He lost 3 Zongnin all at once, which is already a huge loss for Uchiha's effect one by one. Therefore, he will not send more Zongnin to execute without knowing whether he can ensure success. This task is up. Then to ensure success, you can only send Shinobu. But once Shinobu was dispatched, Uchiha Tomi Take would notice. This couldn't help causing Uchiha Koichi to fall into an incomparable entanglement. But Lin Feng is such a genius when he was 6 years old. What if he grows up? Uchiha effect made up his mind at the beginning, even if it was discovered by Uchiha Tomi Take, that would be the next thing. Before that, he must obliterate Lin Feng's threat. Without knowing his determination, Uchiha once again brought Lin Feng a new task. Novice Task 3. Maintain the dignity of the patriarch. Many Uchiha people are already dissatisfied with the power of Uchiha Tomi Take's patriarch, and Uchiha Itake's talent has been jealous of most young people. Uchiha, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, made up his mind at the beginning and decided to send Shangnin to kill you, so as to ensure that you will not become the help of the Uchiha Tomi Take faction. You need to kill Uchiha Yuichi before being killed by Uchiha Yuichi to eliminate the threat of the family leader. As an evil villain who kills others, how can you allow others to kill? Reward: 5,000 experience points. D-level gem fragment X3, chain mission end reward, 5,000 experience points. After reading the task prompt, Lin Feng stood still in deep thought. After fighting Uchiha Itake, Lin Feng also had a general understanding of his own strength. It is impossible to single-handedly defeat Uchiha Effect 1 in the Uchiha family. Although Lin Feng didn't know what level of power Uchiha was, he was certainly not weak. As a result, he was more cautious in handling the remaining 2,000 experience points. Even though there are 10,000 experience points available after the mission is completed, it also shows that the mission is extremely risky. After thinking about it, Lin Feng finally spent 1,000 experience points in exchange for a B-level ninjutsu, the art of shadow clone. The technique of multiple shadow clones is indeed A-level ninjutsu, but after the downgrade, the technique of shadow clones is only B-level ninjutsu, which belongs to the range that Lin Feng can just exchange for. However, the technique of multiple shadow clones, a ninjutsu only suitable for people with more energy, did not intend to exchange it. For him, the technique of shadow clones was enough. The general plan had already emerged in Lin Feng's mind, and he went to the ninja shop first. P.S. Thank you Sichenyi for the 100-point reward. Chapter 10, Why Not Ask the Magical Brother Feng? Before entering, Lin Feng used a transformation technique to prevent others from recognizing himself. With the evil taste in his heart, Lin Feng transformed into the appearance of the 6 Dao immortals, and walked into the ninja shop with a swagger. "Sir, what are you going to buy?" The boss poked his head and took a look. To tell the truth, the appearance of the 6 Dao immortals was quite strange. Fortunately, there were many strange-looking people in the ninja world, which did not surprise the boss much. "I want all the explosives in your store," Lin Feng said in a low voice. The boss was taken aback. "Explosive charms are very dangerous, are you sure this gentleman is fine?" The explosive talisman is equivalent to the hand grenade of Lin Feng's previous life. If used well, the lethality is still very large. "I will be careful, hurry up." Lin Feng nodded and threw out a bag of money. This was all his savings over the past few years. He also stole Suzuki and Ataka's private small vaults, barely able to buy the explosive charms of the whole store. Of course, the unscrupulous Lin Feng didn't plan to pay back his 2 brothers' money. He picked up a few stacks of explosive charms that his boss had installed for him and left in a big way. What a strange person! The boss wiped his sweat behind Lin Feng, but he was still very happy. After all, he made a lot of money. It was night. Lin Feng quietly ambushed in the courtyard of the Uchiha family. As the son of the owner of the family, Lin Feng is of course very familiar with the structure and layout of his courtyard. He also knows where Uchiha's courtyard is. It can be said that it is very suitable for lurking here. It is estimated that Lin Feng is the first person in the history of Ninja World to hide in his own home, but the effect is indeed very good. After so long, no one can find him. After a while, Lin Feng had roughly figured out the guards outside Uchiha's courtyard, usually 2 Nichiren patrolling continuously. And when Lin Feng was completely prepared, his plan officially began. Shadow Clone Technique. Lin Feng made a seal, and the 6 shadow avatars appeared with a faint smoke. Lin Feng commanded the 2 shadow avatars to stay, and the remaining 4 shadow avatars left with the explosive charms. Then Lin Feng let one of his shadow clones jump out from another place, and fight with Zhong Ren, who was the closest to him. Lin Feng's shadow clone can copy the dark fruit's ability, so Lin Feng felt that his shadow clone should be able to entangle with that name Zhongren for a while. The other ninja who was left seemed more alert, and didn't have the plan of Lin Feng's noise, but cautiously stayed in place, seemingly wanting to wait for the other ninjas of the Uchiha family to hear the voice and come to help. But this was also in Lin Feng's expectation, and Zhongren wanted to stay in place, but Lin Feng refused to let him stay in place. Dark water. An unmatched suction suddenly appeared, and Na Zhongren was caught off guard and quickly pulled over. With Lin Feng's sea-level dark water, Zhong Ren still has time to react, but Lin Feng is not prepared to give him this time. Liberation. Before Nakanin could change his move, he was liberated by the opposite power and shot into the air, and smashed into the room where Uchiha was in. What? A sorrowful scream came from Zhongnan's mouth, and he saw that he stopped in midair at the location of the wall of the room. His body was flashing with lightning, and only a few seconds later he fell into the room in black. Sure enough, where people of this level live, there are protective barriers. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He just attacked that Zhongren just now because he wanted to use Zhongren to find the way, and now he really tried out the barrier. The broken wall revealed a huge hole, and Lin Feng just saw Uchiha Hoiki, who was a little panicked, standing inside. But Lin Feng still didn't act, because he used Zhongren to break the wall with another purpose, that is, to draw someone out. After all, Uchiha Koichi had been a high-ranking elder for too long, and he had lost the sharpness of a ninja. He didn't even react when the debris flying off the wall was about to hit his eyes. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared, knocking away all the rubble in a few seconds. It's him. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. What he wanted to draw out was this person, the shadow guards who would be rationed to the highest authority in the clan. Each of them was an elite with the highest level of forbearance. Now Uchiha Koichi finally reacted, and he roared, "Who is it? How dare you attack the Uchiha clan?" The shadow guard knelt in front of Uchiha Xiaoai. "It is currently unknown, but it is not safe here. Please move as soon as possible." "Want to know who attacked the Uchiha clan?" Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked out. "Why don't you ask the magical brother Feng? It's you." Uchiha's pupils shrank as a result. "Although you don't know where you are in collusion, but you dare to attack the Uchiha clan, and the target is me, the elder, even Futake can't keep you." In Uchiha's mind, he definitely didn't think that the only 6-year-old Lin Fengneng had made such a big posture, so he naturally felt that there must be other forces intervening. "Oh!" Lin Feng sighed, "There is no other power, only me. And as long as you two are killed, no one will know that I did it. Kill the two of us." Uchiha Xiao Xiao sneered, "You really dare to speak big words, kid. But I should persuade you to kneel down and confess your guilt. Maybe the family rules can give you a lighter punishment." Lin Feng said disdainfully, "The family rules? What is that? There is nothing in this world that can punish me. And it's you who should plead guilty. You want to assassinate me in a big way for your own sake." He sneered and shook his head. "Moreover, even my Uchiha clan for 100 years, no, it is a super genius who is rare in a million years and wants to kill, and completely ignores the future development of the Uchiha family. From this point of view, I should doubt whether you are with the rest. The collusion of the forces has become their spy, intending to destroy the Uchiha family." As soon as Uchiha was so angry at Lin Feng's words, he almost had a heart attack. He stared at Lin Feng angrily. "Hey, you are not more than Uchiha, and you are less than you. Shadow, kill him." Uchiha Xiaoai no longer wanted to talk to Lin Feng anymore. He directly ordered the shadow to kill Lin Feng. The shadow suddenly disappeared after being ordered, and appeared behind Lin Feng the next moment, piercing his heart with Qiwu. P.S. Seek flowers for collection. Chapter 11, Real Men Never Look Back at Explosions. Seeing Lin Feng with his heart pierced through, Uchiha snorted disdainfully, "Even if you are a genius, as long as you don't grow up, you are nothing." "Hey, it's just that. Is it?" Lin Feng's voice caused Uchiha's pupils and shadows to shrink. Only hearing a bang, Lin Feng in front of the shadow dispersed into smoke in the sky. "Shadow clone!" Uchiha was taken aback, and then he saw two kunao shot at him from another direction. The body of Zhongren who touched the enchantment fell into the room, which meant that the enchantment had disappeared, and then let the shadow clone come out and led away the shadow. All steps of Lin Feng are purposeful plans, and the reality is just like it is developing as he expected. Hateful. Uchiha was also a former ninja anyhow. He wanted to knock out Lin Feng's kunao when he took out two kunao, but then he saw the explosive symbol and steel wire behind kunao. "Is this shuriken shuriken?" Uchiha's effect was startled. This kind of manipulation needs to be assisted by writing round eyes. If he were the original one, he would definitely think that Lin Feng could not use this trick, and he was definitely cheating. But now even the highly difficult B-level ninjutsu of the shadow clone can be used by Lin Feng, a 6-year-old child, and Uchiha has already vaguely felt that even if Lin Feng awakens, writing Lunyan is not too difficult to accept. In any case, in order to be sure of everything, Uchiha Koichi chose to avoid it backwards instead of knocking away Kyunao. If it is indeed Kyuwu being controlled by Lin Feng's writing wheel, then even if he is knocked into the air, he can't hit far away, and as long as Kyuwu is not far away from him, the explosion talisman above Kyuwu, it will hurt him. But as soon as Uchiha retreated to the backyard, the two rocks on the left and the right suddenly became Lin Feng. Is it the shadow clone again? Uchiha effect gritted his teeth one by one, but he didn't panic. If he was only a shadow clone, then Uchiha effect 1 would still be confident that he could kill quickly. Dark water. Dark water. The two Lin Feng didn't fight against him, but used dark water with Uchiha Koichi. The two suction forces in opposite directions immediately fixed Uchiha's effect in place, making him extremely slow to move his body. Damn it, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha was shocked. He had never encountered such a weird trick, and his whole old face turned pale in the next moment, because Uchiha finally saw that the two Lin Feng were burning something. That is a huge amount of explosive symbols. Oops. Everything that just happened was so fast that it was too late for the shadow to stop it. At this moment, he saw Uchiha hit a desperate situation and immediately wanted to go to rescue him anxiously. Don't be so cold, your opponent is me. Lin Feng's body suddenly appeared in front of the shadow, and the terrifying instantaneous speed made Shadow's face sink. If it was the shadow of the last second, I could confidently rely on Shinobu's speed to get rid of the 6-year-old kid and rescue Uchiha, but I was not sure I could do it after seeing this shadow after the instant. Just because Lin Feng relied on this peculiar instantaneous technique, his speed had almost caught up with the shadow. The burning time of the explosion talisman is very short. On the other side, Uchiha's face is already full of despair. The two Lin Feng Ying clones are only about 2 meters away from him, just because Uchiha's attack can't attack their subtleties. Position. And this short 2 meters, the reduction in the power of the explosive charm is negligible. The shadow clone can be turned into a rock for ambush, absolutely, because I was forced to a predetermined position by the skill of Shuriken. It turns out that all my reactions are in his calculation. Seeing that he could no longer be saved, Uchiha murmured to himself, it is so terrible at only 6 years old. Could it be that my decision is really wrong? Boom! The super large number of explosive symbols finally exploded, and a huge mass of arrogance flooded the backyard and spread violently. The pain transmitted after the shadow clone disappeared made Lin Feng's face change. The same face changed greatly and there was a shadow. After all, his protection target was successfully killed by a 6-year-old kid in front of him. Damn it! The shadow gritted his teeth, at least I will kill you, to avenge you for acting like a great man. Before you may be okay, but now you have no chance. Lin Feng's face showed a smile holding the winning ticket, because he had just received the hint of the success of the mission, and at the same time received the extremely rich mission reward. The 10,000 experience points are all added to the dark fruit. In a blink of an eye, Lin Feng's dark fruit has risen to level B, which has greatly improved his combat power. What did you say? Shadow didn't know the changes in Lin Feng's body, so Lin Feng's tone of contempt was not light. He raised his hand and took out all 4 shurikens and hit Lin Feng, and began to quickly seal. Humph! Lin Feng sneered, avoiding the shuriken with instantaneous technique, and came directly to Shadow. Good job! Shadow's knot printing was also completed, and now Lin Feng came to him on his own initiative. Shadow couldn't ask for it. Banned. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Shadow opened his mouth and wanted to spit out the fireball, but he found that he only spit out air. What? What is going on? Shadow was taken aback and his head was stunned. This gave Lin Feng a chance to react. Dark water liberation. The zero-distance dark water was completed instantly, paving the way for the next liberation, and the shadow was thrown into the ruins in an instant. The ruins were smashed out of the sky by the shadows. If the sea-level dark water and liberation are beyond the reach of Zhongren, then it is now upgraded to the B-level dark water and liberation. Obviously, the shadow is not the same as the upper man can resist. Of dark water. Before the shadow got up, Lin Feng raised his hand and sucked in all the flames produced by the explosion in the backyard. The large flames formed a huge fireball in Lin Feng's hands, which looked amazing and shining like daylight in the courtyard. Farewell. Lin Feng threw the fireball towards the shadow and pretended to shout, "Da yan ji yan di." The pirated version of Ace's tricks flooded the shadow in an instant, and Lin Feng was confident that if the shadow was not a pervert like flying segments or angles, then it would probably not survive. Listening to the noise gradually coming from around, Lin Feng understood that it was a member of the Uchiha family who was about to come, and he had to hurry up. It should be almost done. Lin Feng said to himself. At the beginning, he separated 6 shadow clones, 1 entangled with Zhongren, 1 was killed by the shadow, and the other 2 died together with Uchiha's effect. Then there are 2 shadow clones to take. What did you do with the explosion? Soon Lin Feng solved the mystery, and he reached out to make a seal. Blast! Boom! Astonishing continuous explosions occurred on the surrounding walls of the entire courtyard, and Lin Feng actually covered the entire courtyard with explosive symbols. I do things, of course I want to be more gorgeous. Lin Feng leisurely walked past the Zhongnan who was entangled with the shadow clone. A dark water pulled over and pierced and threw it into the fire. Then he adhered to the principle of a real man never looks back at the explosion, with his back facing the sky. The firelight left. P.S. Please ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 12, Pull Hatred from the Baby. The huge and wide-ranging explosion perfectly shielded Lin Feng, allowing him to leave safely. Naturally, the Uchiha clan who hadn't caught any prisoners seemed to be going crazy the next day. In this way, directly breaking into the family lands and killing the family elders, and also exploding, for the Uchiha family is definitely a naked face. It happened that they hadn't caught anyone yet, and all the family members jumped their feet with anger. No one can guess that this incident was done by the second young master of their family himself, and it is impossible for anyone to imagine that it was only a 6-year-old child who did all this. However, these have nothing to do with Lin Feng, who is refreshed after revenge. He is currently focusing on training to truly improve his physical skills. Especially Shishui's instantaneous technique. When facing the shadows, Lin Feng really realized how defying this technique is. If you want to stick to you, you can't get rid of it. You can still run if you can't beat it. As for the dark fruit, after reaching the B level, in addition to the obvious increase in the power of dark water and liberation, the biggest change is that the position of deprivation has become 2. In a blink of an eye, more than half a year passed, and when Naruto and Sasuke arrived at school, Lin Feng was naturally entangled by them. The eldest brother said he has no time, but the second brother, you can definitely come to my entrance ceremony, right? This is Sasuke's sparkling eyes. I haven't had any relatives since I was a child. Only the only brother Lin Feng who recognized me can come. This is Naruto's hopeful words. Hey? This is my brother, what's up with you? Sasuke was very dissatisfied after hearing it, but Naruto did not show any weakness. What does it matter? Really, so stingy? What are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Who is afraid of anyone? Come here. Looking at the 2 who were about to pinch each other again, Lin Feng covered his forehead with a headache. To be honest, if it wasn't for Naruto and Sasuke to come to him, he wouldn't remember it clearly. After all, Lin Feng usually skipped class for the little prince. But Lin Feng is still the second young master of the Uchiha family. The teacher can't beat or scold him. For young masters like Lin Feng, he can only open one eye. Ahem. Lin Feng waved his hands and gave them a fist, and said in a weird tone, can't fight brother Lin Feng has any benefits, just give it to him if he is right. Naruto and Sasuke held their foreheads in silence for a while, and then rushed to say. Second brother is a super genius who has been in trouble for 100 years. Brother Lin Feng is super handsome. Second brother is cool and dazzling, and suave. Naruto dissatisfied and said, hey, aren't you the same as mine? Sasuke responded with disdain, hey, what I said has much more connotations than your monotonous handsome. What did you say? Want to fight? Seeing that the two were about to use martial arts again, Lin Feng continued to smile and gave each of Naruto and Sasuke a sentimental fist, and immediately the world became quiet again. Although it's really cool to be praised so much, it's still a bit lonely if no one picks this up. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and said, anyway, you two are in the same class. What are you fighting for? Wouldn't I just go directly to the opening ceremony of two people? Speaking of the young Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, Lin Feng wanted to take a look, so he agreed to this request. The young Hinata, the young Sakura, the young Ino. Ah, the young girl is so awesome. Lin Feng thought of these evil thoughts in his heart, and planned to watch Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang all over. Now he has watched 5, in addition to Naruto and Sasuke in front of him. There are also the two idiots who are in the same class as Lin Feng every day and who are looking for Lin Feng to challenge every day. That's true. Naruto suddenly realized, as expected of brother Lin Feng, he is smart. Sasuke closed his eyes and spread out his hands, and said, humph, but you are so stupid, I didn't even think of this. You didn't expect it just now. Sasuke was embarrassed and blushed and said, of course I thought about it too. I just didn't say it. Hey, Naruto's expression became a little bit awkward, is that really the case? Hey, what do you mean by that expression? Naruto and Sasuke didn't know if it was because of their hostile destiny. Every time they communicated, they would be full of gunpowder. It wasn't until Lin Feng smiled and showed his fists before they became honest again. Both of them shrank their necks. It seems that Lin Feng's deterrence impressed Naruto and Sasuke very deeply. After a while, Sasuke asked strangely, but how did the second brother know that we are actually in the same class? What about it? I hadn't told my second brother before. This, Lin Feng thought that he couldn't tell from comics, so he said nonsense, because Uchiha Lin Feng knows everything. Wow, as expected of brother Lin Feng. As soon as he said this, he immediately reaped the look in Naruto's worship, making Lin Feng a little speechless. This can be fooled, shouldn't it be Naruto? After finally sending away Naruto and Sasuke, Lin Feng lay on the tatami and wondered boredly, should he graduate early? Anyway, now the elder has been killed by Lin Feng, even a small exposure of his talent is not dangerous for the time being. And because of Lin Feng's strength, there was no need for a ninja school anymore. After watching Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, it was equivalent to no longer going to school. Lin Feng decided to graduate directly after attending the opening ceremony. Well, make a big news. A new task appears. The sudden system prompt made Lin Feng stunned for a moment, and then he sat up in surprise and took a closer look. Special task, to pull hatred from the doll. As a villain, you must be hostile to the decent Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, so this sense of hostility will be imprinted in their hearts since they were young. Except for Uchiha Sasuke, each of the remaining Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang is required to feel hostile to you. Once it occurs, it will be judged as successful. Reward, 1000 experience points/person. I like this task. Looking at this special task, Lin Feng showed a happy smile on his face, squinting his eyes and wondering what he was calculating. P.S. Merry Christmas everyone! Chapter 13, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen Santa Claus? After a few weeks, the opening ceremony was finally held, and Lin Feng went directly to the ninja school with a big bag on his back. "Look, it's Master Lin Feng. He actually came to school, great. Yet so handsome." Along the way, the screams of all kinds of little girls are endless. I have to say that the beauty of Uchiha's blood is still very high. Coupled with Lin Feng's maverick temperament, it almost attracts people from 12 to 6. All Lori's love in the ninja school. He blew kisses and entered Sasuke and Naruto's classroom along the way, shaking his head and sighing that Konoha's girl was too precocious. May this classmate. Ulika brought Lin Feng's next class of students, and Lin Feng usually skipped classes and never came to school, so he felt very strange to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's apparent age made Ilika think he might have gone to the wrong classroom, or was he a freshman who joined the opening ceremony? What to look at? Lin Feng glared at Ilika. "I haven't seen Santa Claus." "Eh? Who is Santa Claus?" Ilika was taken aback. "Ah, no, I asked if you were a freshman or did you go to the wrong classroom." Lin Feng spread his hands and said dissatisfied, "It's really ignorant. I should know that I am here as a parent to attend the opening ceremony. Is this really a question of my vision?" Irika is a little bit dumbfounded. "Uncle, you don't look like a parent." "Well, then may I ask which child's parent are you here to participate?" Before Ilika finished speaking, the sharp-eyed Sasuke had already spotted Lin Feng, second brother. Naruto followed Sasuke and waved his hand. "Brother Lin Feng, I am here." Irika's words couldn't go on for a while, and the answer had already appeared in front of him. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't plan to pay attention to Irika so that Irika could silently retreat. "Now let me find where Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang are all." Lin Feng squinted his eyes and scanned the entire classroom, and immediately found several goals. "Just so, let's give out the meeting gift while it hasn't started yet." Lin Feng pulled the bag, and first walked in front of Unv Shi-Na. Jinai was a little strange about Lin Feng's sudden arrival, because he did not know Lin Feng, but Lin Feng did not speak either, but silently took out a small paper crown and handed it to Shino. "Does this mean for me?" Ji now asked in a daze. Lin Feng nodded and left without saying a word, leaving Shino looking at little crown alone. "I saw the big words King of Akalan written on the little crown." Although Shino didn't know what it meant, he didn't know why he could feel inexplicable malice from it. Completion, 11/1, it is detected that the player has gained 1000 experience points. The reminder of task completion suddenly sounded, and Lin Feng was taken aback. "Oh slot, that's all right, Shino is too easy to do." Originally, the crown that Lin Feng sent Hina King of Akalan was just holding the evil taste in his heart. He wanted to play with Hino's non-existent stock, but he didn't expect it to succeed all at once. It seems that the follow-up plan for Shino is temporarily unnecessary, but this just saves Lin Feng's trouble. Then Lin Feng walked to Inuyasukaya, and Inuyasukaya glanced suspiciously at him, and asked, "What's the matter?" At this time, Akamaru hadn't been born yet, and naturally couldn't tell Inuyasuka how terrible the forest wind in front of him was. Lin Feng dug out the bag, and took out the fleshy bone and handed it to Inuyasukaya. "Hey, this is for you." "What the hell?" Inuyasuka Toa looked at the fleshy bone in pain. What does the person in front of him mean? Does he treat him as a dog? "Hey, what do you mean? I don't want this kind of thing." "You are too shameful." Lin Feng smiled and grabbed Inuyasuka's head, and forced the fleshy bones into his mouth. "You are welcome, eat." Inuyasukaya was shocked, but the difference between Lin Feng and his strength was huge. Before he could see Lin Feng's move, he already felt an irresistible force forcing his head to be pulled over and biting his bones. Completion, 11/2, it is detected that the player has gained 1000 experience points. Sakura, who was Lin Feng's next target, began to tremble after seeing Inuyasuka Toa being treated with such cruel violence. At this time, she was far from the performance of the female man in the future. She looked at Lin Feng, who was getting closer and closer. More and more afraid. Am I that scary? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and then took out a pair of gloves from the bag to Sakura. Come on, put on this to suppress the shock. Sakura looked at the glove in her hand blankly, feeling a little unclear, but she could still understand the lettering on the glove. My name is Brother Ying and I am the best. What is Brother Ying? Are they girls? Sakura was a little dumbfounded, and Lin Feng also successfully received the completion prompt. Completion, 11/3. It is detected that the player has gained 1000 experience points. Ino on the side originally saw that Sakura might be bullied, so he was nervous, but when he saw that Lin Feng did deliver the things orderly, he felt relieved, and turned to the deer in his heart. Speaking of which, this black-haired boy really so handsome. He looks even more handsome than Suzuki-kun. At this time, Lin Feng also arrived in front of her, his expression changing and hesitating. He flipped through the bag, first took out the scissors that made Ino swallow, and then seemed to think about it, then put it back and exchanged for a tightly packed book. Lin Feng handed the book to Ino, and said mysteriously, "This is that thing. You know. Anyway, you must read it when you are home." What does that thing mean? Ino started thinking about it. Could it be a love letter or something? However, Lin Feng ignored her, instead turning to the next goal, Chu Dao Ding Ci. Looking at Chu Dao Ding Times, who kept eating, Lin Feng smiled happily and handed him a bag of fried beans. Regarding food, Chu Dao Dingkai has always been willing to come, but he didn't know that the beans in it were already covered with croton powder by Lin Feng. Next came Nara Shikamaru, and Lin Feng gave him one eyes. Goodbye. This kind of differential treatment even felt that Shikamaru was a little bit blue. He saw the previous encounters with several students, but Lin Feng Song's things were normal on the surface, so Shikamaru didn't doubt anything. Otherwise, if Lin Feng really blatantly bullied and pulled hatred on the spot, it might not be good to continue to stay in this classroom, so Lin Feng has always been quite concealed. Completion. 11/4. It is detected that the player has gained 1000 experience points. After harvesting Shikamaru's unhappiness, Lin Feng happily came to Naruto and Suzuki, who were full of expectations. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for rewards, ask for tickets. Chapter 14, Deprived of Blood. I don't know what the second brother will give me. I look forward to Brother Lin Feng's gift. Both Naruto and Suzuki stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, making Lin Feng a little stressed. Suzuki was fine, because the system didn't count him, but Naruto was indeed Lin Feng's miscalculation. How can you create a sense of hostility when your favorability is full? Lin Feng sighed, and decided to give up Naruto's 1000 experience rewards, which is really a bit thankless. But even so, the spirit of evil taste in Lin Feng's heart still cannot allow him not to prepare gifts for the two. First of all, Naruto, come, this one for you. Lin Feng smiled and took out an SM plug to Naruto, patted his shoulder by the way and said earnestly, remember to use more hands and less mouth when you grow up. Naruto stared blankly at the 4 big words in the letter mouth escape seal and didn't know what expression to make. Then Lin Feng came to Suzuki again and took out a lightning rod to him. Well, from now on, my brother will never have to worry about you pretending to be struck by lightning. Suzuki was also completely paralyzed, watching Lin Feng drifting away silently. Of course, Lin Feng has the last goal in this classroom, and that is Hinata Hyuga. As the eldest lady of the Hyuga family, even the school opening ceremony was equipped with 2 families of shinobu to guard, but her family was also very busy and did not come. Although both descendants of a large family, Suzuki and Lin Feng did not receive the same treatment as a bodyguard. This gap caused Lin Feng to stare at the 2 innocent Hyuga shinobu very dissatisfied. However, Lin Feng still knew that because the Hyuga family had a family separation system that could be called at will like a servant, the Hyuga family was able to create such 2 bodyguards to protect the eldest lady of the family. Seeing Lin Feng stabling towards Hinatian, the two guards were a little nervous and stood in front of Hina Tian to block Lin Feng. I just want to have a friendly exchange. Lin Feng smiled and said something unconvincing, and it turned out that the two guards couldn't help being moved. Oh, there is no way. Lin Feng sighed. Anyway, Hinata was already the last target in this classroom, so it didn't matter. He put his hands on the two immovable guards Zongnan in front of him at random, and a black light flashed quietly, deprivation. The information on the tricks of the two guards Zongren immediately appeared in front of Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng took away the Bagwazang Huishan, he saw that there was a primary white eye at the top. Fuck, is this a new change produced by the dark fruit after the B level? Lin Feng vaguely remembered that when depriving the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't see the option of writing round eyes. It seems that Lin Feng could deprive him of even the blood limit after he was promoted to level B. Very good, then try to roll your eyes. Lin Feng decisively gave the second deprivation quota to his eyes, and he immediately closed his two practical tricks, namely, the two practical tricks, which still made Lin Feng very satisfied. The two guards Zongnan suddenly felt that there was something missing in their bodies, but as long as they didn't use them, they would never find that they had lost these skills. Lin Feng did not stop. After completing the deprivation within a short period of time, he continued to use the ban. 2. Please move it, a good dog won't get in the way. With a strange smile on Lin Feng's face, he grabbed the collars of the two of them and threw them out of the window. All the teachers, students, and parents present had their mouths grown up without an image. Oh my god! What is this kid doing? No, no, no. This is not the point. The point is that the two Hyagonakaran were thrown out the window by a child with such resistance? Is the world too crazy, or I am too behind? Almost everyone had such thoughts in their hearts. Only Naruto and Sasuke continued to admire Lin Feng with great adoration. Of course, they didn't understand the frustration that those two Zongren could not use anything after being banned by Lin Feng. With a little bit of effort, I should have smashed those two Zongren very hard. There is enough time before I return. Lin Feng estimated silently in his heart, and at the same time approached Hinata, whose entire face was flushed. Wait, what do you want to do? Before Ilika had time to stop, Lin Feng had already provoked Hinata's cheek with his fingers, and smiled evilly. Come on, little girl, give me a smile. To deal with this shy girl, Lin Feng felt that being so explicit should make Hinata feel resisted and dissatisfied. Sure enough, Hinata's face turned red all of a sudden, and his eyes became evasive, but Lin Feng waited for a long time without receiving a prompt to complete the task. Isn't it? Hinata's temper is too good, so it doesn't produce a sense of hostility. Lin Feng was a little surprised. At this time, the two Zongren who had been thrown out by Lin Feng finally came back. You kid, what are you doing to Missy? Pay attention to your wording. Lin Feng let go of Hinata, and said coldly, see your identity clearly, the mere branch of Hyaga. How dare you say this in front of me, the second young master of the Uchiha family? The faces of the two Nakanin became ashen, but they also heard that there was indeed a new student in this class today who was the third young master of the Uchiha family, so the second young master who came as a parent in front of him was probably true. Cut, scum! Lin Feng waved his hand disdainfully, and left the classroom without looking back, leaving only the people in the classroom looking at each other, speechless for a long time. After walking out of the classroom, Lin Feng went straight to the second grade floor where he was, intending to find the teacher to graduate early and end this boring school life. As soon as he got out of the stairs, Lin Feng heard two voices that he had often heard in the past. Accept the challenge, Uchiha Linfen. I want to prove that my talent is not inferior to you. Uchiha Linfen, I want you to know that you can catch up with geniuses with hard work. Two shadows struck Lin Feng from the left and the other. Lin Feng sighed, always feeling that this was a scene he would encounter every time he went to school, which is why Lin Feng always skipped class. Those who came were Hyaganiji and Li Rock, and Lin Feng couldn't remember how many times they challenged. The former has always considered himself to be a genius surpassing the Zong family. Before Naruto's second correction boxing was performed, his second degree was second only to Sasuke, so at the beginning of school, Lin Feng replaced Naruto with a beating in advance, but unfortunately the effect was not ideal for some reason, but instead inspired Ning Si's idiot attribute who entangled Lin Feng every day. The latter obviously hadn't met Medkai, but he still awakened his youth in advance the soul of Xiu Ti, and could almost be tied with Ning Si as a duo of idiots who entangled Lin Feng. And there was no reason. He was just looking for geniuses to fight against. After hearing that Lin Feng was more talented than Ning Si, it became the situation now. Chapter 15, This is the gap between genius and you. Don't make trouble, I have something else. Even if Lin Feng didn't open the writing wheel, he could clearly see the movements of the two of them. He easily avoided the attacks of Xiao Li and Ning Si, and grabbed the hair of the two of them and caused a spark to hit the earth. Lin Feng, who killed the two in an instant, didn't even look at them, and walked straight to the classroom office. Hold on. Ning Si's unyielding voice rang, asshole, don't ignore me. Are you despising me? Yes. Lin Feng nodded decisively, it's great that you can know yourself. Hearing that Lin Feng was so happy, he admitted, Ning Si almost vomited blood. Lin Feng also happily received the task completion prompt, completion, 11/5. The player has been detected to gain 1000 experience points. Damn it, I will definitely try harder to practice and defeat you. Ning Si's brutal language violence did not make Xiao Li back down. Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at Xiao Li. You will never be able to catch up with me, this is destiny. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Feng to suddenly say such a heavy remark that hit him. Soon he saw Lin Feng put his head in the sky and laughed wildly, wah ha 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 ha. So stupid boy yo, you will follow my back forever and go forward. Was it just teasing me? Xiao Li also realized Ning Si's aggrieved mood. In addition, he originally had the hostile psychology with Lin Feng, a genius popular among the people, so it was easy for Lin Feng to complete the task, completion, 11/6. It is detected that the player has gained 1000 experience points. Lin Feng ignored the two who were hit hard, and directly pushed open the door of the teacher's office. Hello kids, do you remember who I am? All the teachers in the teacher's office looked at Lin Feng, who suddenly broke in with their mouths dumbfounded, as if their brains were still too great to understand what Lin Feng meant. However, Lin Feng did not intend to wait for an answer, but continued to say to himself, yes, I just match the blue cat, I am that talented, rich in learning, talented, wise and moral. The super genius Uchiha Linfen, who has both talents and appearance, resourcefulness, agility, clever calculation, cleverness, courage, and thoughtfulness. Listening to Lin Feng's breathless boasting, all the teachers and their friends present were shocked. After a long while, Mizuki chuckled and asked, this classmate, what are you here for? Something. Lin Feng glanced at Mizuki, disdainfully said, look for someone above you who can talk. I am not interested in ordinary humans and silly soldiers. Are you not an ordinary human? Mizuki felt a little mad, but still bit the bullet and said, of the teachers present, I can speak the most. Tisk tisk. Lin Feng looked at Mizuki up and down when he heard the words. This kind of parallel imports, who would be beaten by the shadow clone of Xiaren, could still be in a high position. It seems that Konoha's education industry is worrying. Mizuki was very sensitive to feel the endless contempt in Lin Feng's eyes, and he held back his anger. Then, can you explain why? I want to graduate early. Mizuki nodded. Oh, graduate early, what did you say? You want to graduate early? Lin Feng's words shocked all the teachers again, because Lin Feng's appearance is only about 6 or 7 years old, and only Uchiha Itachi and Heiji Kakashi have graduated at such a young age since ancient times. Konoha has only produced 2 for so many years since it was founded. One can imagine how rare this situation is. Thinking about it this way, all the teachers looked at Lin Feng's eyes a little bit bad. Do you think you are Uchiha Itachi or Heiji Kakashi? Is a genius who graduates early is so good? Mizuki also felt that it must be Lin Feng's pretentiousness. He said disdainfully, this classmate is a bit too whimsical. This kind of thing is not something that everyone can do. Classmate, you should go back to the classroom early and have class. Yes, even the teacher, I only graduated at 13. The deeds of worshipping seniors are different from doing it yourself. The surrounding Zhongren teachers also spoke out. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, how do you know that I am not good? Can you take the exam more efficiently? My time is not cheap enough to be used here for you to waste. How do you speak this, classmate? Mizuki said angrily, respect the teacher is also good for you. Lin Feng Tan said, no need, I am capricious if I am talented. If I don't accept it, I will come to test me. Okay. Mizuki was trembling with anger. He tore off his forehead and put it on the table. Then I will give you a final exam on the spot. If you pass, then you take the forehead. If you failed, then you will never graduate for the rest of your life. Lin Feng said blankly, oh, I'm so scared, are you threatening me? Hey, you can understand it this way, Mizuki sneered, I will start the exam now. If you can make 6 clones, I will let you pass. A teacher next to Mizuki frowned and said, Mr. Mizuki, you are really a bit. He asked for it. Mizuki snorted coldly. Even our teachers graduated in their teens. Does he think he is special? Special enough to do what teachers like us do? What can't be? The avatar is a classic item in the ninja school graduation exam, but Mizuki's requirements are still too high, and it is definitely a malicious trick. Generally speaking, 3 avatars are considered as passing, and 4 avatars are excellent, and 5 avatars are already extremely talented. As for the 6, this has never been done in the past ninja school graduation exam. Hey! Lin Feng put on a sad expression, if you don't die, you won't die, why you just don't understand. After all, as soon as he got the seal, 6 Lin Feng appeared immediately. Each of them has a different color of clothes, from red, blue, yellow to black, and they gathered together and put on a pose in the moment after they appeared, we are Uchiha Rainbow Team. This is a spoof that Lin Feng thought of temporarily, specially used to despise the teacher's IQ, he just wanted to make a face. All the teachers' jaws almost fell off. Although they didn't know exactly what Lin Feng's evil rainbow team was, the effect of Lin Feng's clone was really shocking their hearts. They all wondered if they were dazzled. They actually saw a student who can decisively and easily separate 6 clones, and the student also mixed the clone technique to change the color of the clothes. The key is that student the age is still very young. This is called a real naked face slap. After Lin Feng lifted his clone, he ignored the sluggish teachers and walked directly to Mizuki and took away his guard. Thank you for your cooperation. Then Lin Feng leisurely opened the door of the office, walked out, and laughed mockingly at all the teachers before leaving. Don't think that if you can't do it, others can't do it. See, this is the gap between genius and you. P.S. Play with the team's stock, don't care too much. Chapter 16, Smile. Lin Feng took the forehead and walked out of the office. Xiao Li and Ning Xi had slowly climbed up. But none of this has anything to do with Lin Feng, so Lin Feng decisively ignored Xiao Li and Ning Xi and walked outside the school. Wait! Ning Xi tried to catch up with Lin Feng, and said out of breath, don't be proud, maybe I will despise you in the future. You wait for me, this is my pledge as a genius. Oh, is it? Lin Feng turned around and shook his forehead, unfortunately you have no chance, because I just graduated. What? Ning Xi was taken aback, and his heart was deeply shocked again. Just when he was still thinking about catching up with Lin Feng, Lin Feng had actually reached the level of graduation. So genius is just your self-righteousness, Lin Feng said mercilessly, compared with Itaki or Kakashi or even Shisui, you are nothing. Ning Xi looked desperate, although he didn't know who Lin Feng was talking about, but Lin Feng's own existence had completely crushed him. Seeing Ning Xi's miserable situation, Lin Feng's inner ghost spirit ignited, and he couldn't help but want to molest him. Lin Feng with a fascinating smile, stretched out his hand to ravage Ning Xi's hair, tisk tisk, smile and touch the dog's head. Hey, Lin Feng, you are too much. Tianatian's voice came from the window. She had always liked Ning Xi. At this time, she saw the scene of Ning Xi being so humiliated by Lin Feng. Ah, speaking of it, your mission is still unfinished. Lin Feng glanced at Tian Tian and said mercilessly, then what does it matter to you? Are you unrequited love for him? It just so happens that two funny combinations are a perfect match. Tian Tian tremblingly said, what did you say? The funny is. Don't you think it's silly and funny to have two dumplings on your head? Do you think it's a Chinese style? I heard that your family still claims to be a family of ninjas. Obviously, when the high class fights, the ninja is usually a scum. Isn't it funny to take this road? It's not easy for your family to survive the troubled times. While shaking his head, Lin Feng spit out happily and accepted the task completion prompt. Although he has no grudges against Tian Tian, and Tuko has no central focus, he can complete the task anyway. This is exactly the method Lin Feng prepared to use from the beginning. In fact, cultivating a sense of hostility is incredibly simple, just like to scold Tian Tian casually for no reason. Earlier, I made hostility by giving gifts only because Lin Feng was relatively new to the few people I had never met, and wanted to satisfy his own evil taste. And Tian Tian is Lin Feng's classmate. Lin Feng has seen it a bit tired many times, so he doesn't want to play with her and complete the task directly. It's that simple. Lin Feng left the conclusion that family and members are funny and kept struggling with what is Chinese style every day, and went straight back home. Now Lin Feng's mission completion degree is 11/7, which means he has gained a full 7,000 experience points. Not long after, Lin Feng received the prompt of completion, 11/8. It was detected that the player gained 1,000 experience points. It is thought that Chu Dao Dinkai's fried beans wrapped in croton powder began to occur, and Lin Feng added 1,000 experience points. That night, Ino returned home and rushed into his room and closed the door. This kid, Ino, really, isn't this a bit too early? Yamanaka Kiki shook his head helplessly. As Ino's father, he naturally attended today's entrance ceremony and saw Ino being given a gift by a handsome boy. Although the little handsome guy finally did something strange to the daughter of the Hyaga family, Yamanaka felt that he could completely understand it as a child's mischief. Compared with Yamanaka Kyuichi, Ino's mood was much more complicated. She watched the enclosed book obsessively, and her heart kept beating. What is it? Ino thought about it for a while, and finally opened the package full of expectation, and opened the book. Ah! Ino, what happened? As soon as Yamanaka hearing Ino's scream outside the door, his face changed and he rushed in. The door of the room was smashed, and Yamanaka Kai saw Ino staring at a notebook on the ground with flushed face. Is there something wrong with this notebook? Yamakazu frowned, and wanted to step forward to pick up the notebook, but was stopped by Ino. No, no. Dad, you can't read it. There is nothing I can't see. Shan Zonghai's complexion sank, and he felt more and more weird. Could it be that there was a vicious curse in this notebook? With such thoughts in mind, Yamanaka pushed Ino away one by one, picked up the notebook and opened it. Woohoo! When Ino saw this, he covered his face, and even Yamanaka Kiki was dumbfounded. Just because the content in the notebook is a Super H picture of the heavy-tasting tentacle drawn by Lin Feng according to the original image of Ino. This. Shan Zonghai shook his hands, trying hard to look away, This is 2. Completion, 11/9. It is detected that the player has gained 1000 experience points. The task reminder suddenly appeared, causing Lin Feng to stand up. Now he has received the hostile value of everyone except Naruto and Hinata, who are about to give up. In other words, for Lin Feng, this task is basically completed. Hey, it's a pity that I can't see Ino's expression, it's a pity. Lin Feng's mouth is screaming. He is quite confident of his painter, and he can definitely make Ino recognize that Huang Tu is the protagonist at a glance. After sighing, Lin Feng walked through the courtyard and wanted to find Uchiha Tommy Take. Currently Lin Feng has exactly 10,000 experience points, but Lin Feng hasn't figured out how to deal with it, so he just kept it like that. The way to become strong is not only the experience value, but also the most important thing in self-cultivation. But once you join the squad, you can only do some boring tasks of catching cats and finding people every day, which not only wastes life and training time, but is definitely difficult to trigger system tasks. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted Uchiha Tommy Take to help him adjust so that he could avoid the process of joining the team. In any case, as one of Konoha's largest families, the head of the Uchiha family still has a corresponding weight, and Lin Feng, as the second young master, should have privileges. In this way, Lin Feng can control the training time completely freely, and can also look for various opportunities to trigger tasks. Chapter 17, Take an Unusual Step. After this period of development, Uchiha Tommy Take has reached an agreement with most of the elders, and the resistance has become even less once the great elder Uchiha of the most hostile faction has been killed by Lin Feng. Many people believe that it will not be long before the entire Uchiha family will be covered by Uchiha feudate. As the former second largest in power in the elders, the second elder Uchiha Mitsumitsu, who is currently the largest in power, was having a detailed discussion with Uchiha Tommy Take. At this moment, Lin Feng rushed in with a carefree attitude. Lin Feng, your second elder grandfather and I are discussing, how can you just break in? Uchiha Tommy Take frowned, and then he saw Lin Feng's forehead guard. He couldn't help but hesitate and said, "Are you? Ah, this one." Lin Feng raised his hand and looked at the nurse's forehead. As you can see, I graduated early. Are you true? Uchiha Tommy Take looked happy and stood up directly from the tatami. Originally, Itaka's early graduation had already made him a lot of face, and Itaka's talents also made Uchiha Tommy Take overjoyed, and he could become one of his bargaining chips to completely control the Uchiha family. After all, a faction with a genius who is likely to grow into a shadow-level powerhouse in the future can be much more dependent than the other factions, so people have to have a bit of foresight and focus on the future. Now besides Itaka, there is another Lin Feng. How can we not let Uchiha Tommy Take surprise? It was just that Lin Feng's next sentence made Uchiha Tommy Take stayed for a while, but, I don't want to participate in the team, so I will ask my dad for your help. Oh. Mitsuhiro Uchiha took a sip of tea and said, can I ask the reason? Isn't it obvious? Lin Feng stretched his hands. Of course I don't need to take the usual path for a genius like me, it's that simple. Looking at the child with unparalleled talent in front of him, Mitsuhiro Uchiha was still very satisfied. Judging from Lin Feng's usual performance, it is enough to prove that Lin Feng is a very mature child, far surpassing people of the same age. It's just that Lin Feng's words today surprised him a bit. Before Uchiha Mitsumitsu spoke, a disdainful voice came from his side, I want to run if I haven't learned to walk? Hey, it's just arrogance. That's it. Lin Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Uchiha Mitsumi's side. He was a young person, probably a kind of follower of Uchiha Mitsumi. Island, shut up. Uchiha Mitsumi's face changed. I'm talking to the second young master, what are you talking about? Yes. Lin Feng smiled and asked, who is this, please? Mitsuhiro Uchiha smiled at Lin Feng and said, this is my follower Uchiha Island. It is also a talented person, but you are far behind the second master. Lin Feng nodded to express his understanding, and then asked, "Then I want to ask, what level is it to go without following the team?" "Need the level of Zongnan." Uchiha Tomitake replied in a deep voice, "As long as you become Zongnan, you can be the leader of the general task, and naturally you don't have to follow other people's teams." "So that's the case," Lin Feng continued, "then can you help me find a Zhongren?" Mitsuha Uchiha was really stunned, and said, "It can be, but what are you going to do?" "What do you do?" Lin Feng smiled, "Of course it is a positive proof that I can't bear it compared to me." Lin Feng has always been extremely cautious and humble when he needs to converge, but when he does not need to deliberately suppress himself, he can be crazy and crazy. Both Uchiha Mitsuhiro and Uchiha Fumitake frowned. In their opinion, Lin Feng was obviously too proud of graduating early. After all, everyone knows the cruelty of the Zongnan exam, and the difficulty of becoming a Zongnan has also become very high. Both Uchiha Mitsumi and Uchiha Tomitake believe that Lin Feng, who has not experienced the Zongnan exam, is obviously despised because of this. Endure. It's just a little bit of grades, so I think I can be compared to Zongnan. Uchiha Island sneered again, "I happen to be Zongnan, do you want to try it with me?" "Island, don't be presumptuous." Hikaru Uchiha reprimanded that Uchiha Island's complexion became a lot ugly. After all, he was still a young man and couldn't bear much anger, but the second elder, this is a request made by our second young master himself. Uchiha Island specially emphasized the words second young master and individually, which were full of irony. Mitsuhiro Uchiha frowned and said, "In any case, you are not allowed to fight him." "What can I do, master?" According to Mitsuhiro Uchiha, Lin Feng is only 7 years old. Although he is a talent who can graduate early, he is still far from the realm of Zongnan. "It's okay, it's him." Lin Feng suddenly said, "I'll try it with him." Originally, Lin Feng was looking for a Zhongren to show it, in order to fulfill his purpose of not joining the team. At this moment, there is a ready-made Zhongren, how could Lin Feng let it go? Moreover, there was an unexpected joy just now, that is, Lin Feng was prompted by the task again. Task: maintain the dignity of the villain. Uchiha Island, as a mere entourage of the second elder and Uchiha clan, dare to provoke you as the second young master. This is simply unbearable. You need to hit him severely to maintain the dignity of the villain. As an evil villain, how can you allow others to provoke you? Reward: 2000 experience points. Combat reward: 1000 to 3000 experience points. This blow reward is a new kind of reward, but Lin Feng quickly guessed what it means. It should be based on Lin Feng's blow to Uchiha Island's body and mind to give 1000 to 3000 experience points. The harder you get, the more. Okay then. Uchiha Mitsuhiro and Uchiha Fumitake looked at each other, he mused and agreed, because Uchiha Mitsumi felt that it was necessary for Lin Feng to feel the gap between him and Zongnan. After all, people who are too arrogant to recognize themselves can't go far on the road to the strong. Island, you go to discuss with the second young master, remember to keep your hands, and don't hurt the second young master. Mitsuhiro Uchiha instructed Uchiha Island, in his mind, Lin Feng is far more important than Uchiha Island, that is a super genius, another new star of the Uchiha family in the future. Therefore, Lin Feng must not lose. P.S. Ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 18, Perfect. Lin Feng said indifferently, just look at it. After all, Lin Feng did not wait for Mitsuha Uchiha to react, and walked directly to Uchiha Island. Uchiha Island frowned and said, "Don't you go to the martial arts field? This is not a place to fight." "No need," Lin Feng said coldly, "as far as you are concerned, the outcome is the same everywhere. Nothing can be destroyed to end this discussion." As soon as Uchiha Island gritted his teeth, Lin Feng's contempt revealed that his anger intensified. To be honest, he targeted Lin Feng in this way at the beginning, because Uchiha Island was already full of jealousy and resentment towards Lin Feng and Ataki. Uchiha Island graduated as a top student at the age of 11, so he has received recognition and concern from important figures in many races, and he might be cultivated as an important talent in the Uchiha family in the future. But, all these beautiful futures were ruined abruptly after Uchiha attack it turned out. At the age of 7, he graduated with the highest grade in the school. At the age of 8, he started writing rounds. At the age of 10, he was directly promoted to Zongren. That's right, when he was 1 year younger than his ninja school graduation age, Uchiha Itachi has become a ninja. Under the background of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Island was suddenly eclipsed and became ordinary and unusual, and no one would pay attention to him anymore. And today, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother Uchiha Rinfu also graduated at the age of 7. After losing his attention, Uchiha Island finally became the second elder's entourage. He wanted to show his talents again and received attention, but then Lin Feng was born, and immediately all the attention of the Uchiha family will be focused on Lin Feng, a peerless genius. Body. The terrifying talents of the two brothers, Uchiha Ringkase and Uchiha Itachi, made Uchiha Island feel extremely desperate and jealous. Lin Feng can naturally keenly feel Uchiha Island's hostility towards him. Although Lin Feng is sure that he has nothing to provoke him, Lin Feng would not care about it at all. After all, why should I care about the hostility of ants? It's all because of him, my own efforts will be obliterated again. Lin Feng's contempt and the despair of being so easily ruined by the hard work along the way made Uchiha Island a little irrational. The reason why he would take the initiative to ask Lin Feng to teach Lin Feng was just trying to breathe out a bad breath. So Uchiha Mitsumi said, "Keep your hands or something, Uchiha Island is completely out of the left ear and right ear. Be careful." Uchiha Island let out a cold snort, and then made a bold move. His speed and strength surprised both Uchiha Tomitake and Uchiha Mitsumi. Naturally, their surprise was not because of the speed and strength of Uchiha Island, but they never expected that Uchiha Island would dare to defy the second elder's order and exert all his strength on Lin Feng. Compared with the power of a 7-year-old child, Zongren is far from the ground. Once such a full blow hits, then Lin Feng is absolutely dead or cruel. Oops, stop it. Uchiha Tomitake was shocked. He didn't want his genius son to be destroyed like this, but Uchiha Island was too close to Lin Feng, he couldn't stop it. Bastard stuff. Mitsuhiro Uchiha also cursed secretly in his heart, but his strength was not as good as Uchiha Fudake, so naturally he couldn't stop it. Ruined. A look of despair appeared in the eyes of both of them. Could it be that the new genius of the Uchiha clan will be destroyed in their presence today? At this moment, Lin Feng's figure disappeared instantly. The pupils of Uchiha Mitsuhiro and Uchiha Fumitake suddenly shrank after seeing this scene, while Uchiha Island failed to even react, and in the next moment, a black shadow was forced to the ground. The black shadow's real body emerged, and it could be clearly seen that it was Lin Feng. He stepped on the back of Uchiha Island to stop Uchiha Island's struggle, raised his head to Uchiha Mitsumi and Uchiha Tomitake and asked, "Ninbo is only at this level. You still think that do I need to follow the team?" Both Uchiha Mitsumi and Uchiha Tomitake opened their mouths, and to be honest, they still failed to recover from the shock just now. What did they see just now? They saw that Lin Feng, who was only about 7 years old, killed a much older Zhongren. My god, the ancestor Uchiha is here. I actually saw it just now. This is definitely the instantaneous speed that surpasses the Zongnin level. A child who is only 7 years old has demonstrated the strength of this at least elite ninja, and even comparable to that of the special upper ninja. This is a more talented rhythm than Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Tomitake's eyes became more and more eager, and such geniuses were never seen in the entire history of shinobi. You know, even Uchiha Madara and Senjujima did not have such abnormal strength when they were only 7 years old. The only thing that can be compared is Kakashi Heiji, who was promoted to Zongnin at the age of 6, but it should be understood that being promoted to Zongnan and being able to kill Zongnan are two completely different concepts. I see, you can freely control your time in the future. Uchiha Tomitake made this decision after careful consideration. Such a genius must still be allowed to grow freely. Otherwise, they have never cultivated such a genius, and it is very likely that Lin Feng's growth will be restricted. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the result, and the second hook wheel under the contact lenses he bought for himself also stopped spinning. But his feet did not move away from Uchiha Island. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mitsumi and Uchiha Tomitake's expressions changed slightly. I remember. Lin Feng said coldly, you just wanted to kill me, right? As Zongren, he did his best to attack a 7-year-old child, and he didn't need to say much about it. I. Uchiha Island tried to struggle, but was stepped on and couldn't move. He tremblingly looked at Uchiha Mitsumi, second elder, help me. Uchiha Tomitake's heart shuddered and shouted, Lin Feng, be merciful. Crack. As soon as Uchiha Tomitake's words fell, Uchiha Island's screams of killing a pig rang, and his spine was forcibly broken by Lin Feng. Now Uchiha Island will never be a ninja anymore, and if you can't find a famous doctor for treatment, you will probably be paralyzed for life. You. Facing Uchiha Tomitake, Lin Feng spread his hands innocently, I am indeed merciful under the hand. Didn't you see that I didn't move the hand at all? I used my feet. Lin Feng's strong words made Uchiha Tomitake squinted his eyes. Just when he wanted to speak, Mitsuhiro Uchiha raised his hand to stop him, and said without emotion, it's okay, this kind of person who dares to disobey the order and attack important members of the family rubbish is best suited for this end. Seeing that Uchiha Mitsuhiro had said so, Uchiha Tomitake also shook his head and called his shadow guard to lift Uchiha Island away. In fact, he is just doing superficial skills. After all, Lin Feng is his son, and Uchiha Tomitake understands that Lin Feng's unhesitating and decisive character is the most perfect for a ninja. P.S. Please ask for support for the new book, please ask for flowers. Chapter 19, 1 year. First, he killed Uchiha Island in a flash and dealt a huge blow to his spirit, and then directly paralyzed Uchiha Island, destroying his body while also causing his spirit to be hit twice. Sure enough, this kind of attack reached the highest level, and Lin Feng instantly credited 4,000 experience points. And Lin Feng also got absolute freedom. He went to the mission release center and randomly accepted a low-level tracing mission outside the village. Such a task has the advantage of allowing Lin Fengming to pass Konoha rightly, and there is no clear time to complete it, and the low level of danger will not cause the Uchiha family to overprotect him. Lin Feng just came up with the village experience. Having been sleepy for several years, Lin Feng's single-hooked wheel riding wheel let Lin Feng understand that without the stimulation between life and death, it is impossible to let the riding wheel of wheel evolve. And Lin Feng's current 2-hook wheel gradually can't keep up with his combat realm. Lin Feng wants to promote the 3-hook wheel and right wheel eyes on his own. After all, the experience value is precious, and it is really not a wise choice to waste on the 3-hook wheel riding wheel that you can open yourself. Regarding his basic training, Lin Feng thought he was already very solid, and the rest was the actual combat outside the village. Lin Feng believed that only life and death could bring a leap of evolution to his strength. But this life and death battle is obviously not something Konoha can give him, and it is difficult for Konoha to trigger any system tasks in such a comfortable environment. It's troublesome, just fix them here. In the dark forest, a small figure is leaning against a big tree. He wears a fox mask. He may be only about 7 or 8 years old. This is Lin Feng. After leaving the village, Lin Feng will visit Konoha every once in a while, and spend the rest of the time making trouble outside. Relying on this method of receiving tasks, he has been outside for nearly a year. That's right, what Lin Feng does outside the rest of the time is to make troubles. He has provoked thieves, bounty hunters, and the army of a small country. In short, Lin Feng will do whatever he wants, so he must be driven into desperation. Not long ago, Lin Feng successfully relied on the fight in the desperate situation to open the three-hook wheel riding round eyes and escape smoothly. But because of this, Lin Feng also attracted more than double-digit chasers, all of whom were samurai, which really made him a little headache. Because Lin Feng has always paid attention to hiding his identity, no one can know his true information at all, and the wanted order is vague. Those chasing soldiers understood that as long as they didn't catch Lin Feng this time, then there would be no chance again, so they were so desperate to pursue them. At this time, Lin Feng introduced them into the forest, just to take this opportunity to get rid of them. White eyes. Lin Feng's eyes changed, and they were magically pale, and all the movement within a kilometer in an instant was brought into his eyes. Are you 200 meters behind? Lin Feng glanced at the location behind him, flew closer, and separated several shadow clones holding a bunch of explosive charms. How could that guy escape here? I'm really exhausted. A big man with a big sword appeared first, and he kept cursing in his mouth. He was obviously a leader. There was a cowering samurai beside him, and he said, "Let's be careful. The other party is a lawless dark demon. The wanted bounty is almost comparable to an S-rank rebel." From behind, 30 or 40 samurai came out one after another, and they responded, "Yes, and the other party has been unsure of his body, maybe which S-level traitor really is. Welcome everyone." At this time, a sound of applause came from the big tree not far from them. The big man's expression tightened and he clenched the hilt of the knife. "Be careful, everyone, he has appeared. Damn it, how could he know where we came from?" "Don't be so nervous," Lin Feng showed a cold smile on his face, "send you to travel to and relax." The big man's face changed a lot when he heard this. "No, there is an ambush." "It's too late," Lin Feng said. "Blast!" Boom! 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 The explosion sounded constantly, and that was exactly the explosion charm that Lin Feng used to ambush with the shadow clone. 40-odd warriors were completely destroyed by Lin Feng in such a short few seconds. Lin Feng's bangs kept drifting with the explosive wind, and at this moment, 2 ninjas suddenly jumped out of Lin Feng's back. "Good opportunity, die. Be obediently our bounty." These 2 are bounty hunters who have been staring at Lin Feng for a long time. Their predecessors are both powerful ninjas, so they have extremely rich combat experience. The moment they chose to attack Lin Feng was when Lin Feng ambushed his successful victory. Generally speaking, this was the time when a person was most relaxed. But they didn't know, Lin Feng had spotted them with a roll of eyes. Bagua palm back to heaven. The spherical chakra hood appeared, and 2 ninjas flew into the air at once. Before they adjusted their figures, they felt an irresistible and powerful suction coming. Dark water. This kind of weird trick is obviously something they have never encountered before, but the suction attracts them so fast that it is difficult for them to react. Bad. One of the ninjas seemed to be stronger, and pierced the big tree with a short knife to stop the momentum. The other ninja was not so lucky. Lin Feng used dark water to draw him directly, and his heart just hit the kunao who was raised high by Lin Feng at that position. Well, in the middle of the heart. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, and said lightly in a game-like tone, leaving behind the dead ninja corpse. He looked at another ninja, and that ninja was about to be unable to hold it. How could the suction of dark water be able to withstand a big tree? Soon the big tree was sucked up by the dark water. If Lin Feng didn't want to some gravel, his suction could be adjusted even more. Damn it! The short delay also prepared the ninja. Go to hell, physique uprising. The Huishan just now made the ninja understand that ninjutsu and ninja attacks are ineffective, so he bet everything on being attracted to Lin Feng, taking advantage of his close state to use Huishan. This boom mountain charge was the secret of that ninja's family physique, but Lin Feng had already seen everything. In Lin Feng's eyes, the 3-hook wheel and riding wheel eyes were turning around, and the ninja's actions were like slow motion, and his next move appeared in Lin Feng's eyes in advance. This boom mountain rush is still a threat to other ninjas, but it is not threatening to Lin Feng. His riding wheel is confident that he can see through everything. Chapter 20, Dark Demon. Puff. The sound of the flesh being pierced sounded, and the ninja who assassinated Lin Feng looked at the position of his heart in disbelief. Just now, his boom mountain charge was perfectly dodged by Lin Feng, with no effect at all, but instead he was pierced by Lin Feng with kunao. It's another red heart, very much. Lin Feng muttered to himself with a smile, kicked the ninja's corpse with one foot, and began to check his mission reminder. Congratulations to players for completing the mission. The player has been detected to gain 15,000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. This is the task reward for those more than 40 warriors, which can be regarded as Lin Feng's unexpected joy, because he did not expect that more than 40 parallel imports could be exchanged for 15,000 experience points. Congratulations to players for completing the mission. It is detected that the player has gained 6,000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. This is the two ninjas who were bounty hunters just now. Lin Feng calculated from the experience value he gave, and found that they were at most the level of the elite. Because he was killed too quickly, Lin Feng, who was a direct participant in the war, didn't quite know the strength of his subordinates. During this period of time, the reason why Lin Feng kept dying and causing trouble was the task that was triggered from time to time besides experiencing himself. Otherwise, there are more and better ways to put yourself between life and death. There is really no need to be so troublesome. However, Lin Feng hasn't used these experience points for a whole year, and he has stored exactly 90,000 experience points. He intends to break the 100,000 experience point limit in one fell swoop. I always feel tired after being chased for a year, so let's change the way next year, Lin Feng thought for a while. Well, I'll go chasing someone? It seems good, so I decided so happily. Anyway, he has been hiding his identity, and he can change his job as a bounty hunter at any time. As for the notoriety of the Dark Demon, this is not enough. Now Lin Guangguang's pure physical skills have reached the level of being particularly strong, and I believe that it will only take a few months to break through to the strong, and he is confident that it is enough to chase and kill others. Within a few days, Lin Feng successfully found the local bounty hunter, who was a big man nearly 2 meters tall. Hey! Why are bounty hunters such a guy? It's a bit aesthetically tired. Lin Feng sighed, and sat next to the big man who was drinking. The big man glanced at Lin Feng, his eyes showed disdain. Indeed, Lin Feng's 8-year-old body was too disproportionate to the big man, but Lin Feng soon taught the big man what height is inversely proportional to combat power. Hello, how can I get to the underground exchange? Listening to Lin Feng's faint words, the big man hummed twice, but he didn't care about Lin Feng. Hey, didn't you hear me talking? Lin Feng's voice gradually became colder. This kind of threatening words made the big man's heart angry. He wanted to act on Lin Feng as soon as he patted the table. Damn, didn't you see that I was annoying? In this remote area close to the forest, the law is extremely weak, and the man is still a bounty hunter, and he naturally kills people when he encounters an upset. At this time, a hand slapped the big man. It was Lin Feng's hand. Don't let me ask a second time. The monstrous murderous intent swept across the whole body of the man in the next moment. That was the huge killing intent that Lin Feng did not know how many people killed during the year. Regardless of the fact that the big man may have been a bounty hunter for longer, but with his three-legged cat skills, the number of people killed by 10 years of missions may not be enough for Lin Feng to kill more than a month. The big man immediately became cold and sweaty. He fell to the ground suddenly, and said in fear, Don't kill, Did I ask you this? Hearing Lin Feng's more dangerous voice, the big man's teeth trembled. Yes, I'm sorry, this lord, I know how to go to the underground exchange, so please let it go, small, a way of life. Lin Feng removed his hand and reduced his murderous aura, allowing the big man to speak clearly. After 10 minutes, Lin Feng successfully arrived at the underground exchange, which is exactly what all corners of the original book love. Looking at the high bounties under the wanted avatars, Lin Feng also began to understand a little why Jiaodu loves here. Lin Feng walked to the counter, and even the staff at the counter who was in charge of handing over the task was a big blue-haired man, making Lin Feng somewhat powerless to complain. Hey? What are you here for, kid? The man with blue hair noticed Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's height was far from the average value of an average adult, and he almost made the man with blue hair think that this was the wrong child. I want to take on some bounty tasks. Lin Feng raised his head and said. He changed a whirlpool mask in order to hide his identity, but the childlike voice still exposed Lin Feng's age. This discovery made the blue-haired man even more disdainful. Go, kid, this is not a place for you to play, hurry up and go home for milk. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and then he slapped his head as if thinking of something. Yeah, isn't the horn a wanted criminal? As long as you can give a head here, you can be a bounty hunter whether you are wanted or not. Then Lin Feng lowered his head, and when he raised his head again, he replaced the original fox mask. How about it, can I take the task now? The big blue-haired man frowned, and wanted to scold again in dissatisfaction. Suddenly he felt that the attire before him seemed a bit familiar. Childlike figure, black robe and fox mask, isn't this the dark devil that has become famous in the past year and has upset the surrounding small nations and warlords? Ah! Han grew up mouth blue hair, his stature a soft, very sorry. Turned out to be the dark demon, your honor. I'll give you the list of tasks goes. The lawless style of dark devil is well known in the underground world. This kind of is not happy to kill himself because of his words just now. It is absolutely possible that the big man with blue hair can do it now. I secretly prayed that this uncle would be in a better mood today. Am I so scary? Lin Feng curled his lips and touched his fox mask. While he was wondering about this, Lin Feng found that the surrounding voices had gradually calmed down. The ninjas and samurai, all of them looked at Lin Feng one by one, some of them because they heard the words of the big blue-haired man, and some because they saw other people behaving like this and looked at them curiously. But without exception, they all fell silent after seeing Lin Feng, and the entire underground exchange now only had a dead silence. Chapter 21, You Have Ideas. The original underground exchange was as chaotic as a noisy vegetable market, but now it has become audible. Lin Feng understood that all of this was due to him, and he greeted everyone friendly. Don't look at me like this, I will be shy. This sentence was like a stone thrown into the water, quickly causing a large wave of waves, and the sound of the discussion returned to the underground exchange. This group of bounty hunters feel as if they have seen a big man today. If the man in front of him is really a dark demon, then they can show off even after drinking. You know this dark devil lord, but he has even done the act of robbing the Princess Daming, as if there is nothing in this world that he dare not do. As for whether Lin Feng is really a dark demon, no bounty hunter is willing to try it himself. The underground exchange in such a small place is crowded with infamous bounty hunters, and the wanted criminals of Lin Feng's level are no longer they can touch, at most they can only look up. Lin Feng ignored them, but turned to look at the task list, carefully selecting tasks in front of the trembling blue-haired man. Well, this is... Lin Feng suddenly noticed a mission near Yunyan village. The content of the mission was to capture an A-level wanted criminal. And what caught Lin Feng's attention was the identity of this A-level wanted criminal Daidara. It seems very interesting, Lin Feng said, I will take this task. In a temple, a young man with long yellow hair is resting on a Buddha statue. He is the 10-year-old Diodara who was expelled from the village a year ago because of frequent terrorist incidents. At the same time, Deodara was also wanted by Onion Village for stealing the prohibition of injecting chakra into substances. If Deodara seldom resisted actively, otherwise he would have been promoted to S rank. But recently Deodara also felt too annoyed to be chased. It just so happened that his explosive clay was almost finished. Deodara wanted to try it when he encountered the next hunt. Footsteps sounded in the empty temple, and a figure in a black robe appeared at the door. He was wearing a fox mask, making it difficult to see his face. "Who are you guys?" Deodara jumped down from the Buddha statue. "This temple is my new stronghold. It's my site. I didn't allow you to come in privately, et." Now Deodara hasn't really seen the full power of explosive clay, so he has never found his own art, and naturally he does not have a mouthful of Amway's own explosive art. Lin Feng walked up with a smile, and took out a lollipop from behind. "Children, do you want to learn dubbing from me?" "Dubbing?" Deodara raised his eyebrows with a strange expression. He raised his hand to Lin Feng, revealing the mouth in his palm. "Hey, you are the dark part or bounty hunter who hunts me down anyway, what new tricks are you doing this time? But it's just right, let's try my explosive clay with you, et." Lin Feng threw the lollipop, as if he hadn't heard Deodara's words. "It's fine if you don't want to learn dubbing. If you have such an idea, why not learn how to cook with me?" Deodara was completely mad. "Hey, you are not allowed to be so leisurely in front of me. Are you underestimating me? No matter what dubbing or cooking, I don't want to learn it." Then there is no way." Lin Feng's eyes rolled up the three-wheeled riding wheel. "Since you don't want to learn dubbing and cooking, then I will teach you art." "I said I don't want to learn anything." Deodara roared, pinched a few birds in his hands and threw them at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's instantaneous body technique flashed, and directly avoided the flying bird. The terrifying speed made Deodara's pupils shrink. So fast! Deodara hurriedly looked for Lin Feng. How can there be such a fast instantaneous speed? "Are you looking for me?" Lin Feng's voice came close to Deodara's neck. Deodara's complexion changed drastically, and he hurried forward to avoid Lin Feng and pulled a safe distance. "Humph, you can come to my back silently and silently. You are a bit capable. Deodara made a seal, but I used to put explosive clay around when you were just talking nonsense. Now it is you. It's time to die." Several small snakes made of explosive clay entangled Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng did not panic. "Then do you think I did anything else when I was nonsense? What are you talking about?" Deodara was taken aback, and then he felt that his body seemed to be bound by something. He looked down and was surprised to find that the few snakes entangled him actually. "When is it?" Deodara looked up at Lin Feng in horror. The snake on Lin Feng really disappeared. Lin Feng raised his hand and made a seal, shouting, "Art is an explosion. Drink!" Boom! The little snake on Deodara immediately exploded, blasting the entire temple down by half. "What?" Deodara closed her eyes and screamed for a while, only to realize that her body didn't hurt at all after a while. What happened? Deodara opened his eyes suspiciously and saw that the temple was also intact, while Lin Feng stood at the window and looked down at Deodara condescendingly. The sunlight outside the window shined through Lin Feng's body. From Deodara's point of view, Lin Feng seemed to be at this moment. "It's art," Deodara whispered to himself unconsciously. He saw the three blood-red hooks spinning in Lin Feng's eyes, and he understood a little bit that he had just suffered an illusion. "How, do you want to learn art from me now?" Lin Feng's voice reverberated in the temple. Deodara recalled Lin Feng's phrase, "Art is an explosion in illusion." His eyes brightened. "Master, please guide me what art is." Chapter 22, Family Explosion. Half a year later, the entire underground world knew about it, and a powerful little attendant appeared beside the dark demon. This little attendant has been following the devil of darkness everywhere, doing evil things, disturbing several small countries, and working together to raise the wanted level of the two to S level. The predecessor of that little attendant was an A-level wanted criminal in Darren village, and he has been promoted to an S level today, and has gained the prestige of an explosive artist. Originally, a dark demon was extremely difficult to deal with, and now there is an explosive artist with huge destructive power as his subordinate, and the bounty hunters feel that it is impossible to continue to play happily with the dark demon. This is a border close to the sea and is sparsely populated. Fishermen are unwilling to settle here because of the dangerous environment. Direct sunlight came down, and the sea surface was blue. The waves patted the beach one after another. If it is an explosion, it is really suitable to practice here. On a beach along the coast, two figures were shouting to the sun. "Come, read with me." "Yes, master." This is Deidara's energetic voice. During the 6 months following Lin Feng, he learned a lot. It is a pity that Lin Feng has never shown his true face to him, but Deidara understands that artists must be a little quirky, let alone an expert like a master. Very good. Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted at the sea, "Your mother is exploding." Deidara yelled, "Your mother is exploding." Lin Feng took the lead in shouting with a louder voice, "Your whole family exploded." Deidara struggled to follow Lin Feng, "Your whole family exploded." "Yes," Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, "let's start today's practice." "Yes, master." "What are you going to cultivate today?" "In the past 6 months, you have mastered all of your explosive clay." Lin Feng did not look at Deidara, but faced the sea. "Your talent makes me very pleased to be a teacher. Today, I will give you the last lesson as a teacher." "Class." Deidara's body shook. "Master, are you going to leave me behind?" "There is no permanent banquet in the world," Lin Feng said in a sad opera aria. "Today is the day to say goodbye to you for my teacher." "Master." Deidara looked at Lin Feng reluctantly, and their bodies were shrouded in the sprinkling sun. At this moment, the scene was truly picturesque. Cough cough. Lin Feng coughed and ended his own little theater of evil fun. "What the hell, the target is not a girl, it's a bit disgusting. I'm going to be serious." Seeing Lin Feng's seriousness, Deidara also became serious. "You have 2 weaknesses. The first is illusion." Lin Feng stretched out 2 fingers. "At this point, you are more enlightened, and your left eye is almost trained, and you can basically see through most illusions." Deidara said proudly, "I will work hard, master. One day, I can see through all illusions." Lin Feng nodded and continued to preach, "As for the second point, it is your fatal weakness, that is lay done. As the saying goes, fireproof, anti-theft and lightning-proof." Deidara wondered, is there such a saying? "Shut up, I say yes or yes." Lin Feng glared at Deidara, and then said, "And once your explosive clay is injected into the Thunder Dune Chakra, it will immediately expire and become a handicraft like those gadgets sold in a 5 yuan store." "Master!" Deidara protested, "Don't say my art is so cheap." I'm talking about the injection of Lay Dun Chakra. If you don't want your art to be turned into a bargain, just listen to me." Lin Feng said in dissatisfaction. Deidara quickly closed her mouth. "Then what's the solution?" "This is a teacher naturally." Lin Feng raised his hand and transmitted a chakra with wind attributes into Deidara. The chakras between the 5 escapes are mutually reinforcing. As long as you mix a little wind chakra that restrains Thunder Dune into the explosive clay, then naturally you won't be so dead by Thunder Dunk. Deidara frowned, "But master, my chakra is only soil. Remember that you were expelled from the village at the age of 9. At first glance, you knew that you hadn't learned enough knowledge in the ninja school and you were expelled." Lin Feng, who skipped classes every day and graduated early, said without blushing, and to be honest, the knowledge he wanted to talk about was really not learned in ninja school. The corresponding attribute chakra simply means that the person can maximize the power of this attribute, or learn faster. Let's talk about it a little bit more. that is, he has obtained an S grade that can display that attribute. The qualifications of upright ninjutsu. An ordinary ninjutsu, naturally, is not restricted by its own chakra attributes, and all you need to do is simply create a chakra with that attribute. Lin Feng said, "It's like being a teacher, it has the dual attributes of wind and fire, but I can still use the ninjutsu of earth, water, and thunder. And not everyone is as genius as a teacher. Most ninjas only have a single attribute. Can they only use one-stop ninjutsu for the rest of their lives? Obviously not. Do you understand what a teacher says?" Deodara nodded clearly. He was a person with excellent talents himself. Furthermore, after joining Feng Dun Chakra, maybe there will be new changes in your explosive clay. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, for example, flying faster, tracking more dexterously. After all, the essence of blood succession boundary is formed by the combination of two types of chakras. Oh! Deodara's eyes glowed, as expected of Master. Lin Feng touched Deodara's head and said, "So in this last lesson, what I want to teach you is the manufacture and operation of this wind attribute chakra." Chapter 23, You Can't Keep You If You Pay 450. Although Lin Feng often returned to Konoha, he rushed to and fro between the mission release center and the gate every time, basically without stopping. Therefore, this time when Lin Feng returned, there was a feeling that he had not seen for a long time. In addition to the half a year with Deodara, Lin Feng had been wandering outside for almost 2 full years. Just as he sighed, a noisy voice came from the street, "Naruto, you kid, don't run." "Hehe, how could you tell me not to run and I won't run?" Naruto's vigorous voice followed, and he was holding a brush and several paint buckets, running happily on the street. Lin Feng looked up, and it turned out that Naruto's graffiti was tragically done by Hokage Rock. No wonder a group of people were chasing Naruto with such angrily. What Lin Feng didn't know was that Naruto was even more lonely in the 2 years since he left than the original. Because Lin Feng finally recognized him and gave him warmth, once he was lost, the contrast would be even stronger. Just like what Sasuke said, how can you know the pain of losing if you haven't had it? Now Naruto is like this, so the time to start destroying and brushing existence is much earlier. "Naruto, here." Lin Feng smiled and waved to Naruto. Naruto was taken aback when he heard the familiar voice. He stared at the location of the entrance to the village blankly, and was sure that he had not read it wrong. That's what brother Lin Feng was back. "You are finally back." Naruto's nose sore, he immediately threw away the brush and paint bucket, and threw himself into Lin Feng's arms. "Very well, just grab him and don't move." The adults who were chasing Naruto didn't know why, but they were all overjoyed to see someone who seemed to have caught Naruto. Cough. Lin Feng coughed at the group of people. "Amidst this touching reunion, can you not ruin the atmosphere like this?" "What?" All the chasing adults surrounded Lin Feng and Naruto, and said fiercely, "Could it be that you are with him? Although I don't know which kid you are, I advise you to hand him over for comparison. It is good." Everything said don't destroy the atmosphere. The atmosphere. Do you understand the atmosphere? Lin Feng glared at them dissatisfied. How can I gain favorability if there is no atmosphere? I promise not to kill him anymore. The adults looked at each other, and they never expected that this little ghost who didn't know where it came from would actually pull like this. "You are pulling something. Anyway, I warn you, and then protect Naruto Uzumaki, we will even be with you." Hit! Lin Feng got angry, and no one has dared to threaten him for so many years. "Chow, you owe you so much, even if you pay 450, you can't keep you." Dark Water Liberation. The big guys who surrounded Lin Feng immediately flew out evenly and crashed into the shops on the street one after another, moaning and moaning for a while. This is already Lin Feng's mercy, otherwise the blow just now would be enough to ensure that all the big guys have to meet the 6 immortals. "Hey, Naruto, how can you get into trouble so much?" Another figure about the same height as Naruto appeared on the roof. I said you, brother. Halfway through the voice, it became extremely pleasantly surprised, and accompanied the figure itself quickly into Lin Feng's arms. You're back, I thought you didn't want me. That figure was Sasuke. Lin Feng was sweating profusely when he heard his words. Why did Lin Feng speak like a guilty man? All right. Lin Feng patted the two on the head, and then asked Sasuke, where is Itaki? Sasuke suddenly became very unhappy. Hey, how do I know? Every time I lie to me about the next time, even the figure has disappeared in the recent period. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, feeling a little strange. What about your brother Shishui? Brother Shishui? Sasuke's voice fell low. I heard that brother Shishui committed himself to Nanhehi. Lin Feng's expression sank. Did this happen after all? That is to say, the Uchiha killing of the door is about to happen. However, Lin Feng didn't think about stopping it. As a person with a mature soul at birth, he himself didn't have much deep feelings for the Uchiha family. Secondly, without this, it would be difficult to guarantee the fluency of the plot. When Lin Feng was not very strong, he understood that his greatest advantage was his familiarity with the plot. Thirdly, even if Lin Feng became stronger, he didn't think he could have enough strength to prevent this incident from happening. There are two people responsible for destroying the gate Uchiha. Lin Feng feels that he may be stronger than Itaki, but after the suicide of Shishui, Itaki must have been given a kaleidoscope of riding round eyes because of this, and his strength has gone to a higher level. And the other person is the real reason for hindering Lin Feng, and that is Uchiha's belt soil. Uchiha's ability to bring the soil is not inferior, and his supernatural body, Lin Feng has not been able to find a reliable solution for the time being, so he will try to avoid confronting him. Lin Feng believes that Yi Itaki's feelings for him must have his own name in the protection list submitted to Konoha in front of Mimon, so he is not particularly worried about his safety. So he can come back to Konoha with confidence. Even if Lin Feng does not prevent Uchiha from being destroyed, he still feels obligated to witness this happening with his own eyes. After Lin Feng returned home, he hadn't seen Itaki for a long time, and he understood that it might be the final stage now. But Lin Feng didn't know the exact time when the door was closed, and there was no sign when he closed the door, so Lin Feng could only rely on guessing. Special mission, to explore the route of the local villain. After several weeks of quietly practicing, Lin Feng suddenly received this task reminder, which made him feel nervous. This task appeared without warning, indicating that the time must have reached the plot point of the huge change and triggered the system. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng looked at the content of the mission, and couldn't help being stunned. Fuck, the system is so tricky for you. I saw the task prompt wrote. Special Task 1, explore the route of the local villain. Uchiha's killing of the door is about to happen. The local villain boss Uchiha has been detected with the soil and started a special mission. This task requires you to go to the ancient Lulan country at coordinates 966, 178 to trigger the sealing of the dragon veins, and the system will teleport you to the period of the Third Ninja World War. But before that, you need to escape the Uchiha family within tonight. Task reward, 20,000 experience points D-level gem fragments x2. Failure penalty, clear all gem fragments. Chapter 24, Mystery. This is actually another chain task. It's been a long time since Lin Feng had encountered a chain task, and the task with gem fragments as a reward was the first time Lin Feng encountered in the past 2 years. Although the various tasks that are usually triggered make Lin Feng keep making money, it seems that they have nothing to do with the main plot characters, so they do not provide gem fragments as rewards. At this time, I can receive the task of rewarding gem fragments again. How can Lin Feng give up? And this is the first time I have encountered a task with a failure penalty. You can imagine how much the system attaches to this task. Lin Feng cursed secretly in his heart. Is the failure penalty or the elimination of all gem fragments? force me to do this task. Whether it was to obtain new gem shards or to protect the original gem shards, Lin Feng knew that he had to take on this task. Seeing nightfall, it is estimated that many people have been quietly killed at this time. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, stretched out his hand to form the mark of transfiguration, and as a burst of smoke dissipated, Lin Feng's whole person became like heavenly Dao Pain. Anyway, be an insurance. Lin Feng put on another layer of robe outside and hurried to the gate of Muye village. Sure enough, Lin Feng saw traces of blood along the way. He followed the blood stains to search for the corpses, trying to rush to the densely packed areas. When all the people in an area are killed, it means that this area has been swept away by the ferret and the soil. If Lin Feng walks from there, he can avoid encountering the ferret and the soil to the greatest extent. Sure enough, Lin Feng's strategy was correct. He relied on Shi Shui's instantaneous technique to move forward extremely quickly, and in a moment he came to the Konoha gate, perfectly avoiding the ferret and the soil. Are you? The two Zongren guarding the gate approached vigilantly. Do you have a pass or mission certificate? Lin Feng understood that there was a race against time, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the goalkeeper. He took off his hat and showed his eyes. These eyes are... The legend of the eyes of the reincarnation of the six immortals is so famous in the ninja world, even the two unknown gatekeepers have heard of it, but what Lin Feng actually exposed is the three-hook wheel riding wheel that turns into the eye of reincarnation. The next moment, seeing the eyes of the two goalkeepers, Zhongren was confused, and was bewildered by Lin Feng's illusion. Lin Feng kept going, crossing the two gatekeepers' Zongren, and quickly hurried towards the direction of the ancient country of Lulan. Only when Lin Feng walked hundreds of meters, he was stopped by a black and white man in Zai Zai's uniform. Excuse me, can you tell me your identity? It was Black and White Jew who stopped Lin Feng, and he slowly opened up his Nepenthes-like coat and smiled utterly. Lin Feng's heart shuddered. This was a situation he had not considered thoroughly before. He should have thought about it a long time ago. How could Kuroju, one of the bosses behind the scenes, not come over to check with Uchiha's destruction of the gate? Although Lin Feng avoided Weasel and Zishui, he was blocked by Heiju. Looking at the black and white Jew in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes fell cold, and he began to wonder if he should take this opportunity to do the black Jew. But Heiju has always had strange life-saving and escape techniques such as spore clones and burrows. Lin Feng is really not sure whether he can actually kill him now. Otherwise, if he is notified by an oversight, he will bring the soil over. Oops! The most critical point is that Lin Feng hasn't seen his main mission so far. He still remembered that at the beginning, this system was called God Game. Since it is a game, there must be a main mission. But Lin Feng is still in the villain's camp in Naruto world, so Lin Feng doesn't know whether Heiju, an important role of the villain, is related to his villain's main mission. What stupid thing are you asking? Fortunately, Lin Feng had already prepared. He snorted and took off the hat that covered his face. What? Heiju was startled when he saw Lin Feng's face. It's actually Lord Pain. Why are you here? Even though Pain Nagato was just in his hands in Heiju's heart, before everything was revealed, the respect for Akatsuki's leader still had to be superficial. Does this need to be asked? Baiju chuckled. Of course the leader will want to take a look at such a lively thing as Uchiha's destruction gate. Lin Feng felt relieved. Baiju simply brought his own reasons, which was great. Heiju frowned, but... It's nothing, Lin Feng continued with an icy voice. Besides, didn't Madara say that he would bring a ninja named Uchiha Itachi back to join Akatsuki? I just happened to come over to see his level. Heiju squinted his eyes, feeling a little uncertain in his heart. But Pen's true face has always been extremely secretive. Pen is in Yunnan village, and no ninja has seen him with his own eyes. In Akatsuki's organization, Pen mostly communicated with each other through the magic lantern body technique. Even within the Akatsuki organization, at most only the Red Sand Scorpion, Zionin, and Ashimaru who have acted with Pen know the true face of Pen, so it stands to reason that it is impossible for anyone else to use the transformation. Shushu turned into pain to deceive people. Lin Feng looked at Heiju still indecisive, and immediately snorted again, "Why, are you questioning me, questioning God's words?" After all, Lin Feng grabbed it in the direction of black and white and said, "Vientian Tianyan." A suction force directly pulled black and white Ju over. It was Lin Feng's Vientian Tianyan from the dark water cottage. Black and white Ju was pulled very close to Lin Feng, and if it was closer to Lin Feng, it was not clear whether the black and white Ju had an identification method such as breath sensing, so the dark water ended when it was about the same position. After experiencing this ninjutsu firsthand, Heiju was finally no longer confused. You must know that Vientian Tianyan is the unique secret technique of reincarnation, not everyone can impersonate it. Unless there is another pair of reincarnation eyes in this world, but that is obviously absolutely impossible. Lin Feng, who had successfully deceived Heiju, left Konoha without looking back. After arriving in the ancient country of Lulan, Lin Feng really relaxed. Congratulations to players for completing the mission. Hearing the task completion prompt, Lin Feng understood that he was indeed safe, but regarding how to deal with the rewards, he also wanted to trigger the next chain task to see what rewards were available before deciding. Right now in front of him is the center of the Dragon Vein, with the 4th generation of Hokage's Flying Thunder Kyu on it. Lin Feng knew that as long as he pulled it out, the system could send himself back to the Third Ninja World War. Bring it on! Lin Feng took a deep breath and pulled out Fei Lei Shen Kyu. In an instant, a light flooded him. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng felt his consciousness gradually awake. But a shout made his consciousness blurred again. "Chuan, Quana, Quana! Wake up, are you okay?" This was the anxious voice of a young man, but Lin Feng was completely stunned. "Hey, hey, hey! Senna! P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for votes. Ask for a reward. It seems that no one has voted for it, and it has been hovering in the 30-odd new book list so far. It is too bleak." Chapter 25, Stern. The desolate moonlight poured into the house, and Uchiha Tomitake and his wife both knelt down on the tatami mats, and their faces were peaceful. Behind them, there was a young man whose half of his body was immersed in the shadows. The sword in his hand was shaking constantly. "It's okay, Itaki." Fuyu spoke, with a very calm voice, "Your mother and I have expected that your character will definitely come to this point, and we also understand your awareness and thoughts." "Dad, Mother." Itaki finally couldn't bear it, tears burst into his eyes. Fuyu continued, "It's just the same. We also guessed that you will definitely not be able to deal with your 2 younger brothers. Then Lin Feng and Suzuki will ask you in the future." Itaki gritted his teeth, his face full of pain. "Especially Lin Feng," Fuyu said slowly, "he is a true genius, even surpassing you completely. If there is hope in the Uchiha family in the future, I think that hope must be Lin Feng." "I understand. If you understand, do it quickly." Fuyu's voice returned to his former majesty. "What are you still hesitating?" "Itaki." Itaki's eyes opened wide, he raised the sword high, and then slashed it hard, and his mouth let out a horrible cry like never before. "Ah ah 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 ah!" The next moment blood splattered the whole Japanese room, and after a while, Sasuke's young figure broke in. "Who is there?" His voice was frightened and anxious. "Is it the eldest brother? Or the second brother?" Finally, Sasuke's eyes caught the scene in the Japanese room. He saw the 2 familiar corpses lying on the ground and the familiar person holding the murder weapon. "Ah, ah!" Suzuki fell to the ground in horror. Itaka looked back at Suzuki with tears and disappeared into the Japanese room. "Damn it!" Suzuki forced himself to stand up and chased him from the hallway. "Wait!" He chased all the way to the street, only to pant and see the shadow standing under the moonlight. "Exactly, what's going on?" Suzuki shouted hoarsely. "Big brother, Tell me this is not true. Itaka said coldly, no, what you see is the truth. I killed my father and mother. You lie. You lie. You lie. Suzuki shook his head hard. Where is the second brother? Where is he? What happened to you? Hey, who knows? Itaka said lightly, only these words were his sincere words, because he did not see Lin Feng during the massacre tonight. I want to come to Lin Feng should be met with his collaborator Uchiha Madara, but Itaka had warned Uchiha Madara not to harm Lin Feng, and it was not just Itaki and Konoha who left and protected the lives of Lin Feng and Suzuki. The trading conditions of Itaki and Uchiha Madara are also the conditions for cooperation. Damn! I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Suzuki fell to his knees, tears gushing continuously. Seeing this scene, Itaka clenched his fist tightly and forced himself to say, it's a pity, this is the reality. Not only I killed my parents, but all the members of the Uchiha family were killed by me. Listening to Itaka's icy voice, Suzuki yelled, then why are you leaving my life and why don't you kill me? My stupid brother, Itaka said coldly, I left your life just to test my instrument, so that you can live ugly with hatred against me. His eyes slowly turned out of a kaleidoscope of windmill-like riding wheels, staring at Suzuki closely, after you get eyes like mine, come find me revenge. Monthly reading. Sasuke's consciousness was immediately drawn into the illusion, and he experienced the Uchiha's destruction of the door in an instant, and his spirit was almost completely collapsed. Ah! Suzuki screamed. Itaka turned around and wanted to leave without even looking at Suzuki. Damn it, don't go! Suzuki was surprised by Itaki. He didn't faint immediately, but struggled to find a forehead that had flew Itaki. Is the effect of Lin Feng's special training on Suzuki demonstrated here? Itaka shook his head, bent over to pick up the forehead, and finally looked back at Suzuki who was unconscious. A trace of tears was slowly drawn across his face. On the second day, the sensational Uchiha killing of Konoha was discovered, and people were talking about it for a while. The list of survivors was also counted. The only child who survived was Uchiha Suzuki. However, Uchiha Sasuke's eldest brother Uchiha Itaka was the criminal of this murder, and his second brother Uchiha Rinkaze is still missing. However, everyone thinks that a 9-year-old child will certainly not be able to escape the criminals. So everyone couldn't help sighing for Sasuke's misfortune even more. At the same time, Itaki, who was a fugitive S-class wanted criminal, was extremely angry. There are traces of potholes everywhere in the forest, obviously after a great battle. Itaka stood in the center of the battlefield with a fierce expression, but his body was already panting. Don't get excited. The space vortex appeared out of thin air, and a man with a mask emerged. Although he seemed to be physically strong, he was also embarrassed a lot in his clothes. Uchiha Madara. Itaka gritted his teeth, do you want me to calm down? Okay, then you tell me where Lin Feng is he alive or dead? How do I know this? I have said that I didn't meet the forest wind you mentioned that night. The soil-carrying stall said, maybe it was taken away by Konoha. You should ask about this. Konoha is right. Itaka took a deep look at Dai-Tu, and after a while, he calmed down. Itaka's personality is very calm and abnormal, no matter how fierce the battle is, he can't shake his mind. The rage just now can be said to be unique in Itaka's life. Lin Feng's safety has a greater impact on Itaka's spirit than any dangerous situation, but only when Itaka calms down can he start a normal analysis. The previous fights made Itaka understand that he was only 13 years old, and he still couldn't defeat this scheming man for the time being, so the most he should do at the moment is to go to Konoha to explore another possibility. At dusk, Sandame stood on the balcony of Hokage's office smoking a pipe, and Itaki appeared silently behind him. Is it Itaki? It's really hard work, you kid. Sandame said slowly, and Itaka shook his head. Master Sandame, I want to ask you. I know what you want to ask, Sandame interrupted Itaki. We don't know the whereabouts of Lin Feng, and I have checked it carefully. Danzo has not taken any action against Lin Feng, believe me, Itaki. Itaki was silent. Indeed, judging from Sasuke's situation, Sandame is still very trustworthy. Regarding Lin Feng's talent, even Fuyo wouldn't know it if he hadn't deliberately exposed it himself, so Danzo couldn't know this, and he would not risk Lin Feng's risk of leaking Konoha's information. Where is Lin Feng? Itaka looked up at the sky, a moment of confusion in his eyes. But anyway, as long as Lin Feng's body is not found, it means that he is not dead, and there is still hope for Itaki. And while waiting for the ferret in the forest, he looked to the sky as if he was aware of it. The expression on his face under his mask was very strange, and he didn't know what was thinking in his heart. P.S. Happy New Year everyone! Again, ask for flowers and tickets for rewards. Chapter 26, Art I. Half a year later, Uchiha Itaki, who was 13.5 years old, had joined Akatsuki for some time. After getting familiar with Itaki, Pain began to send him some difficult tasks. What Itaki received this time was the most important task of Akatsuki's organization, inviting two S-class wanted criminals to join Akatsuki. One of the targeted S-class wanted criminals, named Deidara, was a ninja from the former Union village, and it was said that he was still the apprentice of the 3 generations of Dokage. However, the current Deidara is already a famous S-class traitor, wanted by several countries, and enjoys the reputation of explosive artist. The other S-class wanted criminal didn't know if it was a traitor, and the information about him leaked pitifully. The only thing that can be known is that Deidara, the explosive artist, once served as his follower, and he himself seemed to dare to do anything. He also worked as a bounty hunter, and is a prestigious dark demon in the underground world. It is said that the Dark Devil always wears a black robe and a fox mask on his face, and his height and shape are like a child. Pain took a fancy to the abilities of the two of them, so he attached great importance to this matter, and specially dispatched the dried persimmon ghost shark, the red sand scorpion and Uchiha Itaki to deal with the matter. After a period of searching, Itaki and the others finally found Deidara in a remote temple. Deidara, who was already 12 years old, looked mature. After Lin Feng's teaching, he would not be surprised to see Itaki and others. Why, do you want to come to experience my art for yourself? Deidara jumped down and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Art? Sies squinted his eyes. Little devil, do you know art? Deidara opened her hands and said proudly, of course. I have mastered the essence of art, and art is an explosion. Sies snorted coldly, humph, nonsense. What are you talking about? Deidara glared, art is explosion. This principle cannot be wrong, because this is the principle of life taught to me by master. Itaki ignored the quarrel between the two. He was the captain of the operation appointed by Pain for this mission. You are Deidara the explosive artist, right? Where is the dark demon? Unexpectedly, my fame has spread all over the world? It's too artistic, et. Deidara nodded proudly, and then said, as for the master, he has been separated from me for almost a year. I want to ask you about the whereabouts of my master, et. What a nonsense kid, Gyu let out a strange laugh. How can we know where your master is, but the Dark Devil is actually your master? This is new information. Don't you know where he is? Itaka narrowed his eyes. Well, let's start with you. Deidara raised his hands with interest, revealing the mouth in his palm. Oh, is it going to start? Don't worry, I will let you deeply appreciate my art. Itaka shook his head and said, we are not the ones who hunt you, but we want to invite you to join our organization. Your organization? Deidara glanced at the 3 people in front of him. Ah, is it your organization in uniform with black background and red clouds? I've heard of it in the past. It's called Xiao, right? Yes, Scorpion nodded, since you know, just follow us obediently, so I don't need to knock you out and take it back. Hey, I can't assume that I haven't heard this before, Dedera narrowed his eyes dangerously, you are so shameless and arrogant, but the whole family will explode. The whole family exploded. The weasel, the ghost shark and the scorpion were all taken aback, feeling that Dedera really likes crazy talk. If Lin Feng saw this scene, he would definitely regret his death. The 2 mantras he taught Dedera for his evil taste of ghosts and animals at the beginning did not expect to curse on him today. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I also know about the situation. The ghost shark pulled out the shark muscle knife on his back. All in all, it must be a fight. Dedera's face was high on the battle spirit. It seems that you understand well, uncle. If you want me to join, at least show me your strength first. Looking at the eager ghost shark and scorpion, Itake raised his hand to stop them. I will do it alone. Both scorpion and ghost shark looked at Itake deeply, and retreated behind Itake. Then start. Dita took a hand and flew out a bird-shaped clay, detonate the clay biplane. The moment the 2-winged bird appeared, it turned into a phantom and hit the weasel directly. The speed caused both the scorpion and the ghost shark to shrink. What a fast speed! The 2-winged bird was originally the accelerated type in the bird-shaped clay, and now it is reasonably mixed with the wind escape chakra, and the speed has increased to a new height. But the moment the biplane hits the Itake, the body of Itake turns into scattered crows, the crow clone. Are you there? Dedera quickly turned around, detonate the clay twin snakes. As soon as the figure of Itake appeared, it was tightly entangled by Dedera's increased speed of the clay snake. As soon as Dedera got her seal, she was about to detonate. Your mother is exploding. Drink. Wait. Gitu said suddenly, how about you look at yourself before detonating? Dedera was taken aback when he heard the words, then lowered his head to find that he had been entangled by the twin snakes. Illusory spell? But I've seen it through. Drink. Itake's expression changed, and his location exploded violently in the next moment. How is it possible? Both the ghost shark and the scorpion were taken aback. They actually saw through the magic of Itake. Dedera laughed in a low voice, hey, after another year of training, my left eye is already confident that I can see through all illusions. I originally wanted to give Master a surprise, The smoke dissipated, revealing the figure is a tall giant. It was the giant who appeared at the very moment to help Itake block the explosion. Itake himself was also surprised that his illusion was seen through. Although he didn't use his full strength to use the illusion, but with the increase in writing round eyes, Itake's illusion was not something ordinary ninjas could see through. Seeing Itake was unscathed, Dedela's expression changed. Does it take C2? No, C3? But the power is too great, I still don't master it very well. Seeing Itake disappeared, and Dedera wanted to make a move again, he saw Itake's eyes. It was a pair of beautiful blood-red pupils, in which the 3 rotating hooks were combined in an orderly manner. That was the 3 hooks of Itake withdrew from the kaleidoscope. Seeing Dedera stopped moving all of a sudden, Scorpion and Ghost Scorpion were very surprised. What's wrong? Is it because it was successfully used by Itake? The next moment they found out that they were wrong because Dedera opened the mouth and said, no more, I decided to go with you, Both Scorpion and Ghost Scorpion were amazed. They could see that Dedera was a proud person and would never give up easily. Itake asked suspiciously, why did you now change your mind? Because of your eyes, Dedera pointed at Itake. My master has these eyes, they are artistic eyes, P.S. I have established a book friend group, everyone can come in and chat to remind you to change something 4259249665. Chapter 27, Tsundere like a textbook. Lin Feng felt that his body was being shaken, and a young man anxiously called Chuan Nai's name, as if the object was Lin Feng. But if Lin Feng remembers correctly, Senna's full name is Uchiha Sensa, he should be Uchiha Madara's younger brother. Uchiha Izumi was killed by Senjika before he established Konoha. He belonged to the end of the Warring States period. From the current situation, Lin Feng is regarded as Uchiha Izumi for some reason. But didn't the system say to send him back to the Third Ninja World War? Why does it seem to be the Warring States now? These two time points are far apart, okay. Lin Feng still closed his eyes, ignoring the boy's call for a while, and began to check the system prompts. Congratulations to players for completing the mission. The player has been detected to gain 20,000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. It is detected that the player has obtained D-Class Gem Fragment X2. Option 1, save. Option 2, fusion. It actually has 20,000 experience points. The rewards for this task are really rich. Lin Feng sighed, is this the temptation for the system to give high rewards because it places too much emphasis on this task? Although this mission theoretically requires the two superpowers, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Dato, to be counted as dangerous, in fact, Lin Feng managed to escape without danger and could get 20,000. A little experience is simply a big profit. Lin Feng continued to read, there is also the D-grade gem fragment, finally there is a processing option. If you think about it, you really have enough 7 gem fragments. Then find a time to fuse and try. After analyzing the task rewards, Lin Feng continued to look down. The following system prompts are the key to the top priority. Detected that the player triggers a special item, Dragon Vein and Flying Thunder God Temporal Space Art. According to the mission, the system conducts the space-time positioning of the Third Ninja War. Data error. Data error. The breath of multiple players was detected in the time and space, and it was found that the body is Uchiha Senna, which has the attributes of the player's previous life. An error occurred in the space-time positioning, and an emergency replacement of Uchiha Senna began. The replacement is successful, the task content is being added, the task is added successfully. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. The series of system prompts told him an incredible fact. Damn it, it turns out that not only Indra and Azura have reincarnations, but Uchiha Senna can also reincarnate. And Uchiha Senna's reincarnation, it happened to be Lin Feng. Lin Feng estimated that most people would have something like reincarnation, but they didn't have the strength of Indra and Azura, so even if they were reincarnated, they would not show it. However, even the weakest response will be detected immediately once it encounters the system, and a data paradox error occurs. Therefore, the system simply replaced Lin Feng with Uchiha Senna, but I don't know if I can change it back in the future. I finally know why I look more like Sasuke than Itachi. Lin Feng smiled helplessly in his heart. It turns out that it was not me who looked like Sasuke, but Sasuke and Senna who looked like, and I just happened to be what Senna looks like. In the original work, Sen Shaojian said that Sasuke and Izuna looked very similar. From Lin Feng's perspective, this is indeed the case. However, Lin Feng was a little curious about the addition of tasks, and he opened the task list. I saw 2 tasks appeared in the task list. Originally there was only one special task hanging. Lin Feng first clicked on the first task and found that it was still the special task 1, exploring the route of the local villain, but the font color became bleak. Although he could not trigger the next chain quest, fortunately, this quest did not disappear, indicating that he still has to do it in the future. At least the system will allow him to go to the 3 battles. Then Lin Feng clicked on the second task, and the name of the task appeared. Special Mission 1, Raise Prestige Uchiha. You replaced Uchiha Senna in the Sengoku period with your own body, then you need to be Uchiha Sensa to make Uchiha's name resound in Sengoku. In the normal history, the Senju clan, who represents the decent, defeated the Uchiha clan, who represents the villain, but being a villain cannot bear this kind of thing at all. But first, before that, you need to defeat Madara Uchiha once to let this Naruto villain Big Boss understand who is the real Big Boss. Task reward, 5,000 experience points. Seeing that this is also a chain task, Lin Feng understood a bit. It seems that if the chain task can be successfully completed, then the real Uchiha Senna will be replaced again, and Lin Feng will continue to go to other time and space. As for what to do at that time, Lin Feng believes that the system will definitely prompt. It's just that the reward for this mission is too stingy. Lin Feng was dissatisfied in his heart. This is defeating the super boss Uchiha Madara, only 5,000 experience points system. Are you sorry? Although Lin Feng was still upset, he still knew that most of the time because Uchiha Madara was not strong at this time, the task reward would be so low. After understanding everything clearly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. What greeted you was a boy with red eye circles. It was Uchiha Madara when he was young. Senna. Great, you are still alive. Seeing Lin Feng open his eyes, Madara showed an expression of indescribable gratitude, and hugged Lin Feng tightly in his arms. This posture is a bit contemplative, can you let me go first? Lin Feng said with a smile. Ban thought that he was too hard, so he hurt Lin Feng, so he quickly released his hand. Looking at Ban's anxious face, Lin Feng felt a little bit of fun. I said, are you about to cry? Ban Vinian was startled, and quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. You are wrong. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Hey, I'm obviously worried, and so stiff. Lin Feng smiled inwardly. He didn't expect the super boss Uchiha Madara to have this kind of performance in the future. Is this the so-called textbook-like arrogant? P.S. Seeking flowers, asking for rewards, asking for votes. Chapter 28, see further. In the original work, the two generations of Hokage after hearing Ataka's deeds against Sasuke, they all insisted that Madara's affection for his younger brother Izumi was stronger than it was. It is conceivable to what extent Madara is actually his brother. Thinking of this, even Lin Feng was a little speechless. Before it was Ataka, now it is Madara. Chow, can't I escape the curse of super brother control? Lin Feng sighed and shook his head. At the same time, talking to Madara, he made the situation clear in a few words. Firstly, Madara is only about 9 years old, and he is still far from mature enough. Secondly, Madara is also unprepared for Lin Feng, who is Kwane, so Lin Feng easily touched the old man. The current Uchiha Madara hasn't met Senju Junma, but he has just suffered a bitter blow recently. This is the cruel warring states period, even 5-year-old children are often forced to go to the battlefield, and this time his 4 brothers except Madara are all sent to the battlefield. When Madara heard about this, he was going crazy, and rushed to the battlefield like a life, but in the end only Senna was saved. As for the other 3 brothers, they all went to the logistics office of the crew to report on the lunchbox, but what Madara didn't know was that even the only surviving Senna was not genuine. I understand the general situation, anyway, let's go back to the family now. Lin Feng sighed, and Madara lifted Lin Feng's back after "Oh, hey, Senna, do you seem to be a little older? Is there?" Lin Feng said lightly, "Maybe it's just your illusion." At this point in time, Senna was only 8 years old, and Lin Feng was indeed 1 year older if he insisted on saying it, but such a small change could only be felt by Madara who cared about his brother. "Is that so?" Madara murmured as he walked, "and it feels as if your tone of voice is not as respectful as before." Illusion, everything is your illusion. After returning to the family, as soon as he walked in, many people greeted him. "It's the young master who is back. Great, let the people know that they don't have to look anymore. It's really scary, Master Ban will not go to the battlefield without permission in the future." Uchiha's people talked about it. It seems that Madara had gone to the battlefield to rescue Lin Feng privately in spite of their opposition. "Hey, isn't it the second young master on young Master Ban's back?" "Yes, it's Master Izana." Master Izana has survived. The sharp-eyed people immediately saw Lin Feng behind Madara. They thought that Lin Feng must have been killed on the battlefield. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Oh Slot, I didn't expect that he would still be the second young master when he came to the Warring States period. Immediately his eyes narrowed, and he felt that something was wrong. What is said is like expecting me. I expect Uchiha Sumina will definitely not come back. And Lin Feng glanced at the people. With so many people, is it really necessary to send children to the battlefield? Sending the next generation who hasn't fully grown up to the battlefield, even in the Warring States period, is something that a family will do only when they are alive and dead. Otherwise, it is better to send an adult who has not practiced to the battlefield than to send a child. The more Lin Feng thought about this, the more strange he got. He secretly opened the writing wheel, and sharply looked at the Uchiha people onlookers. When Lin Feng fled the Uchiha family, he put on contact lenses for insurance, so that no one could see his writing wheel eyes. But although no one could see Lin Feng's writing wheel eyes, all the clansmen who were seen by Lin Feng felt that sharp line of sight, as if it had directly blew their hearts. The powerful observation power of the three hook wheels and writing wheels allowed Lin Feng to catch an old man standing behind the crowd. His face just flashed strangely, and he appeared when he heard that Lin Feng was still alive. There really is a ghost inside. Lin Feng sneered secretly, leaning on Maiden's ear and asked quietly, where has father been? Lin Feng asked about the whereabouts of Madara and Senna's father, Uchiha Tajima, because Lin Feng remembered that the current Uchiha family should be Uchiha Tajima. Madara looked back at Lin Feng with some bewilderment, and said, don't you remember? My father expeditioned to the east a week ago and has not returned yet. You know I just went through a big battle, Lin Feng said casually. Maybe there was a heavy blow to the head. Anyway, my memory is a bit incomplete now. Madara felt sad for a while. This kind of thing often happened in the Warring States period, and at the same time he was relieved in his heart. No wonder that when he talked with Senna just now, something was wrong with Senna. Seeing Madara's reaction, Lin Feng had a little bit of guilt unexpectedly. Is it a bit unethical to deceive his brother? However, Lin Feng quickly threw the guilt that had just appeared and his own morals to Kimaru, playing with him when the villain's ultimate boss was still pure and not so dark. Oh no, it would be fun to flirt. And Lin Feng also asked the answer he wanted. Sure enough, Tajima took most of his trusted confidants on an expedition to the east, resulting in the emptiness of the Uchiha family, and it was very likely that someone with ulterior motives would take advantage of it. It's just that he clearly knew that he was going to stay away from the family center for a long time, but didn't take any effective precautions before leaving. In Lin Feng's view, Uchiha Tajima was also a muscle. This kind of person may have enough personal charisma to be a leader, but it is far from blending into the internal struggle of the big family. Seeing that old man turned around and wanted to leave, Lin Feng hurriedly pointed in that direction. Who is that old man over there? Madara tried to look up, and finally saw the old man behind the crowd. Senna, your eyes are really good. That's Uchiha, the elder of our family, but you don't want to contact him too much. I feel he seems it's very wrong. Sure enough, can you still detect it? It really deserves to be the big boss behind the scenes in the original book. Lin Feng glanced again in a bit of surprise, and at the same time said faintly, I know, and I can see farther just because I'm on your back. P.S. The results are a bit sad now. Ask for flowers and tickets for rewards. Chapter 29, Brother Canon. After hearing Uchiha's position as the elder, Lin Feng was almost certain that he was behind the scenes. The internal system of the Uchiha family has not changed in these hundreds of years. In addition to the head of the family, the biggest authority in the family is the elder of the Uka Wave group. After Uchiha's lessons learned, Lin Feng deeply understood that the struggle between the Great Elder faction and the Patriarch faction had never stopped. This kind of family power formation system, Lin Feng will be too familiar in the future. It's the first elder again, Lin Feng asked the sky a little speechlessly. The elder, what hatred or resentment I have with you, why is it always you who jump out to get in the way? Lin Feng's expression is not nervous at all, but it doesn't matter. I was able to be a contemporary elder when I was only 6 years old. Besides, I am 9 years old now. Couldn't it be possible that you are an old antique from the past? Great elder. If I can kill one great elder, I can kill thousands of other great elders. Madara didn't know how arrogant Lin Feng was on his back. He just brought Lin Feng back to the bedroom and told Lin Feng to take a good rest before leaving. However, Lin Feng is not the real Chuan Na, he hardly suffered any injuries, so he just lied for a few days and ended his healing. In the past few days, Lin Feng has not been idle. He now has a full 180,000 experience points, including 70,000 experience points earned during the half-year leading Deodara, and 20,000 experience points for escaping the mission. Moreover, Lin Feng now has a complete D-grade gem on hand. Lin Feng integrated 7 gem fragments on the first day of his cultivation. Now he is extremely rich to some extent. He can draw skills and upgrade the dark fruit to A rank at any time, and he can exchange for any S rank. Ninjutsu. What should I do first? Lin Feng muttered, anyway, let's draw skills first. This D-level gem has stunned Lin Feng's appetite for a long time, and he is eager to know what skills he can draw. Do you want to activate Class D gems? Whether. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Feng clicked yes refreshingly, and the D-class gem immediately turned into a ray of light. Skill extraction succeeded. The extraction skill is, Electricity Controls Level D. After hearing this prompt, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then he looked happy, and couldn't wait to click into the skill bar to watch. Players acquire ability, Power Control. The current level of Power Control is D, LV1. Detected Power Control Incidental Skills. Skill 1, Electromagnetic Field. It has the effect of controlling the movement of the surrounding space through electromagnetic waves. The user emits weak electromagnetic waves to the surroundings. By sensing the subtle changes of the surrounding reflected waves, it can play the role of radar, and there are no dead spots. Seeing the LV1 behind the D-class, Lin Feng immediately understood something, and his heart felt dark. This ability is obviously in the Magic Forbidden Book catalog, the third of the 7 LV5s standing at the top of the Academy City, the super power of Mikoto Misaka, the super electromagnetic gun. After thinking about it, after his level has been improved, Lin Feng himself can also play super electromagnetic guns in this ninja world. No matter what he thinks, he finds it very interesting. It just so happens that Lin Feng now has a full 180,000 points of experience. He is completely rich and willful. He immediately raised his power control to level B. The current level of power control is level B, LV3. Detected Power Control Incidental Skills. Skill 1, Electromagnetic Field. It has the effect of controlling the movement of the surrounding space through electromagnetic waves. The user emits weak electromagnetic waves to the surroundings. By sensing the subtle changes of the surrounding reflected waves, it can play the role of radar, and there are no dead spots. Skill 2, Electromagnetic Force. Use electromagnetic force to make a short hovering movement in an environment containing metal, and use electromagnetic force to control metal appliances. Skill 3, Iron Sand Sword. Collect all the iron sand in the soil within 200 meters, and use magnetic force to make the iron sand move with your own thoughts. The iron sand sword can freely change and extend in the air, and can produce high-speed vibration cutting objects. It can be used for attack or defense, and it can also be manipulated to fly iron sand from all directions, turning it into a high-speed vibrating slender assassination needle storm, attacking opponents in all directions from 360 degrees. The electromagnetic field is equivalent to a 24-hour no-weakness white eye skill. Although it does not have a wide range of white eyes, it has absolute domain awareness. The electromagnetic force is even more powerful in this ninja world, and basically any ninja will be ineffective for Lin Feng. The last Sword of Iron Sand is completely a metamorphic skill, capable of offensive and defensive, with local materials, versatile in methods, and undefeatable. It can almost be equivalent to the Super S-level Mysterious skill. Dark Water and Liberation allow me to pretend to be pain, and this Sword of Iron Sand can also pretend to be the 3 generations of Feng Ying known as the strongest in history. It is really great. Lin Feng sighed and looked at the balance of 169,000 experience points, deeply feeling that it was worth the money. This incomparably excellent price-performance ratio can almost make the Consumer Alliance cry. But here comes the problem, Lin Feng drove away Lan Xiang from his mind. My 2 skills have reached level B, but the experience points are only 169,000 points, so which skill should be upgraded to level A? It takes 100,000 experience points to upgrade a skill to level A, so with the experience points currently owned by Lin Feng, there is only one skill that can be upgraded. But what Lin Feng Neng is certain is that no matter which skill reaches A level, it will truly shine. P.S. It seems that you can always see people who vote for 2, 6, and 8 votes. If you have any comments, please comment in the book review section. I feel that the creative enthusiasm is almost gone __. Chapter 30, in any case, let's change my mood first. So will the dark fruit be upgraded to grade A? The dark fruit that has reached grade A will truly perform its powerful functions, especially the ban in it, which has already made Lin Feng in a semi-invincible state in the Naruto world. You must know that more than 99% of the ninja, body, and illusion in the Naruto world are A level or even below A level, and a few particularly outstanding ones will reach S level. If the dark fruit can reach and seal all A level ninja, at the level of physical and illusion, then most ninjas are no longer a threat to Lin Feng. And after reaching level B, the dark fruit can not only deprive the blood succession boundary, but also block the blood succession boundary. To give an intuitive example, as long as Lin Feng raises the dark fruit to A level, then he will even ride the wheel with 3 hooks. Eyes can be blocked. In this way, Lin Feng can imagine the power that Lin Feng can possess in this Uchiha family in the Sengoku period without any kaleidoscope to ride a wheel. But it seems pretty good to upgrade the power control to A level. At the very least, the increase in combat power brought about by the A-level power control is extremely significant. After being upgraded to A level, the power control is about LV4 when converted into ability level. From the original point of view, it is already a level that can use ordinary electromagnetic guns. Moreover, LV4 is a level that can play an important strategic role in any modern warfare. It can almost reverse the outcome of a war. It is very different from LV3. Lin Feng estimated that LV4 may even be able to shoot lightning guns. Thinking about it this way, the abilities of the 2 parties were incredibly strong after they were upgraded to grade A, making Lin Feng extremely entangled. Hey, how about changing the kaleidoscope to right round eyes? Lin Feng suddenly thought that the kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes were also S grade, which belonged to the ranks of Lin Feng's current exchange. No, Lin Feng denied again. First of all, with my 9-year-old chakra volume, although it has long surpassed most ordinary ninjas, it is still too much to drive the kaleidoscope before the chakra volume reaches the shadow level. Exhausted. He touched the position of his eyes again. Moreover, the experience value of the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel is not known when we can get it together. Before that, there is a danger of blindness at any time, which is really a bit tasteless. After struggling for a long time, Lin Feng sighed and decided to let it go later. Anyway, the current situation is enough with Lin Feng's strength, so Lin Feng decided to beat Maiden first to change his mood. That's right, Lin Feng has never forgotten his first chain mission after he came to the Warring States period. It is imperative for Madara to be beaten. Mabra, where are you? Lin Feng shouted loudly in the Uchiha family compound, and the voice almost spread throughout the Uchiha family, attracting many people to stop and watch. Isn't that young Master Senna? Why does he call his eldest brother like that? Everyone was amazed. Senna was always gentle and polite in the past, but his popularity in the Uchiha family was actually quite high. But everyone changed their minds, recalling the rumor that Senna had lost part of his memory before, and immediately felt relieved. "I said Senna." Madara heard it naturally, and he hurried over. "Can you not call my name directly in the future, at least use honorifics, otherwise I will lose face." Looking at this sentence with a bitter face, Lin Feng still felt very interesting. "I don't want it. Apart from being my eldest brother, what are you worthy of my respect? Your eldest brother alone is sufficient reason." Madara spit out loudly, and at the same time muttered in his heart, "Senna, who had never lost his memory before, is a bit more cute. Only when I lose it, I know precious. I really miss the cute Senna." After thinking about this, Madara thought of the 3 dead brothers again, and could not help secretly making up his mind. "Even if Senna changes, but he is already my only brother, I absolutely must protect him anyway." Lin Feng didn't know that Madara's heart had changed like this. He just felt that Madara's complexion seemed to have become a lot more serious, but Madara's appearance was always the kind of self-arrogance, which was obvious even when he was a child, so Lin Feng didn't think too much. "Sure enough, he's still a good boy who loves to spit out," Lin Feng said with emotion. "I felt that when I read the manga before, when I was with Senjujima, it was Uchiha Madara who had been spitting out." Exactly. But Lin Feng didn't want to think about who, like Senjuzuma, forced Madara Uchiha, a serious-hearted person, into a spit. "Hey, even if you exclude the fact that I am your eldest brother, don't my strength and talent deserve your respect?" Madara said triumphantly, "Your eldest brother, I am the #1 master in the younger generation of the Uchiha family. What a genius! So let's do it," Lin Feng suggested. "Go and find a place to fight with me. If you win, I will continue to call your eldest brother. If I win..." As he spoke, Lin Feng suddenly showed a happy smile. "I haven't thought about this yet. I will tell you when I think about it. I believe you are not the kind of person who will lose and refuse to admit it, right? P.S. Thank you very much for the 10,000 points reward of Wanted Order 9527. Chapter 31, Stubborn Spots. Looking at the happy smile on Lin Feng's face, Madara's body shuddered suddenly, as if he felt a dangerous breath. But he still insisted, "Humph, then of course it won't be wrong. But before that, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat my eldest brother. What's the use of being great? You don't have the protagonist's aura, just see the real chapter on hand." As soon as Lin Feng spoke, he took the lead to rush towards the martial arts field. After a moment of stunned Madara, while wondering what the protagonist's halo was, he quickly followed. When Lin Feng and Madara arrived at the martial arts venue, many people in the martial arts venue were shocked when they saw this. After a while, a bomb-like news spread among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan: Master Senna wants to single out Master Madara. La! This news is not unbelievable, and it also attracted the young generation of Uchiha clan to stop and watch the martial arts field. You must know that young Master Ban is the first genius of the young generation. His battles are very rare. And as Master Madara's opponent, Master Senna is also a super genius second only to Master Madara in the younger generation, and he is also very valuable for observation. After all, Senna is a wizard who can open a kaleidoscope to write the wheel in the future, and his talent and prestige can be imagined. In a short while, the entire martial arts venue was filled with the younger generation of Uchiha people. They formed a circle, leaving the middle empty for Madara and Lin Feng, and shouted one after another: "Master Senna is the most handsome. Become the new first genius of the Uchiha clan." These are the Uchiha girls who were captured by Senna's gentleness and looks in the past. Come on, Master Ban. Don't be merciful just because Master Izuna is your younger brother, and show your pure man side. These are Uchiha boys who are infected by Madara's personal charm and talent. Hey, why are all men who support me and girls who support you? This is not fair. Facing this situation, Ban decisively turned on the Tuko mode, and Lin Feng chicly flirted with his bangs. This is the difference in character. It seems that when you grow up, you can only take the path of foundation. It is really pitiful. You're just doing it. Your whole family is doing it. After Madara finished his counterattack, he thought of accidentally covering himself, so he couldn't help but snorted and stopped talking. But to be honest, it was the first time in Madara's life that he was watched by such a strong crowd. After only a short while, Madara couldn't help but said, "Senna, is it really okay for so many people? I accidentally acted too hard, won't your face look ugly in the future?" Madara is really caring about his younger brother. Unfortunately, no matter how he hears it, he feels very awkward. Lin Feng pouted and said, "You have time to worry about others? First worry about your own face." After Ban Vinian was taken aback, he saw Lin Feng on the opposite side rushing over. "No nonsense, let's start." Lin Feng frightened Mon jumped decisively as he said, "But he is also worthy of the domineering villain in the original book," and quickly reacted and entered the state of challenge. The two figures quickly intertwined together, making the sound of ping pong 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 pong. This is a routine martial art. First of all, we need to understand the strength of the other party. All the young people around were yelling for cheer. The skill level of this match, even the younger generation of people who were older than Ban, was dizzy. To be honest, even Lin Feng was surprised by the strength that Madara showed. Originally, he thought that Madara, who didn't even open the writing wheel, was definitely not strong. But facts have proved that the sooner you open your eyes, the better your qualifications. Madara's strength is beyond Lin Feng's expectation, and he has at least the level of the elite. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. It seems that in the original work, there is no Madara to open the wheel of the writing wheel, and there is a pair of pillars who claim to be stronger than many adults. Under Yu Ban. At only 9 years old, and not as strong as the writing wheel, Lin Feng can only lament that he deserves to be Indra's reincarnation. It's a pity that this level is still far behind Lin Feng, who is also 9 years old. As long as Lin Feng thinks, he can slap the spots in minutes. On the face of it, this physical skill battle is evenly matched, but the hardship is only the person who knows it. Nima can't hit Chuan Nai at all. Madara cried out in pain in his heart. Senna didn't know what leap evolution he had obtained after suffering an injury, and all his attacks were perfectly avoided by him. But on the contrary, Senna's attacks on him were all fistful, and they couldn't avoid it. It felt like fighting against the Hyuga clan, but looking at Senna's eyes, they were ordinary black pupils that hadn't even opened the eyes of the writing wheel. Naturally, this situation is that Lin Feng is testing his new skill electromagnetic field with Madara. As long as Madara is still in Lin Feng's electromagnetic domain, Madara's every move cannot escape Lin Feng's induction. P.S. Thank you Little Green Pepper for the 1000 points reward. Chapter 32, this time is really over. Tisk, Senna, you have become much stronger. Madara's decisive backward leap, and an ineffective attack he gave up promptly. This is Madara's excellent combat awareness. Art Fire Escape Fireball. A huge fireball was spit out by Ma, and at the same time, Ma also shot a dense group of shurikens towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's instantaneous technique inherited from Zishui was the top in the world even in the Warring States period. He appeared behind Madara when he flashed. Ended. With a handful of Kyo resting on Madara's neck, Madara sneered, "You can't be careless until the last moment, Senna. This is the first lesson I taught you, brother." Hearing a bang sound, the spot that Lin Feng was holding turned into a piece of wood, causing everyone around him to exclaim, "What an exquisite substitute technique! Oh, not bad." Lin Feng squinted to look behind him. Madara appeared right there, raising his hand. Another intensive shot came. Lin Feng's instantaneous body disappeared again, causing Madara's heart to feel nervous. "Damn it, is Senna's instantaneous ability so fast? I can't even see it clearly. The cold Kumo once again withstood Madara's throat. This time is really over. Humph, Maiden snorted coldly, not necessarily. Lin Feng lowered his head and saw that at the moment when he was being held captive, Ban also backhanded him on Lin Feng's abdomen with an unreliable backhand, and his combat talent was not extraordinary. I've said it, but Lin Feng was unmoved. This time is really over. Madara was startled slightly, and suddenly realized that he couldn't move while holding his backhand. He squinted in surprise and found that Kua was actually clamped tightly by Lin Feng with of his other hand. How did he discover my secret trick? Madara was surprised. What he didn't know was that Lin Feng's electromagnetic field could expose Madara to Lin Feng's induction, no matter how small it was. Madara was already caught by Lin the first time he performed this trick. Feng Sui is fully aware of it. At this point, the outcome was decided. Although Madara was still a little tranced, he readily admitted his defeat. After all, the person who wins is his most important brother, and it is not too difficult to admit. But this result still caused a huge sensation in the Uchiha family, because Uchiha Madara has occupied the position of the first master of the young generation for many years, and no one has ever successfully shaken his hegemonic position. And now, a new number one has appeared, and that is Uchiha Senna. Although it only won once, since Madara has broken the undefeated myth, then there will naturally be more times in the future if there is the first time. Master Senna is great. Master Senna is mighty. A group of little girls from the Uchiha family screamed loudly, and the corners of their eyes jumped. Senna, you really have a relationship with a woman, brother, I am so envious. Lin Feng shook his head and said, because your face is too serious and scary. Let's talk about the bet for this competition first. Oh, that. Madara waved his hand generously, it doesn't matter. If you don't call my eldest brother, you won't applaud. Everything is up to you. Anyway, you are my irreplaceable brother, no matter what it is. I won't change without calling my eldest brother. It's not just this. Lin Feng surveyed Madara with a malicious intent. What about the bet you lost? Banyan took a sigh of foam and started looking around. Forget it, I haven't figured out what the bet is. Lin Feng smiled when he saw it. I'll let you go today. Madara scratched his head in dissatisfaction, and said with a pouting mouth, why are you talking about it as if it's a sense of superiority? Lin Feng no longer paid attention to Madara, raised up to the sky and laughed 3 times. An instantaneous spell disappeared in the martial arts field. P.S. 1. Please collect more, throw more flowers and give more rewards. We want to be on the new book list QAQ. 2. Thank you Q13323039884 for your 588 points. Chapter 33, Big Fist is the last word. In any case, Lin Feng's first chain mission after he came to the Warring States period has been completed, allowing him to gain 5,000 experience points. But most importantly, Lin Feng finally successfully started the second step of the chain task. Congratulations to players for completing the mission. It is detected that the player has gained 5,000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. But Madara really deserves to be worth 5,000 experience points. Lin Feng shook his head and turned out the task list. No one can be so strong at the age of 9, it's outrageous. Although Lin Feng didn't use his full strength, Madara was still more difficult to solve than the average elite ninja, and he deserved to claim the strongest name among the many younger generations older than him. The next most critical thing is to confirm your second step chain task. I saw that the Special Task 1, Raising Prestige Uchiha on the task list has become Special Task 2, Raising Famous Uchiha. Special Mission 2, Make a Name for Uchiha. You replaced Uchiha Senna in the Sengoku period with your own body, then you need to be Uchiha Sensa to make Uchiha's name resound in Sengoku. In the normal history, the Senju clan, who represents the decent, defeated the Uchiha clan, who represents the villain, but being a villain cannot bear this kind of thing at all. So in this first step, you need to first let the future patriarch of the Qian Shao clan, Qian Shaozuma, understand who has the bigger fist. Task reward, 6,000 experience points. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This task was exactly the same as the first one, but the difference was that the statement had changed. However, the essence of the content has not changed. Basically, Lin Feng is still going to violently hit the pillars, letting him understand the cruel truth that big fists are the last word. In other words, this reward is 1,000 more experience points than Madara. How do I remember Madara's strength is about the same as that of the pillars? Lin Feng muttered suspiciously, but soon he was relieved, probably because his current identity is Ban Zhen's beloved younger brother, so the danger level is much lower than that of Zhu Jian. Just how to find this Jian Shao Zujian? First, Lin Feng found a little girl from the Uchiha family. Seeing the girl's peculiar shyness, Lin Feng immediately understood that this must be another young girl who admired herself. Sure enough, the girl immediately had an incredulous look on her face when she heard Lin Feng call her, and then she became extremely excited, and turned into an endless blush when she approached Lin Feng. The degree of variability made Lin Feng amazed. "Ah, you know that I lost my memory a bit during the last war," Lin Feng said after hesitating for a while. "Could you find some information files about the situation of the battle to show me?" Seeing the girl's extremely shy appearance in front of her sweetheart, Lin Feng knew that she would not know clearly when asked her, since it is better to see it herself. Okay, Master Senna." The girl replied shyly, just like a bunny, and left to look for the scroll, leaving only shaking her head and sighing that the girl from the Warring States period is the precocious Lin Feng. "I remember that the average life expectancy of a ninja in the Warring States period was less than 30 years old, so it is understandable to be so precocious." Lin Feng shook his head, "But she looks a few years older than me. Isn't she under control?" Because the information Lin Feng requested was very rudimentary, the young girl found it all in a short while and brought it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was like a heartless man who threw his when he used it up. Without even asking the girl's name, he waved her away and sent her away. Then Lin Feng sat down on the tatami and quietly began to read the scroll. This scroll was indeed a good source for him to understand the Warring States period. Soon, Lin Feng had a rough idea of the current situation. At present, the two strongest families in the Fire Country are the Uchiha clan and the Senshao clan. They entrenched the south and the east respectively, and are known as Shuangju, known as the Uchiha of the south and the Senshao of the east. Frictions continue between the two big families. Years of mutual wars have made the two sides old enemies, and Uchiha Tajima's so-called Eastern campaign is to lead a team to fight Senju. In addition, Sarutobi, Shimura, Heiji, and Hyuga, known as the four major families, are relatively weak and are basically located in the north. In the west, there are 5 big families of secret techniques, including the secret techniques of manipulating things other than human beings, the second family Inyazuka and the Oil Girl, and the first alliance family Pig Deer Butterfly that appeared in the entire Warring States period. The pigs, deers, and butterflies are Yamanaka, Nara, and Akemi. All 3 of them are extremely partial ninjas. It started when the owner of the Nara family found that the 3 families could cooperate with each other to maximize their strength, and they became the Pig Deer Alliance. The rest of the more commendable families are the Yi clan that is attached to Uchiha, and the Uzumaki clan that is attached to Senju. The rest are scattered small families, which is not to worry. P.S. Thank you Master Landlord for your 588 points. Chapter 34, Senjujima. The relationship between Uchiha and Senju is already tense to this level. Lin Feng touched his nose. Oh, that's true. It's probably impossible to find Senjuzuma in advance. Even if you find it successfully, it would be unwise to sneak in alone to beat someone. Then there is only one remaining method, and that is to track Uchiha Madara. Before, this method always made Lin Feng feel a little stalker suspicion, so try to avoid it. Now it seems that in order to complete the task, Lin Feng has to bear the humiliation once. Counting the time, Madara, who is about 9 years old, should be about to meet with Zujian, so even if Lin Feng is following it, it will not take long. Besides, because of Lin Feng's strength, Spot could never find him. Combining these 2 points, Lin Feng's heart immediately became much wider. After making the decision, Lin Feng assigned a shadow clone to follow the Spot every day, and once he found a situation, he would immediately remove the shadow clone and return to report. And Lin Feng's body is naturally trying hard to cultivate, no matter what era, his own strength is the most important. Judging from the daily report of the shadow clone, although Ban said that he didn't care about losing to Lin Feng, he was still psychologically affected by the clan people's guidance. After all, he was the chief master of the past years. This time he was broken the myth of undefeated in one fell swoop. The arguments brought by him were very uncomfortable for the 9-year-old Madara. It stands to reason that this should be the motivation for him to rise up and practice to find Lin Feng Yuxiu's humiliation, but Lin Feng is Ma's favorite younger brother, so Ma can't afford any hostility at all. For this reason, the melancholic Spots are venting every day. It is a pity that Madara felt angrily after a few days that even the river was unable to get through with him, and none of the pebbles he hit had successfully flown to the other side. Damn! I'll hit it across the river next time. Madara weighed the pebbles with an unhappy face, and didn't know if he was fighting against he or having trouble with himself. Unfortunately, he still failed this time. Slap! 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 A small stone flew out of Madara's back suddenly, bounced a few times on the river, and successfully reached the opposite bank. Okay. Madara pouted and looked back, and saw a rustically dressed watermelon head posing in a throwing position. Next time you should lift up a little bit when you go out, Gitu suggested. This is the trick. Madara was silent for a moment, wondering who this good teacher is, but Madara is also a little unhappy with the guidance of the watermelon head. He looked down at the pebble in his hand and said, I know, if I have the will, I can still hit the other side. Watermelon tilted his head and made a noncommittal voice, By the way, Madara asked, raising his eyebrows, who are you guys? Now, I'm your opponent in the fight. Watermelon smiled heartily, it's just that I have already hit the other side. The head of the watermelon almost choked the Spot, and Madara squeezed the stone in his hand. I'm asking your name, hello. Watermelon shrank his head and neck, my name is Zujian, my last name, I can't say for some reason. When the two were talking, Lin Feng was coming here at full speed. When the stone that successfully hit the opposite bank appeared, Lin Feng's shadow clone knew that he was finally waiting for the pillar, so he decisively and automatically released the shadow clone. The information after the shadow clone was lifted returned to Lin Feng's mind, causing Lin Feng to leap directly from the tatami, speeding up to the river with all his strength. The daily routine tracking of the shadow clone made Lin Feng too familiar with the path, and he arrived at the river in a short while. At this moment Madara, squeezing the small stone in his hand, hurled it towards the other side of the river. You call Zujian, right? Look good. I'm leaving one. Looking at Madara's throwing technique, Zujian recognized that it was a shuriken technique at a glance, and he also had a hint of the identity of the strange boy in front of him. Is it also a ninja? While thinking between the pillars, the spotted stone fell into the river again without accident, and both of them fell silent for a while. Damn it! You distracted me by standing behind me on purpose. Bastard! Madara quickly angered between her finger posts, I am the kind of super sensitive type. So sensitive that if someone stands behind, he will pee. You can't pee, bastard. Yes. I'm sorry. Facing Madara's shirking responsibility, Zujian squatted on the ground with a low face. At this time, Lin Feng walked out of the woods and asked knowingly, so you are that type of person? Ah, Senna, why are you here? Madara was shocked. Do you hear everything I just said? I heard it, it's all in its entirety, Lin Feng said with a mocking smile. I don't think there is such a cute aspect of Big Brother, he deserves to be a sensitive Big Brother. Only at this time did Lin Feng call Maiden Big Brother. It can be said that he was full of malice and made Maiden feel ashamed. Ah, it's not like that. Actually I was sweating profusely, and felt that my elder brother's majesty in front of my younger brother was facing a serious crisis. Originally, his elder brother's prestige would not be left after Senna woke up. Wouldn't it be necessary to completely reduce the prestige of this kind of thing now? Value. P.S. Thank you Lonely Joe for the 100-point reward. Chapter 35, You just lost to the gravity of the earth. I understand, comforted his body padded between the depressed pillars, you really want to hide this kind of annoying self-consciousness, but I won't discriminate against you because of it. I don't know if you are a good guy or a bad mouth. Madara vented all his anger on the pillars, but he immediately resurrected with blood on the pillars. Ah ha 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 ha, at least I know that my water flooding skills are definitely better than you. In front of Lin Feng, he tried to maintain his last dignity as the eldest brother. Shall I throw you out of the water, bastard? Yes. I'm sorry. The pillars were quickly discouraged like a pierced ball. I didn't expect to make you angry. As an apology, I have already made the consciousness of being thrown into the river by you. Come on, throw it away. You bastard! Madara was a little embarrassed to see this between the pillars. You have to be aware of your self-consciousness. Between the pillars put a fascinating smile with a depressed face. It's just, if you have the ability to throw it over. Isn't it annoying, where to stay cool and where to go? Lin Feng has been happily watching the two people in front of him making them turn into a comedy. At this time, he also stepped forward to pat Maiden's shoulder, with a soothing expression, don't be discouraged, you can't drift to the other side because you lost to the gravity of the earth. Feeling that Senna's respect for herself was fading away, she suddenly heard Senna's comforting words, and Madara was very moved. Senna, you are still my lovely brother. What Ma didn't know was that, in fact, he had long been belittled by Lin Feng's use of the Earth's gravitational stalk to the ranks of abnormal tremors. Goodbye. On the other side of the pillars, because of Madara's words, he wanted to leave with a low face. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the pillars. Don't go so fast, don't you want to meet us? He turned his head back in tears, but your elder brother seems to hate me. In comparison, you are so friendly, you are such a good person. A good person card or something, I don't want it, Lin Feng said with a smile. If you still think I'm a good person after a while, then maybe I don't mind if you send it to me. Between the pillars, he felt bad instinctively, and the next moment a fist became bigger and bigger in his eyes. At this time, the first reaction between the pillars was of course to use the substitute technique or instantaneous technique to escape. When Lin Feng's attack was too fast and sudden, it had completely exceeded his physical reaction. Wow! A smooth parabola was drawn between the pillars in the air, and he fell heavily on the other side of the river. He was hit by Lin Feng and flew to the other side of the river. Oh! I have a good record of the first time I hit the water drift. I hit the other side of the water drift once. Lin Feng glanced with satisfaction, and then patted the dumbfounded Madara. You are completely behind. Practice hard water drifting skills to catch up, boy. I will always be in front of you waiting for your challenge. You really think of him as a drifter? Madara completely ignored Lin Feng's words with a strong radio atmosphere, and shouted at Lin Feng's sudden move. The pillars on the other side of the river also got up with difficulty, with a confused face. Hey, why are you beating people suddenly? Although the young man called Senna did attack him, it is incredible that he could not feel any trace of hostility or murder from the young man, which means that the young man had no idea of being hostile to him at all. Hey! Then why did he hit me suddenly? Zhu Jian was puzzled, but he still didn't think about the enemy. because the sudden blow just now would kill him instantly if he replaced it with a ninja such as Kunao. Lin Feng hadn't taken the shot seriously, coupled with Zhujian's own powerful strength, made Zhujian reluctantly move his body at the last moment, but still failed to launch a substitute or instantaneous technique. Zhujian didn't know that it was Lin Feng's use of dark fruits ban to seal all his skills below the A level. Just a moment of powerlessness made Zhujian think that it might be her own illusion. As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other, Lin Fengton said, since I want to know each other, of course I have to fight. P.S. The exam week is finally over. Restore double more shelves next week. More on shelves. The more you customize, reward, and subscribe, the more you will get. Chapter 36, Refreshed. What a fallacy is this? Both Madara and Zuma were stunned by Lin Feng's strong words, and why this sentence can be said to be like must be beaten unilaterally by you before they know each other. Zhujian had forced the serious Madara into a Tuko campaign, and Lin Feng finally completed today the feat of pushing both Zhujian and Madara into a Tuko campaign. Suddenly, Madara, who was still in a dazed state, said with a touch of emotion, "Senna, could it be that you, because of what the guy called the column said earlier, and deliberately used this to protect the dignity of the big brother? It seems that it is not only good at Tuko, but also excellent in brain supplement." Lin Feng silently turned his head to look at the spot that was so touched by his brain supplement. His face was changed to a shy expression like a chameleon. "There are some things, if you know, don't say it. Lin Feng is the villain's camp, and Madara is also the ultimate villain's big boss. This favorability is neither white nor white." Senna. Ban looked at Lin Feng affectionately, and Lin Feng also resisted the nausea and gave the same look back. For a while, the scene became extremely brotherly. "It's really touching. I'm also a big brother, so I can understand." The column was moved with tears, and it took a long time to react. "No, you too, don't ignore me. Especially the one called Chuan Nais, I want revenge too." After all, stepping on the water between the pillars, he was about to rush over to have a King of Fighters match with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng turned his head seriously and reprimanded, going on the side, "Don't you see that the emotions are strong now, you idiot who doesn't know the atmosphere?" "Ah, I'm so sorry." The pillar was hit deeply, and he squatted down in the middle of the river on the spot and fell down. "Anyway, I'm just a fool who doesn't understand the atmosphere." Madara was not as disconnected as the pillars. He saw the pillars stepping on the water and stopping on the river, and he suddenly thought of something. This guy at the pillars is really a ninja. At this moment, a corpse floated down from the upper reaches and hit the column in a depressed state. Oh! He was shocked when he suddenly hit his corpse between the pillars, and then his face became serious, and he began to examine the corpse carefully on the spot. "This is the family crest of the Yi clan." The pillars narrowed his eyes and said without looking up, "This is about to become a battlefield. You two should go back quickly." He stood up and jumped back to the other side. "I have to go now, goodbye." "Right," Madara said suddenly, "my name is Madara, my last name. I can't tell anyone I don't know." "I understand," Shima nodded and said, "this is a ninja rule." "Sure enough, you are also a ninja." "My name is Senna," Lin Feng said, "and you don't leave, we haven't finished the fight yet." The pillars shook his head and said, "Next time, I said that this place will soon become a battlefield, and it will be dangerous if you don't leave." "No, no," Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the direction between the pillars, "because I won't take much time to solve you." "Wah!" Zhujian was taken aback, and suddenly felt an unparalleled suction from the opposite side, pulling his body directly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The complexion between the pillars changed greatly, but he was worthy of being the of ninjas in the future, and he was actually ready to fight back in front of a dark water like Lin Feng that even shinobi could not resist. Since it is going to be sucked over, then just take this opportunity to strengthen your attack. Hey! Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Feng kicked Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled in his heart, relieved the dark water and bowed his head. He didn't use liberation, otherwise it would be boring to solve the battle in an instant, and another whole card would be exposed. Open, have you started? Madara's face showed a slight cold sweat, and was obviously shocked just now, Quina's incredible complete evasion technique. Just now Lin Feng's dark water spot was a bit unclear, because the pillars made a flying kick back in the blink of an eye in accordance with the direction of the suction, so Madara felt that the pillars were inexplicably kicking back and fighting Lin Feng. During the time that Madara was thinking about it, the pillars had already suffered. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch Lin Feng, even the corner of his clothes. No matter how whimsical the move, the young man named Senna in front of him seemed to be aware of everything, making the pillars feel like being naked and completely seen through. On the other hand, the other side was beaten up and down, but he was stunned, not muddled, and spotted with a cold sweat on the side. Okay, terrible. Madara swallowed subconsciously and spit. When did Senna become like this? She was a gentle and polite boy before. After sighing Madara, when he looked in the direction of the two of them, he already saw Lin Feng pressed the pillars to the ground and carried out a brutal beating. Hey, the body and mind are much more relaxed. Lin Feng Shen wiped his sweat off his sleeves refreshingly, with a hearty expression, Mr. Zuma, our friendship is officially forged from today. P.S. The exam week is finally over. Restore double more. Shelves next week. More on shelves. The more you customize, reward, and subscribe, the more you will explode. Chapter 37, both generations of reincarnations have been beaten. I think I need to rescue him first. Madara wiped his sweat, walked to the swollen nose and squatted down between the columns, and gently poked him a few times with his fingers. Hey, are you still alive? Woo, don't touch it, it hurts. Several vague protests came from the face between the pillars that was almost like a mosaic if it was still a face. Lin Feng standing on the side is physically and mentally happy. After all, it is a rare opportunity to be able to abuse the future ninja who is the strongest ninja in the world. By the way, looking at Madara and Zuma in front of him, Lin Feng recalled Sasuke and Naruto. Indra and Asura's 2 generations of reincarnations have been beaten by me. This achievement is even 6. There are no immortals. At the same time, Lin Feng also got the task completion prompt. Congratulations to players for completing the mission. It is detected that the player has gained 6,000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. After a careful calculation, Lin Feng laughed at once, adding Madara's 5,000 experience points. It happens to be 11,000 experience points, which is equivalent to making up for the experience points of raising power control to B level. Back to the deposit of 180,000 experience points. In any case, Lin Feng really did as he said. It didn't take long for him to solve the problem, and he completed his mission before it became a battlefield. It's just that the beating between the pillars is still a bit too miserable, and for a while, he can't move. Lin Feng and Madara were kind and righteous to move the pillars to a concealed and safe place, so that the pillars can be restored properly, in case they happen to encounter an upcoming war when they are not combat effective. This move made Zhujian very moved. He felt that Lin Feng and Maiden were really affectionate people, and his affection for them greatly increased. Lin Feng also said that he was speechless. The first generation of Hokage was really a cute kid, and he didn't want to think about who made him such a miserable one that needs someone to help move him. After doing everything, Maiden and Lin Feng got up to say goodbye to the pillars, and then all jumped up to the branches and rushed back to the Uchiha family. In today's cruel world of warring states, as a ninja, when he met another strange ninja who was unable to resist, he didn't take the opportunity to start, instead he helped save his life. Zhu Jian looked at the direction Lin Feng and Madara were leaving with emotion, muttering to himself, perhaps, they have the same dream as mine. After a while, there was an explosion outside between the pillars, thinking that the battlefield had moved nearby. He tried to restrain his breath, and after some time, the outside voice finally disappeared completely. But the pillars still didn't appear, and after he almost recovered a certain amount of mobility, he cautiously walked out of the hiding place. Zhu Jian is worthy of being the reincarnated immortal body of Azura, and his body's self-healing ability is so strong that he has no friends. Now, just looking at his appearance, he can no longer see that he has fought Lin Feng. After returning home, the pillars were stunned by everything in front of them. In front of him, a coffin with more than double digits was placed, and the people were digging. The pillar room looked around, and finally at the coffin on the far right, he saw his father Qian Shao Budajian and his two younger brothers Qian Shao Bujian and Sen Shao Banjian. 2. Where is the tile room? Where did Qian Shao Wajian go? The anxiety in Zhu Jian's heart became more and more serious, and he quickly came to the coffin, staring blankly at the Thousand Hands family crest on the coffin. Big brother! Everyone didn't divert their eyes because of the arrival of Zhujian, only Banjian said timidly, Wamahi, oh! As he said, Banma cried softly, and the Buddha said solemnly, as a ninja, don't be sad. Ninjas are born to die in battle. If you can get back a part of the corpse, thank God, the Buddha said directly. Uchiha Tajima led the Uchiha clan's elite combat power raid clan, and also united with their affiliated Yi clan. This time the enemy is not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Yi clan. We must not be merciful to them. P.S. It will be available next week. More on shelves. The more you customize, reward, and subscribe, the more you will get. Chapter 38, Anyway, come out first. There was a long silence between the pillars, and he said with difficulty, Wajian is only 7 years old. How long will this dispute last? Until the named enemy does not exist, the Buddha said coldly, it is not easy to build a world without disputes. Will you sacrifice even the child? Hearing the words between the pillars, the pupils of the Buddha shrank, and he slapped the face of the pillars with a slap. You are not allowed to insult Wajian. He died as a ninja alone. He is not a child. The pillar fell to the ground, and he silently glanced at the Buddha room without speaking. Brother Zhujian. Banjian quickly lifted the pillar forward, are you okay? Shu Jian also squatted down, and persuaded, you also know what the consequences will be if you talk back to your father. Between the pillars, he touched the beaten face, he looked at the two brothers in front of him, and made up his mind secretly. The boardroom, the door room. I still don't want you to die in vain. What is the Senju clan of love? What is the unique ninja? Zuma suddenly yelled at the back of the Buddha who had left. It's just a group of adults gathering and driving the children to death. Aren't we doing exactly the same thing as the Uchiha family? This is a tribute to the opponent. Buddha replied, as long as he is still holding a weapon, even a child, he must be regarded as an endless enemy. He turned his head and looked at the pillars with a corner of light, and seeing the child as a ninja alone, this is the love his parents give him. Do you have to die if you want to be a unique ninja? Yelled between the pillars, in the life and death, hatred may continue to breed somewhere. Until the world is so dangerous, they don't even dare to tell each other their surnames. Such a world is absolutely wrong. Suddenly, Buddha's face became savage. He turned around and wanted to punch Zhujian. A guy like you is a child. My father. Fijian quickly stopped in front of Zhujian. My brother is also very depressed today, please forgive him. The Buddha snorted, turned and left. Calm down for me, between the pillars. It has been more than a month since Madara and Lin Feng returned. During this period, they never met with Zhujian again, because the fighting has become more and more urgent. Madara has been on the battlefield several times, and Lin Feng also cleans up the enemy from time to time, but it's just a little trouble. Because after only Lin Feng's younger brother remained, Madara was really nervous about him, and would not easily let him participate in a regular war. Although Madara's blockade is actually not binding on Lin Feng also didn't bother to go to the battlefield, because his experience points are still abundant at the moment, and there is no need for tasks that can earn experience points for the time being. But even if Lin Feng lived very honestly and comfortably, danger still came to him quietly. It is very rare that an assassin at the ninja level has been lurking around Lin Feng for a few days to find a chance to kill an 8-year-old child. It is very likely that the messenger was a member of the Uchiha family. After learning about Lin Feng's previous battle with Madara, he understood Lin Feng's strength, so he sent Ninbu to seek a 100% kill success rate. It's just that the person who had never expected that his whereabouts would have been exposed in Lin Feng's electromagnetic field. It happened that Lin Feng was also bored, so he deliberately walked to the remote forest to lure the Shangren to take action. Although Lin Feng's behavior of assassinating wherever he wanted was a bit strange, Shangren didn't believe that his 8-year-old kid could make anything threatening him. And the opportunity is fleeting. As a qualified assassin, you must never let go of any opportunity. It's just that Shangren never dreamed that Lin Feng actually shot before him. Anyway, let me come out first. P.S. Thank you kindergarten principal for the 100-point reward. Chapter 39, Are You a Monster? Dark Water. A powerful suction suddenly rose, making Nagami overwhelmed, and was immediately pulled out of the hiding place. But he was not ashamed to be at the level of forbearance. Although he couldn't resist Lin Feng's dark water, he was able to throw an iron chain in time to entangle the surrounding boulders to stop his figure. Damn it, where did this kid learn such a strange ninjutsu? This Shangnan was obviously also a member of the Uchiha clan. He saw Lin Feng's hand stretching towards him and immediately understood where the suction was coming from. In this case, he stretched out his hand and started Jian, kill it and you can stop this ninjutsu. Lin Feng waved his hands faster than him, it's over. Iron Sand Sword Assassination Needle. As soon as the voice fell, from under the ground where Shangren was located, thousands of black long needles suddenly appeared all through Shangren's limbs. That Shang Shinobu never thought that this was a 360-degree attack from underground. He didn't even react at all, and he lost all his combat effectiveness. And even if he reacted, he would definitely not be able to stop the ubiquitous iron needle attack. Lin Feng walked to the screaming Shangren, a Shangren with a scar on his face. I have left you with a small life for the time being, Lin Feng said lightly, now tell me who ordered you to come. Shinobi gritted his teeth on the scar, a trace of terror flashed in his eyes. He was killed before and couldn't believe that he would be instantly defeated by an 8-year-old boy, but Ninja on Scar still has the dignity of his own ninja. You can torture me, I will not reveal anything. You kid. Oh, is it so? Lin Feng said blankly, then I can only use illusion, let you vomit out the 18th generation of your ancestors and the underwear of what color you wear today. Use illusion on me. The Scar was sneered. Dreams to you. Even if you are far stronger than me for some reason, you can't underestimate me. As he said, the pupils of Ninja became a bright red color, and there were 2 hook wheels spinning on it. It turned out to be Ergolun riding Lunyan, no wonder you are so confident. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and Shinyan had the effect of increasing or resisting most illusions. No wonder Dao Scar Shangren was so disdainful. In fact, it is very difficult to upgrade the riding wheel. Even opening the riding wheel is only something that a small part of the Uchiha clan can do. In his previous life, Lin Feng had always been confused by the performance of the geniuses of Itaki and Zishui, so much so that he thought it was very easy to turn on and upgrade Shaolun Yan. It was not until Lin Feng became a member of the Uchiha clan that he felt the difficulties. Take Sasuke, for example. He is praised as a genius who surpassed Itachi by Ashimaru, but Sasuke opened his eyes when he was a child, but it was entirely due to Ataka's deliberate stimulation. Then, in the 4 to 5 years until graduation, nothing happened at all in writing round eyes. Variety. Take Soil, for example. He is a wizard of blood succession boundary who can open the kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, but even with Soil, he was only able to open writing round eyes when he was 12 years old. Even in this period of the Warring States period, the spot of the wizards in the sky was really opened after being stimulated by the oblivious pillars after the age of 9. It is not easy for Lin Feng to open up to the second hook on the scar in front of him. Up. Just when the scar was full of confidence, he saw Lin Feng's eyes and suddenly felt a pain in his eyes. This is the coercion of high-level writing wheel eyes when facing low-level writing wheel eyes. It is an iron fact. Shinobu's face was pale on the scar that seemed to understand something, not knowing whether it was because of the discovery of it or because of excessive blood loss. Lin Feng naturally noticed the reaction of ninja on the scar. He smiled slightly. Is it aware of it? Then as a reward, let's show you something good. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to remove the contact lens in his eyes, revealing a pair of continuously rotating 3-hook wheels. This is impossible. Even if he had guessed it in advance, the scar was still full of incredible face when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, the shock he saw with his own eyes was extremely huge. When I was only 8 years old, I opened the 3-hook wheel writing wheel eye. Kashin Shinobu muttered to himself without a thought, "Are you a monster?" P.S. Available this week. More on shelves. The more you customize, reward, and subscribe, the more you will get. / Chapter 40, Alien version of the Starburst. Who knows? Lin Feng said while looking straight into the eyes of Scar's Shangren, instantly hypnotizing Scar's Shangren. Very well, let's talk now. Who sent you to kill me? I was sent by the great elder Uchiha-in, Kabuki replied sluggishly. Indo-sama said he would completely wipe out the fish that missed the net last time. Lin Feng frowned. Last time? Was it the time I was rescued by Maiden? Yes, the arrangements for the members of that war were the hands and feet of Indian masters. It seems to be cleaning the blood of Uchiha Tajima. Lin Feng squinted and asked, why didn't you send Madara? Ninja Shinobu immediately said in a daze, because Master Indo doesn't want to completely break with Uchiha Tajima for the time being, he has left Uchiha Madara, which Uchiha Tajima values most. So that's it. Lin Feng heard this clearly. The current state of war makes Uchiha Yin not want the Uchiha family to fall into full-scale infighting. Therefore, cutting off the blood of Uchiha Tajima or weakening the power of Uchiha Tajima are all stuck in Uchiha Tajima. Above the bottom line. In this backward age of the Warring States period, the identity of the eldest son was far more important than other children, and it happened that this eldest son was the most genius among the younger generation, and he had a greater proportion in the heart of Uchiha Tajima. Once Madara is obliterated by Uchiha, then Uchiha Tajima may go crazy desperately, but if only his other children, Uchiha Tajima would have to swallow this breath for the sake of the Uchiha family's overall situation. On the other hand, the great elder Uchiha Yin is full of wings. Although his child is not very talented, he is still alive. A genius Uchiha Madara is nothing in Uchiha's heart. After all, he is weak and it doesn't matter if he keeps it. Most of what Uchiha wanted to do was to cut Uchiha Tajima into a lonely family until he became a state with no successor. In this way, Uchiha Yin can design to take the position of patriarch away. Whether it is for his own children or his own cronies, in short, the position of the elder and the head of the house are in his faction, then the entire Uchiha family will be his Uchiha seal. Open Chain Special Mission 3. Special Mission 3, Raise Prestige Uchiha. You replaced Uchiha Senna in the Sengoku period with your own body, then you need to be Uchiha Sensa to make Uchiha's name resound in Sengoku. Uchiha Yin, as the elder of the Uchiha family, has a heart-wrenching interest and tries to obliterate the future hope of the Uchiha family. This will be greatly detrimental to the development of the Uchiha family, so you need to kill Uchiha Yin to remove the root of this instability. You must settle for the inside first. Reward, 20,000 experience points. Sea-level gem fragment X1. Seeing this quest reward, Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Oh! There is finally a sea-level gem fragment. The last D-level gem drew out the magical skill of electric control, so if you gather all this time, I don't know what defying skill can be extracted. Thinking about it, Lin Feng showed a happy smile. He lowered his head again to look into the eyes of Ninja Sword, and said coldly, "Tell me everything about Uchiha, his work and rest, his guards and his habits, all the information." "Yes." Shinobu responded sluggishly on the scar, and then began to describe it. That night, after Lin Feng found Uchiha's yard, he started lurking. Now is the age of war and there is no extra manpower to send to patrol and protect, so it saves trouble for Lin Feng. Now that he understands that the task reward has 20,000 experience points, then Lin Feng will naturally not be stingy with himself, and he must upgrade his skill level refreshedly. So which one is better first? Lin Feng considered for a while, decisively added to the Anan fruit, and raised the Anan fruit to grade A. The current level of the dark fruit is A level. Detected the dark fruit with skills. Skills are forbidden, it can instantly seal the ninjutsu, physique, illusion, and blood succession limits of the touched person, and immediately unblock it after the contact. The effective limit of this skill is an A-level trick, please pay attention to it. Skill 2 Deprivation, can deprive the enemy of a certain designated skill, but can only hold 2 deprived skills at the same time. The effective limit of this skill is an A-level trick, please pay attention to it. Skill 3 Dark Water, send out gravity to force the enemy to in. Skill 4 Liberation, release all the remnants absorbed by the darkness. Skill 5 Secret Points, create a huge black ball with a strong gravitational field, like a small black hole, attracting everything. When seeing the fifth new skill, Lin Feng's heart almost jumped out. This dark acupuncture point is definitely a proper alien version of the Starburst. P.S. Thanks for the 100-point reward from Mutual Dream Boy. Chapter 41, The Strongest Backpot King. Lin Feng felt the relief of his soul for this, and sure enough, after the skill was upgraded to A level, it was great. After getting the new power, Lin Feng couldn't wait to try it out in the mission. It happened that after the assassin was dispatched, it would take at most 1 day to detect the abnormality. Lin Feng decided to complete the mission that night. Uchiha must not have imagined that he had just sent out the assassination target of Shinin assassination, and the next moment he became an assassin to assassinate him. And he has also changed from behind the scenes to the assassination target who is about to be assassinated. In fact, it is a bit wrong to say that it was an assassination, because Lin Feng walked in openly. His lurking before was just to make sure Uchiha Yin stayed here and left all unrelated people. Once the Uchiha clan members were almost evacuated, it was the moment when Lin Feng appeared. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't be stupid and just use his original appearance to assassinate, and the transformation skills would naturally be accompanied by, he became Heavenly Dao Pain. This time it was Lin Feng's second time to change to Pain, and he became a little familiar. He is completely adhering to the evil taste of making Pain fight for the reputation of being the king of the backpot, and intends to persevere in various chaotic occasions in the future to become Pain out of the country, so that all the black pots all over the world gather here, let the buzzwords turned into everything is Pain's fault. Although Lin Feng did not like Pain much in his previous life, as the first person to impersonate in Naruto world, and recently acquired a skill that can copy the stars, Lin Feng's affection for Pain has long since become deep. Love is so frantic. Who is here? If Lin Feng broke in so obviously, if Uchiha couldn't find out, he would be really blind. Hello everyone, meet for the first time. Lin Feng took out a business card from his arms and handed it over. I am a god, please advise. WH. Uchiha did not react for a while. God? Nonsense, there is no God in this world. He said coldly, although I don't know what your purpose is for you to trespass into the Uchiha family, but you want to come to another family's spy, protect him and take him down. The right and left guards Uchiha said were two masters enshrined in his courtyard, each possessing the strength of the upper ninja level. When such combat power is scarce, they can find two upper ninjas to act as guards. His privilege as the supreme leader of the faction. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart became more determined to remove Uchiha. What the hell, in this war-torn era, two Shangren you don't send out to fight but you detain them as guards. It's violent. Lin Feng's expression became cold, and the two guards on the opposite side also shot together, and a large group of shurikens and kuryuken swamped Lin Feng's location in the next moment. Now, before Uchiha's victory was confirmed in his heart, Lin Feng's location made a strange electric noise, making the left and right guards' complexion sinking. Soon their expressions completely changed, because the group of ninjas who hit Lin Feng hadn't fallen yet. All the kunao and shurikens all over the air floated up, and turned around, aiming at the left and right guards. Seeing the Ruao current flashing between Kyu and shuriken, coupled with this scene, no matter how stupid the guards on the left and right are, they know that their attacks must be completely controlled by the enemy. Damn it, what method was used? Uchiha was dumbfounded, and before he could give his order, the ninja group swarmed to the left and right guards. Well, there is no time for printing. The left guard and the right guard were all chased up and down, and the ninja attack at such a close distance would not allow them to seal, but the ninja group also followed their buttocks very smartly and flew behind them, making them miserable. When did their two dignified shinobu be so suffocated? It was Lin Feng's electromagnetic force that controlled the ninja, but after thinking about it, he decided not to lose the Uchiha family's combat power. With this plan, Lin Feng immediately controlled the ninja group to force the left and right guards together, and then he appeared beside them with an instantaneous spell. Fast speed. Both the left guard and the right guard were shocked, and then the left guard sneered, but it's just right, as the controller, if you dare to get close, you are simply looking for death. The right guard was very reticent, but also quickly turned his palm into a grasp and attacked. At this moment, Lin Feng was immediately caught in the predicament of dealing with the two masters of shinobu alone, but his physical strength was only at the shinobi level, but what Lin Feng needed to do was not to avoid or fight back at the left and right guards, but simply touch. Banned. For an instant, both the left and right guards felt a deep sense of powerlessness appearing on their bodies, as if all ninjutsu, physical skills, and illusion skills were no longer available. A strong person is the most alarmed when he suddenly loses everything inexplicably. What's more, in this warring states era where strength is equal to the guarantee of life, when the left and right guards found that they couldn't even open the writing wheel, the whole person's heart seemed to sink to the bottom. P.S. Available this week. More on shelves. The more you customize, reward, and subscribe, the more you will explode. Chapter 42, Kill. No matter how calm and composed the ninja is, facing such a strange situation, he will be in a trance for a moment, and it is precisely this opportunity that Lin Feng seizes, and quickly raises his hand and knocks out the two guards. All this only happened in a few strokes, it was so fast that even Uchiha Yin didn't react at all. Lin Feng is enough to seal any dark fruit with skills below S rank, which is not what Uchiha Yin can imagine or understand. Seeing this strange scene in front of him, and the group of ninjas surrounding him, Uchiha Yin understood that it was impossible to go out for help. Shadow, come with me. Uchiha Yin gritted his teeth, kill him. Lin Feng's spirit became tense, and he began to wait. Sure enough, the Uchiha family's system has not changed for hundreds of years, and Uchiha has a shadow guard. Moreover, as the elder of the Uchiha family in the war era, Uchiha's own strength is not comparable to that of Uchiha in the peaceful era. It has a standard upper-level strength, which is far beyond Lin Feng's. Unexpected. And what makes Lin Feng's nerves tense the most is Uchiha Yin's shadow guard. If his feelings are correct, then the shadow guard should at least have the strength of the elite level. Humph! The shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng, kicked it, and Lin Feng snorted, and then flashed past with instantaneous technique. Lin Feng, who appeared on the other side, waved his hands inward, controlling the ninja and swarming them, and the target was directed at the shadow and Uchiha. The fire escapes the dust. A large amount of high-temperature grey smoke spit out from Uchiha's mouth, covering the entire space in a moment. Bad! Lin Feng suddenly thought of something, his face changed, and the next moment a whole piece of hot grey smoke hit the ninja group. The group of ninjas that were still in the air before fell to the ground one after another, making clear sounds, which also made the shadow and Uchiha Yunyi happy. Uchiha's original intention was to use this to cover himself and the shadow's actions, but the high-temperature degaussing characteristics have played a miraculous effect. It can be said that the Uchiha family's physique good at fire escape is in a sense restraining Lin Feng's electromagnetic manipulation. Naturally, they would not let this great opportunity pass, and another huge flame and a strong wind pressure rushed out from the ashes, and all landed where Lin Feng was. Fire escape big flame bullet. Feng Dun makes a big breakthrough. Lin Feng had to use another instantaneous technique to escape, and the two powerful ninjutsu converged in the next second, forming a huge flame storm that broke the roof. Boom! The hot flame storm was particularly conspicuous in the night sky. Lin Feng began to hear the noise from the outside world. He understood that Uchiha Yin and Shadow wanted to awaken other Uchiha people, and their goal has now been achieved. It's such a fast instantaneous technique. But today you can't escape anytime soon. Uchiha and the Shadow rushed up from left to right, attacking Lin Feng with physical skills. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to block Uchiha, and manipulated the iron sand to form a spiked barrier to block the Shadow. Humph! Shadow Wanwan didn't expect Lin Feng to have this kind of defensive counterattack. He was stabbed with blood for a while, but he was not ashamed of the strength of the elite, and at the last moment, he forcibly recruited and avoided the bad luck of being stabbed into serious injuries. Lin Feng opened the seal of Uchiha, making seals with both hands, fire escape big flame bullet. This was the Huo Dian ninjutsu that he had just copied in an instant with the writing wheel eyes. A large flame was spit out from the mouth by Lin Feng, drowning the direction of Uchiha Yin and the Shadow. Huo Dun heads hard. Many large fireballs appeared, which offset Lin Feng's big flame bombs, but Lin Feng did not panic, instead reaching out and grabbing upwards, dark water. All the flames on the field that were ignited by the big flame bullet, the hard work, and the flame storm, were gathered in Lin Feng's hand by a suction force born out of thin air, forming a huge fireball. This! Uchiha was a little dumbfounded. He had never seen such a huge fireball before. Perhaps this scale has reached S-rank ninjutsu, right? Someone is coming, I have to hurry up. Lin Feng said with a sneer, and at the same time pointed a hand in the direction of the Shadow and Uchiha, dark water. The dark water that reached grade A was completely beyond the ability of Uchiha and Shadow to contend. They were sucked up without any resistance, and collided with the fireball that Lin Feng had smashed at zero distance. Boom! The falling fireball lost the cohesive power created by Lin Feng's dark water, and it scattered all at once, igniting the entire yard. And Lin Feng also received the task completion prompt, and understood that Uchiha Yin and Shadow were completely finished. P.S. Thank you IAMS HI 555 for the 100-point reward. Chapter 43, This is the Time. Congratulations to players for completing the mission. The player has been detected to gain 20,000 experience points. Option 1, save it for later use. Option 2, improve ability level. Choice 3, redemption in the mall. The player has been detected to obtain a C-level gem fragment X1. After reading the task reminder, Lin Fengshu smiled, put away the task list, and quickly left with the instant technique. On the second day, a news came out that shocked the entire Uchiha family, that is, Uchiha, the elder of the Uchiha clan, was actually killed in the Uchiha family. You know, this is the Uchiha family home. Although most of the elite ninjas were taken by Uchiha Tajima to the Eastern Campaign, the Uchiha family itself was one of the two strongest families in the Kingdom of Fire. Even if the strength of the moment was empty, the rest of the family would not dare to provoke them. And this time the enemy can directly and honestly kill the elder in the family. Next time I don't know what can be done. For a while, everyone in the Uchiha family was in danger. From the two Uchiha who were rescued from the fire scene in the elder's courtyard, they learned who the enemy was. He calls himself a god. God? What's this? The people who asked the question were all stunned after hearing the question, but the two Shangren still insisted that the enemy was indeed right. In the end, this answer can only be regarded as no reference value. Intelligence is here to deal with. As the instigator, Lin Feng looked like he was hanging up high. In addition to practicing, he would go to the riverside with Madara every day. It's a pity that they never saw the pillars again. After more than a month, Uchiha Tajima finally returned with Dongzhen's team, which was obviously a big win. The triumphant return this time reminded Lin Feng of something that happened around this time, that is, the killing of Senjubanjian, which was done by the Uchiha clan. And now that the Uchiha clan's Dongzheng team has returned, it should have shown that this has happened. Thinking about this, Lin Feng immediately called Shang Ban to the river again. Sure enough, a lonely watermelon head was embarrassed by the river with his hands on his knees. Seeing the pillar room that hadn't been seen for a long time, Madara went up and said hello. Oh, it's been a long time. That, the pillar room, right? However, the pillars ignored him and remained silent. Madara frowned and asked, what's wrong, won't you be depressed this time? The pillars still looked like a silent thinker, and Ma looked back at Lin Feng, who shrugged helplessly. What's wrong? Madara asked tentatively, and finally said, what's the matter with you? I'm fine. Don't pretend, just talk and listen. Nothing much. Madara's tone became a little impatient. Okay, let's tell you. No, nothing. Hey, don't be endless, I told you to talk. Zujian still replied, there is really nothing. The blue veins on Madoka's forehead violently. When he was about to attack, Lin Feng patted his shoulder to stop Madoka. Strangely turned to look at Lin Feng, Quina, you. At this time, Lin Feng said to Madara with a smile, you should do this. P.S. On Saturday. More on shelves. The more you customize, reward, and subscribe, the more you will explode. / Chapter 44. You are the one who should pay attention to the atmosphere most. Madara blinked suspiciously, and the next moment he saw Lin Feng kick the pillar into the river. Goo! After struggling in the river for a few times, the pillars got up on the water. What are you doing, Senna? I am sad. Isn't it? Lin Feng looked at the pillar with a playful look. Didn't someone just say that he is completely fine? What? He opened his mouth between the pillars and found that Lin Feng's words were so reasonable, he was speechless, and could only squat down in the middle of the river again. Your method always feels unexpected relief, Senna. Madara twitched his mouth, and stepped up to the pillars unhappily, so let me know. Really, believe it or not, I will kick you into the river like Senna. Haha. I have the consciousness of being kicked. Zhu Jian said with a depressed smile, but I can't beat Senna at all, so I can only be kicked, and you, as my defeated man, defeated you. I don't know if I can succeed. So annoying you. Why do you only speak so badly when facing me? Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder again, and said with sympathy, Tuko is really hard for you. Although these farce happened, facing the two friends who thought they could make friends in front of him, he still said, my brother is dead. Madara's expression sank, and he turned his head to look at Lin Feng. obviously thinking of his dead brother. I came here because looking at the river, I feel that the instability in my heart will flow with it, Zhu Jian continued. You too think so too? Madara remained silent, but just lowered his head and picked up a small stone to play up and down. Zhu Jian looked back at Madara and Lin Feng, and asked Madara cautiously, do you have any other brothers? You're right, I have 3 younger brothers besides Senna. Madara saw what was thinking in Zuma's heart, but Senna is the only one left now. The pillars fell silent, and Madara continued, we are ninjas, and we don't know when we will die. If there is a way to prevent both parties from dying, there is only a heart-to-heart candid meeting between the enemies and bowing to brothers. It's a drink. But that's impossible, Madara laughed at himself again, human heart, but there is a thick belly. Maybe the other party is angry, so we can never really understand each other. Zhu Jian glanced in surprise, and felt for the first time that he had met like-minded people. He slowly asked, human heart, is it really invisible? I don't know, I just missed it all the time. Is there such a way? Madara threw the stone in his hand. It seems that this time, I finally found the right method. The little stone shook a few times on the water and successfully landed on the other side. It's not just you now, I've also lost it. It's a pity that a ruthless sneer came from behind Madara. It was obviously 2 months before I practiced to the point where I could float to the other side, and I was so handsome. Hey! Madara turned her head angrily, you are the one who should pay attention to the atmosphere the most, Senna. P.S. Thank you Sichanyi for the 100-point reward. Chapter 45, Our goal is the Sea of Stars. Really can't see it. Lin Feng ignored the angry spot, walked directly to the column, and said to him, at least I can understand you immediately by just looking at you. Zhu Jian asked a little bit unconvinced, how is this possible, what do you know about me? Lin Feng smiled and said, I understand that your hairstyle and clothes are too dirty. The pillars suffered a huge blow again, and fell to one side in depression. In fact, if you want peace, the method is very simple. Lin Feng continued, we only need to form a shinobu village. Ninja village. Between the pillars raised his head suspiciously, even Madara was full of curiosity, pricked his ears to listen to Lin Feng's explanation. Yes, it is the ninja village. This ninja village can be said to be an aggregation of ninjas. We welcome all major families, and all ninjas to join, and then vote for a village chief to lead everyone. Let's think about it. Well, the village chief is called Shadow. We are in the country of fire, so we are called Hokage. Lin Feng slowly explained, so that everyone will not fight each other, nor there will be wars. Madara shook his head after listening, and said disapprovingly, hey, Senna, your idea is too naive, it's not that simple. Zhu Jian also echoed, yes, money and food sources alone cannot solve it. If it is too peaceful, it will endanger the survival of the ninja. So I haven't finished all the ideas yet, don't interrupt. Lin Feng glanced at Maiden and Zhu Jian dissatisfiedly, making Zhu Jian a depressed face again. In addition to ninjas, civilians can of course also join to support the construction of the village. Lin Feng said, after that, we will let the reputation of the village spread out, so that it will attract people to come and entrust tasks, and we will then base on the difficulty of the task. Different levels of commissions are charged. Lin Feng waved his hand, in this way, a complete system is formed, and we are completely self-sufficient. In addition, the ninjas can also choose tasks according to their own strength, so the degree of danger will be greatly reduced. His eyes filled the pillars, and he stood up excitedly, yes, that's it. Senna, you are a genius. Lin Feng fluttered his bangs chicly, average, third in the world. Ban glared, and asked in confusion, who are the second child and the boss? Lin Feng glared back, the boss is dead, and the second is maimed. It's so desolate. Zhu Jian looked sad, such a genius, 2 people have encountered such an accident, is it really a jealous? Hey! As always, spit out from Madara's mouth quickly, you really believe it? It is conceivable that between the pillars was once again greatly traumatized. O'Hara, it turns out. Is all Senna talking about lying to me? So annoying, you! Madara paralyzed shouted, why bother with the authenticity of this useless thing? Lin Feng looked at the daily show theater in front of him with great joy. The future two gods of the shinobi world will perform for him. This is a treatment no one has ever enjoyed. Anyway, Zuma cheered up a little, I know that Senna has the same goals as mine. I believe Madara has the same dream, right? Humph, of course. Madara turned his head, I have only one brother Senna left. I will definitely protect him. The pillars frowned, and said in an extremely unbeatable tone, given the current strengths of you and Senna, no matter how you look at it, I think you need Senna's protection more, right? It's so noisy. I really threw you on the opposite side this time. Ah! I'm so sorry. The pillars immediately turned into a world-weary and low-spirited look. You throw it away, as a punishment for me. Because I really didn't expect to tell you the truth. It will be that big. Bastard! Madara was going crazy, I don't know if you are staying or dark. And they all said why you are so venomous to me. This is called natural cuts are all black, Lin Feng said with a clear look on the spotted shoulder. As for your last question, do you still need to ask? You are too unconscious, right? This kind of specific reaction that only occurs when facing a specific person is obviously, if it's not love. Don't be so disgusting. Madara vomited vigorously. He felt that he was about to finish vomiting all his life. Instead, I think this specific reaction is his usual true face. When facing you, he is just simply being you are completely suppressed. Do not mind the details. Lin Feng waved his hand, and then stretched out his hand to pull between the pillars, one left and the other right around the spots in the pillar's neck, then we are like-minded brothers from today. Okay. The hearts of the teenagers Madara and Zujian felt ignited at this moment, and in the next second they heard Lin Feng continue to say, our goal is the Sea of Stars. Hey. So where did the stars and the sea come from? P.S. The day after tomorrow. More on shelves. The more you customize, reward, and subscribe, the more you will get. Chapter 46, Eat My Pea. Since then, the three of them have often met by the river to learn from each other, or, simply by Lin Feng. No matter how hard Zhu Jian and Madara worked hard, they found that they could not beat Lin Feng, but this situation made their fighting spirit burn even more vigorous. Madara, who could not rely on defeating Lin Feng as a driving force, gradually aroused fighting spirit because of the stimulation between the pillars, and their strength soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed, and there was a forest wind between the spots and the pillars, all of which had grown to be 10 years old. During this period, huge changes occurred in the Uchiha family. After Uchiha Tajima returned, he began to vigorously rectify the Uchiha family. Although the level was not very good, the victory was not hindered by the Great Elder. Maybe even Uchiha Tajima's heart is actually unconsciously thanking the assassin who killed the Elder. And Madara and Zuma also possessed at least a special upper-level ninja level, and even infinitely close to the upper-level ninja level. Let Lin Feng call out whether the two of them were put on the protagonist's halo. But it's a pity, they still can't beat Lin Feng. Just because Lin Feng hadn't been idle at all during this period of time, even if he didn't consider his various skills and the sky-defying instantaneous ability, his physical strength alone was only so close to the elite Shan Gren. Damn, I will definitely complete a new trick to defeat you next time. Zhu Jian once again issued a declaration when he left, and Lin Feng disdainfully said, come on, what did you develop triumphantly last time? The body magic, super fire escape, illusion, slasher, double trap, is not the same. Scum! Madara's expression suddenly twitched, and he said dumbfounded, "Don't mention that trick. It's a shame that you can remember the full name of that trick, Senna." "But... damn it," gritted his teeth between the pillars, "I actually underestimated me, I'm just a guy who doesn't know a name, hee. I'm really sorry for your ears." Sure enough. Both Madara and Lin Feng looked at the depressed-faced pillars with amusement. After so long together, they would not have the stupid idea of arguing between the pillars long ago. However, the natural blackness between the pillars did not disappear at all. The next day he took advantage of the spot to catch the water downstream, and quietly peed upstream. "Hey, let you try my super water escape from the yellow dragon water pillar art. You can taste it yourself first." Lin Feng appeared silently behind Zhujian, kicking him down. "Although this name is better than last time, it still sucks." While yelling at the pillars, he fell tragically into the river where he was mixed with his super water escape yellow dragon water pillar technique, while Lin Feng happily put on various mocking expressions on the cliff. If you change it to Madara, you will not even be able to pull urine immediately, but you are not as sensitive as him and cannot detect me, so consider yourself unlucky." Ba ba ba. The pillars jumped out of the river at a swift speed, spitting out on the cliffs, faintly showing signs of vomiting. "Goddamn, you have always been happily watching when I used to hate the whole spot, Senna." After the pouch between the pillars, he looked at Lin Feng with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "It's a matter of course for me to help my elder brother. Is there anything wrong?" "Ah. There is really nothing wrong with saying this." The column was speechless, and then said again after a while, "It's very wrong for you to attack me. Are you an idiot? The ninja should have done a sneak attack. What do you disagree with?" Lin Feng rubbed his fist and forced him up. "Or, do you want to be beaten by me more positively?" Between the pillars, he took a sip of water nervously, and sat down on his knees honestly. "Forget it." Under Lin Feng's brutal and violent oppression, Zhu Jian shamefully surrendered, and then when he learned about this, Madara also forced Zhu Jian to be a sparring partner for a day to avenge him. "Woo! I always feel that I can't turn over in this life." The pillars walked lowly on the way home, but even though he said so, in fact he still looked forward to seeing Madara and Lin Feng tomorrow. At this moment, Fijian suddenly walked out of the woods on the side and said to the pillars, "Brother, father is looking for you." Zhujian followed the door with a strange expression, and walked all the way to the residence of the Thousand Hands family. In the inner Japanese room, the Buddha was waiting for him with a serious face. "These days, you often interact with two teenagers, right?" He hesitated between the pillars and said, "Yes, so what?" The old man investigated the life experiences of the two boys. Bujian said, "They are all from the Uchiha clan." As soon as the pupils between the pillars shrank, I heard the Buddha say indirectly, "The elite ninjas of our race have been killed by them over and over again. Both of them seem to be geniuses born with true ninja talents, and their level is no less than that of Yu and Fu. It's probably not surprising that another thing is happening now." "Didn't you tell each other your last names?" "No, I don't know." Shima replied slowly, "I think they should be the same as me." "Do you know the seriousness of this matter?" Bujian said dissatisfied, "I haven't explained to you in Senshao. If you don't want to be regarded as a spy by everyone, then you will give it to me after meeting them next time. Go and follow them. Getting back the information of the Uchiha clan, this is the task, and if it is discovered, then kill it." "Father, my father!" A cold sweat was left in the door. "Anyway, it's a bit too reluctant to rely on my brother alone. There are two people on the other side." The Buddha said lightly, "You don't need to worry about this, because next time we meet again, you and I will follow. No matter how genius the two of them are, once I act, it will only be the result of death. P.S. Thank you Ling Toom for the 100-point reward." Chapter 47, Desperate. The words of the Buddha made Zhujian's heart tense. He opened his mouth and finally asked unwillingly, "Are they really the Uchiha clan?" Both Zujian and Fijian understand the strength of Buddha. He is a real veteran patriarch-level powerhouse. The so-called patriarch level in the Warring States period is the level of those who are truly qualified to lead a large family, almost the same as the future shadow level. Zhu Jian's heart was very clear that if a veteran of this level suddenly attacked, then Madara and Senna would be absolutely unavoidable no matter how talented they were. Yes, the Buddha saw the hesitation in Zujian's heart. If they know that you are a thousand-handed clan, they will definitely let you relax and get information, so you must not believe it. No, no. Zujian retorted almost subconsciously, they are not such people. The Buddha's eyes stared, no one knows what bad water will be in their stomach. Once you are deceived by them, then everyone in the Thousand Hands clan will be in danger. Hearing these words, Zhu Jian understood that he could no longer refuse. He had insomnia all night, and the next morning, holding a small stone in the compound in a daze. Zhu Jian, both Buddha and Feijian appeared behind him in full arms. What are you still thinking about? Hurry up! Silent between the pillars, silently walked ahead and led the way, and soon came to the river. Mazena, Senna, good morning. Zuma looked to the opposite bank and found that the other party had already appeared there. Anyway, let's make a water float as a meeting. Oh. Ban frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong between the columns. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Feng, who nodded at him, come on. Then Madara picked up a stone on the spot, and hit the other side at the same time as the pillar, and caught it at the same time. Between the pillars, he glanced at the stone in his hand and held it in his arms, but Madara's face changed slightly after seeing the stone. Lin Feng also felt a little strange. He leaned over and saw two big characters engraved on the stone, run. Well, is it the plot that appeared in Buddha and Fijian? Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Originally, he thought the plot would develop along with Tajima's movements, but now he has encountered a critical situation where Tajima did not follow but there was an ambush in the Buddha. By the way, in the original work, Madara is mostly like a pillar, followed by his younger brother and reported to Tajima. Lin Feng understood in a flash, and now Senna is me, naturally it won't be boring. Report to Tajima. I realized this until now, it's really a bit late. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart, and then greeted Zujian with Madara, sorry, Zujian, I can't compare it today, but suddenly remembered that there is still something to do. As soon as the voice fell, Madara immediately pulled Lin Feng back at full speed. That kind of speed. Do you want to escape? The Buddha was startled, the between the pillars must have given them some hint. Let's go in the door. Yes, my father. The two figures quickly jumped out from behind the woods, hitting the direction of Maiden and Lin Feng, that was the Buddha and Fijian. No! Zhu Jian shouted loudly, but couldn't stop the footsteps of Buddha and Fuji. They were close to Madara and Lin Feng. The goal of Buddha is naturally Madara, who is much more famous than Lin Feng, and Madara is also the eldest son of his old rival Uchiha Tajima, and its importance is self-evident. And the goal of Fijian is to be the same as his second brother, Uchiha Izuna, who has always been thinking about it. Lin Feng. Stop! Obviously, the knife between the Buddha was about to cut Madara, but Madara seemed to turn a blind eye, holding Kyowu men thinking about to rush to Lin Feng to resist the attack on Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood that Madara had only the determination to protect his younger brother, so he didn't even care about himself about to be attacked. He turned his mind and raised his hand. Ping! Chiang! Two metal collision sounds sounded at the same time, and after a glance at the pillars, he found that Fiima was forced to retreat by nearly 10 meters after colliding with Madara, but the situation in Buddha was, always with Lin Feng stalemate. I saw a large piece of black sand under the control of Lin Feng, as if consciously, it firmly helped Madara to block the chopping of the Buddha, making the Buddha too far away. How is this possible? Seeing this, I was shocked, Uchiha Senna can actually stop his father's attack. But the Buddha is worthy of being a veteran patriarch-level powerhouse. With a violent hand, the wall of iron sand immediately fell away. Lin Feng, who had been wrestling with the Buddha, also turned pale, but immediately he shouted and raised his hands again, "Drink!" Accompanied by Lin Feng's loud shout, countless sharp and slender needles suddenly sprouted on the wall of iron sand, and they pushed back from the Buddha in an instant. "Let's stop here." Zuma rushed to the middle of the two sides anxiously, as if both sides wanted to stop them. "Father, Fukuma, Madara, and Senna, I." Needless to say, between the pillars. Madara's expression became cold. "I will never forgive anyone who dares to do something to my brother." "Mabra, you." "I'm really happy these days." Between the pillars, Banchuyan interrupted the pillars, "but we will only see you on the battlefield in the future, Senju Zuma." Madara raised his head again to reveal his eyes, which were a pair of blood-red pupils. "Also, my name is Uchiha Madara." Unexpectedly opened the writing wheel. Such a genius cannot be let go. The Buddha's heart shuddered, and then he said in a deep voice, "No, you won't see each other on the battlefield again. Because you will all be killed by me here." The aura that represents patriarch-level strength was crushed by the words of the Buddha, making everyone present feel tight. "Trigger an emergency mission." At this moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly appeared. After Lin Feng was shocked, he smiled and said, "You really dare to speak big words, the old man with 1,000 hands." Hearing this, the Buddha's complexion became extremely gloomy, and he saw Lin Feng turned his head and said to Madara, "I'll hold them, you can take this opportunity to escape." "This is absolutely impossible." Ban flatly refused. "If you want me to leave my brother and run away, it's better to let me die." "Well then." Lin Feng nodded and commanded, "Then you go and deal with Zujian, his strength is about the same as yours. And let's try the legendary Qian Shaobujian and Qian Shaojian's strength." P.S. The next chapter will be on the shelves. Ask for subscription, ask for reward, ask for customization. It will be more explosive. Chapter 48, Lin Feng vs Buddha. Urgent mission, keep hope for the future. You are in the predicament of being surrounded by the patriarch of the Thousand Hands clan, Thousand Hands Buddha, and with the help of Thousand Hands pillars and Thousand Hands, you can be described as desperate. However, Madara Uchiha, the future patriarch of the Uchiha family, is by your side. You need to escape under the premise of ensuring the safety of Uchiha Madara, so as to preserve the hope of the future for the Uchiha family. Reward, 10,000 experience points. Is it escaping the mission rather than defeating it? Lin Feng squinted his eyes. That is to say, the system thinks it is impossible for me to fight them, but I want to try to fight them. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Feng suddenly waved in the direction of Buddha and Fei, and in an instant the A-level attraction was born out of thin air. Dark water. Bujian and Fijian were pulled over when they were unable to defend themselves. This dark water, which reached the level of A-level, was actually hard to resist even the powerhouse of the patriarch level. Wu. Fei Jian felt completely involuntary and flew towards Lin Feng, while Buletin Jian, at the moment of his death, fully transported chakra and inserted his feet into the ground cushion. The huge suction force made the Buddha's room abruptly stop after 2 trenches of more than 10 meters have appeared on the ground, and he himself is still running chakra to fight in the opposite direction. But Fijian did not have that high strength, and Lin Feng was directly sucked in front of his eyes and pierced. Boom! Is it a substitute technique? Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the dark water of grade A that even Shinobu can't resist, he can actually use a substitute immediately. It really deserves to be a ninjutsu genius. I saw that the doorway pierced by Lin Feng suddenly turned into a piece of wood, and at the same time, 2 Kyowu suddenly flew out from the dead corner of Lin Feng's back, directly hitting Lin Feng's vitals. But Lin Feng seemed to be totally ignorant. He ignored the 2 kunao, but pushed his hand in the direction of the Buddha. Liberation. In an instant, the direction of the force completely changed, so that the opposite force that Buddha had always used to fight against, instead, along with the liberation of the forest wind, acted on him, causing him to smash into the woods like a cannonball, crashing a large number of trees continuously. Now, at this time, the two Kyowu also attacked a place close to Lin Feng, but they seemed to suddenly hit an invisible barrier, and flew out after a few flashes of electricity. What? Hidden in the dark, it was the first time that Lin Feng's electromagnetic barrier was used, and he was surprised to see Lin Feng suddenly beckoning. A large electromagnetic force swarmed the direction of Kyowu's flying out, and suddenly pulled out the room that was too late to transfer. Ku! Why can he control my armor? He was shocked. He could feel that the metal armor on his body was pulling him towards Lin Feng. At this time, a faster figure rushed out of the billowing smoke in the woods, and the goal was directed at Lin Feng. That was the extremely powerful Buddha room. Lin Feng hummed when he saw it, and directly controlled the door room to crash into the Buddha room at high speed with electromagnetic force. Boom! Lin Feng used to be a cannonball and got in touch with the Buddha in the next moment. Seeing that it was his second son, the Buddha had no choice but to rush back and retreat several steps. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of the Buddha's mouth, and the liberation of his own strength just now, coupled with the flying at high speed, caused him to suffer a lot of dark injuries. Even the Qian Shao clan who inherited Azura's powerful body were brutally injured internally. It is conceivable how much damage Lin Feng's use can be on ordinary ninjas. Father! The room. The pillar that was fighting against Madara yelled anxiously. He and Madara were playing a little absent-mindedly, always paying attention to the situation in Lin Feng. Hey, it's my brother, Senna did a good job. Madara smiled proudly, as if he was the one who achieved the shocking record just now, but to be honest, he was as surprised as Zujian in his heart. Faced with father and Fijian alone, did he still have the upper hand? A face full of incredible, Senna is too strong, no wonder I can't beat him all the time. Before that, you should consider whether you can beat me or not. Madara yelled and stepped up the offensive, causing Zujian to turn his attention back to his battle. Father! A small mouthful of blood was also spit out. He can manipulate our armor in unknown ways, so take it off first. The Buddha nodded. He had always trusted his second son's judgment of the battle situation, and immediately untied his armor with Fuma. Just waiting for you to take off your armor. Lin Feng sneered and waved his hands. Iron sand sword assassination needle. Densely dense iron sand needles suddenly emerged from the bottom of the ground where the Buddha was standing, and swept across the Buddha and Fei. The complexion of Buddha changed greatly. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Feng to have this trick. He decisively threw the door into the sky and avoided the iron sand needle, but the next moment he was strung into a hedgehog by the iron sand needle. Water breaks in the water. The voice of the door came from the sky, and Lin Feng looked at it dumbly, and found that the door didn't even look at the direction of the Buddha. Could it be? Lin Feng frowned, but he still immediately evoked the wall of iron sand to resist the breaking waves of water. Unexpectedly, he had invented this trick at this age. Bah! The breaking wave of water hit the wall of iron sand, making an unpleasant cutting sound. With a shake of the head, the high-pressure water column actually cut the wall of iron sand apart. It's so powerful! Lin Feng looked forward through the iron sand floating in the air, and the Buddha room where the iron sand needle pierced through had suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Is it really a substitute? It seems that the B-level iron sand sword is still too slow for the shadow-level powerhouses. Even if it has unexpected advantages, it is difficult to truly kill with one blow. Before Lin Feng continued to think about it, he found that the Buddha's room had appeared before his eyes, but now Lin Feng was just in a defenseless state where the wall of iron sand was broken. P.S. Add a group to have fun 4259249665. Chapter 49, The Power of the Dark Cave. The thousand-handed Buddha is simply cooperating with the thousand-handed God. In Lin Feng's eyes, the 3 hook wheel and riding wheel eyes were running at full speed, but I still see all of them. 1000-hand physical skill King Kong domineering. Naturally, the Buddha will not waste the excellent body of the Qian Shao clan. At this moment, he is using the A-level secret technique of the Qian Shao clan to kick and strike, so as to solve Lin Feng on the spot. A golden whirlwind wrapped around the Buddha's legs and pulled straight. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Lin Feng to use instantaneous or substitute surgery, but what Lin Feng did now was only with his hands stacked up crosswise, seeming to try hard to resist this kick. Silly! The Buddha gave a sneer, and his heart secretly succeeded. The next moment his leg and Lin Feng's hands collided head-on. Humph! Lin Feng snorted, his shoulders sank, but that was all. What happened? There was a moment of blankness in Buddha's eyes. The momentum just now was too small, as if he was just an ordinary kick. Banned. Naturally, Lin Feng did not hesitate, and his crossed hands clasped the Buddha's leg homeopathically, so that he could not leave. The previous attack on King Kong domination was of course blocked by Lin Feng at the moment of contact, so it was useless. At this moment, the Buddha also somewhat understood why the situation just now happened, because when he wanted to withdraw and leave, he was horrified to find that his whole body was almost weak, and even chakra flowed extremely slowly. It's done. Lin Feng opened his eyes and took this opportunity to quickly condense the sword of iron sand, swiftly inserting it into the head of the Buddha. The Buddha is worthy of being a patriarch-level expert who has experienced many battles. At the moment of his death, he slammed a sword on the ground, and unexpectedly pushed himself directly above Lin Feng, perfectly avoiding the sword of iron sand. Lin Feng's pupil shrank, and the speeding and subtle response of the Buddha really made him feel like facing the turtle shell. The next second's age Shui Dun came over. Lin Feng had no choice but to throw the Buddha room in the direction of Shui Dun's attack. As soon as the Buddha's hand was released, his power immediately returned, and he turned around in the air to disperse the water in the room. Looking at the Buddha room that fell next to Fijian, Lin Feng understood that this move might be useless for the Buddha room next time. It is estimated that the Buddha room would understand that it would need to use S-rank ninjutsu to break Lin Feng's ban. However, Lin Feng did not plan to fight anymore, because he knew about the strengths of Bujian and Fijian. It's still a good fight, thanks for the hospitality. Both Buddha and Fijian were taken aback, and immediately they saw Lin Feng's hands clasped together, then goodbye. Secret Point Road. A weird black ball was thrown into the sky by Lin Feng, and then a huge suction power that surpassed the dark water suddenly rose, sucking up the Buddha room and the door room that had not yet reacted. They hadn't seen this kind of trick in their entire lives, so they couldn't respond in time for a while, but the Buddha was also a top powerhouse, and his thinking quickly turned around, and began to eat up continuously. The gravel protruded to the ground. Gradually, the suction power became stronger and stronger, and countless trees and boulders rose from the ground, and in a short while they spread to the spots and the pillars. Zima originally hit Madara with a punch, but before his fist reached Madara, his whole body rose into the air. The pillars waved their limbs in surprise, but it was still difficult to resist this vast gravitational force. Damn it, what is this? And Madara's condition was not much better. At almost the same time, he was sucked into the dark acupuncture path in the air along with the pillars. Fortunately, Lin Feng immediately rushed to his side with the instant technique, and reached out to introduce the dark fruit into Madara's body. The power of protecting him. Immediately, the gravitational force of the dark acupuncture point became invalid for Maiden, and Maiden stared at the asteroid slowly forming in the sky, until Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Hey, let's go. Hey? Oh, okay, let's take this opportunity to run. He stuttered a few times, and then Lin Feng put his hand on his shoulder, activated the water-stopping instant technique and left at full speed. The huge gravitational force of the current dark cave path is delaying the pillars, the door rooms and even the Buddha room. They all worked hard to step down on the gravel in the air, but soon the Buddha room found that this was not the way. Well, we will be sucked up sooner or later if this continues. Father, eldest brother, said decisively, a man with extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, I saw it before. The gravitational force seems to be the black ball thrown by the Gai Sena. We can try to break the black ball. The pillars also echoed loudly, indeed, this might stop the gravity. The Buddha nodded, and began to seal the seal together with Zuma and Shuma. They all chose high-level ninjutsu that can be combined into a combination of tricks. Lei Dun Long Lei Zhu. The Buddha's mouth was the first to spit out a mighty and incomparable Thunder Dragon. This is the extremely powerful S-level ninjutsu in Thunder Dun. I saw that Thunder Dragon roared to the sky, and then went straight to the center of the dark cave. The wind is suppressed. Water escape water cannonball. Both Zujian and Fijian also played strong ninjutsu up to A grade, and they merged with the Dragon Thunder Column to form a three-line combination of big moves and hit the black ball in the dark A cup ointment. Boom! There was a thunderous roar in the sky, followed by the sound of countless messy heavy objects falling on the ground, and the dark cave path was finally broken by the three people of the Buddha. It's just that Lin Feng and Maiden had already run out of sight at this time. Lin Feng's speeding instantaneous technique was not blown out, and even the full induction of the door could no longer find the two of them within the range of perception. Hateful! The Buddha was trembling with anger. He never thought that he, a veteran expert at the patriarch level, would personally make a shot. He had to deal with two teenage children who had failed again and again, and finally let them run away. This is simply a shame. Tisk! The Buddha gritted his teeth for a while, and finally waved helplessly, let's go. Chapter 50, All join KFC luxury lunch. In the woods, there are two shadows flickering incessantly. Anyone who looks at it will definitely be amazed by the exquisiteness of this instant technique. It's incredible that it can be so fast with one person. One of the shadows was Lin Feng with spots, and he didn't waste any time at the moment when he sent out the dark acupuncture path. He took the spots with all his strength to use instantaneous ability to escape, and escaped all the way to the vicinity of the Uchiha family to relax. Rao Lin Feng was a little tired, his speed slowed down, this situation made the spot a little painful. But Madara couldn't say the words that asked Lin Feng to let him go and let him follow, because he could clearly feel that his instantaneous technique was determined to be unable to keep up with Lin Feng. Even now Lin Feng can't keep up with the speed when Lin Feng is carrying him. When Lin Feng is alone, isn't Madara even unable to touch Lin Feng's shadow? Senna, I didn't expect your real strength to be so strong, Madara said when he almost entered the Uchiha family residence, it's beyond my imagination. Lin Feng glanced at him, I know what you want to ask me. Madara was taken aback, he heard Lin Feng gushed out, love, Lan Xiang, the psychological shadow I caused you at this time is 9.6 million square kilometers. What else do you want to ask? Madara was unconscious, he twitched his mouth, I just want to ask you how those strange ninjutsu come from. Lin Feng sighed, and said, sure enough, I still can't get around this point. Now that I have to tell you the truth. The complexion was sullen, and he waited attentively for Lin Feng's opening. Actually, it's like this, Lin Feng said solemnly, when I was playing outside the Uchiha family a few years ago, because I gave a beggar grandfather chicken legs to eat, he got entangled in him. Ban was surprised. Before he could ask any questions, Lin Feng continued, he grabbed me with oily hands and said that he must be an excellent genius in martial arts when he saw my wonderful bones. Let me use 2 cents to buy ninjutsu secrets such as Tathagata Palm and 9 Suns magic art. In the Warring States period when there was no such storyline at all, Madara was completely bluffed by Lin Feng's mouthful running train, are you stronger because of this, Senna? Yes, that old beggar is actually an invisible expert, Lin Feng put on a regretful expression, it's a pity that he has imprisoned in my head that cannot be spread, otherwise I would have long I will teach you at the same time. After hearing this, Madara's heart immediately tightened. Then you tell me it's okay now, right? It's okay, Lin Feng shook his head. The content of the imprisonment is just that these secrets cannot be leaked. He nodded clearly. He understood that the general ninjas were very strict in the protection of secret arts, and it was normal for Senna to be imprisoned in his mind. It's just that you don't tell others, Lin Feng said mysteriously, not even my father, otherwise I might be in danger. Of course not. Madara nodded vigorously. Don't worry, don't you trust your big brother? Sure enough, it was better when he was a child. Look at how pure Master Madara is now. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and continued to enter the Uchiha family with Madara with a smile. It's just that he still doesn't know that Madara feels a little strange to him at this moment. That kind of strangeness is a stranger who suddenly opened a huge gap in strength. As for whether Lin Feng is a fake Senna disguised by others. For 24 hours to use the transformation technique to live in the Uchiha family, who is full of round eyes, it is obvious that he did not die fast enough, so this is absolutely impossible. When they arrived at the important place of the family, neither Madara nor Lin Feng mentioned this to Tajima. After all, being able to retreat under the hands of Thousand Hands Buddha was incredible no matter how you listened. Your riding wheel, just vaguely speaking, was opened on the battlefield. Lin Feng exhorted to Ban. He himself was also ready to slowly reveal his riding wheel to the people on the battlefield, and everything was pushed to the battle of life and death. That's right, Lin Feng will officially go to the battlefield. With Tajima's return, Lin Feng was destined to not be able to rely on Madara's protection to make soy sauce, and Lin Feng himself realized his lack of strength and hoped to hone himself on the battlefield. In the previous battle, if the Buddha used the S-level physical arts when he was close to the Buddha, then Lin Feng would really have to plant there. Similarly, if Lin Feng's iron sand wall could perfectly defend against the water break between the doors, Bo will not let the Buddha have the opportunity to get close. In short, Lin Feng discovered that once his ability was broken, his actual combat effectiveness would be truly exposed, which was obviously an extremely huge drawback. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to put the experience value and not upgrade, basically not relying on skills and only relying on his own strength, trying to fight in the war. And this can not only earn more experience points, but also prevent Lin Feng's whole cards from leaking. In short, there are many benefits. It's just that the Uchiha family has just triumphed and is in a brief peace, and there is no major war. During the period, Lin Feng rarely saw Tajima. In the beginning, Lin Feng felt bad for Tajima. For Tajima, his son except Madara can be a victim. After he came back, he didn't hold any accountability for the battle in which his 4 sons were in danger and 3 died, which made Lin Feng, the person involved, very upset. After more than a month in this way, Unv's family finally couldn't bear it and launched an attack on the Uchiha family. There are many other small families who are mixed with the Oil Girl family to launch the offensive. They cooperate with the Oil Girl family's weird insect repelling technique, but it can cause a lot of trouble. The battlefield was chosen at the nearby Rose Mountain, where there was a huge basin besides the mountain, and at this time Lin Feng was standing on the battlefield with a group of Uchiha people. Looking at the dense ninjas standing in the distance, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth slightly tilted up. It's finally time, let me add you all to the KFC luxurious lunch. Chapter 51, Kill the Quartet. Senna, are you okay? As the son of the patriarch, Madara played together naturally. But now the reason for Madara's words of worry is that Lin Feng's distinctive dress. Compared with other Uchiha people, Lin Feng can be said to be lightly dressed. They will wear armor more or less, but Lin Feng still wears his usual clothes. In this way, Lin Feng's defensive power will inevitably drop greatly, but Lin Feng will not abandon his real advantage for this point of defense, that is speed. What he is doing now is to remove all burdens. It doesn't matter, you just need to take care of yourself. Lin Feng replied absent-mindedly, because he was also checking his task prompt. Special mission, victory in the first battle. As one of the 2 top families in the Land of Fire, I was actually declared war by the Oil Girl clan. This is simply unbearable, uncle and aunt. You need to play a sufficient role in this battle, guide the victory of the war, and give rewards based on the final contribution to the war. Reward, 10,000 to 20,000 experience points. During the period of time that Lin Feng was checking, the situation had reached a point of tension, and the war was about to start. Hey, why don't you start the fight? The 2 sides confronted each other for a while, and Lin Feng asked Daobon quietly. Madara glanced at him strangely, and said, "The general must declare war before we can fight. It seems that you have lost even this memory." "Why is it so weird?" Lin Feng was shocked. "Why do we show such a cute feeling after fighting? How can we know when the enemy general will announce the war?" Madara pointed to Shitajima and said, "This is about to be judged by our big future, but generally you can see the opponent start to move forward, and it's almost the time for war." "Ah, that's how it is." Lin Feng hammered his fist, his face suddenly enlightened. "If this is the case, then I will trouble you." Madara was stunned. Before he had time to think about what Lin Feng meant, he felt a surge of power from his butt, and then the whole person stumbled out of the team involuntarily. Leaving aside the enemy, Uchiha alone was shocked by Madara's sudden action. Tajima frowned upon seeing this. "Mara, what are you doing? Don't you understand that you must follow the command of the general on the battlefield?" "No, Madara's face was a little red, and he turned his head and stared at Lin Feng in the team viciously. It was Lin Feng who kicked him out just now. But now Lin Feng had no regrets, but instead gave Ma a thumbs up. "I am optimistic about you. Anyway, go back to the team first, Madara." Just halfway through Tajima's words, he heard a large scream of killing from the other side. Obviously, the enemy saw Madara's departure and thought that Tajima was about to do it. Reluctant, Tajima could only issue a war call as he wished under Lin Feng's secret smile. Yes, the war has finally begun. All kinds of ninjutsu and ninjutsu flew in the basin for a while, and everyone seemed to be crazy, shouting and rushing towards each other. The dead and wounded are increasing every moment. Even if they stand still, they may be hit by ninjutsu and ninjas that never know where in the next second. Is this the really cruel battlefield? Lin Feng took a deep breath, stood still, and closed his eyes, appearing to be a little out of tune with the life and death fighting around him. 2 iron sand swords were formed in the palms of his left and right hands, which were fixed by Lin Feng with electromagnetic force, and began to vibrate at a high speed, causing the iron sand sword to produce an effect like a mechanical saw blade. At this time, an unknown ninja touched Lin Feng's back. From the perspective of that ninja, Lin Feng's age and behavior all indicated that he was a young child who had just entered the battlefield. But how did that little ninja know that Lin Feng had experienced 2 years of fighting in the ninja world several years ago? Hey! Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from his field of vision, and when he was still looking around in doubt, he found a black shadow covering himself. It was Lin Feng who was instantly behind him. Puff! The body of the small clan ninja broke in 2 instantly, and a large amount of blood sprayed up into the sky like a spring, and under that was a cold forest wind. First, a few more ninjas flew, Lin Feng's figure disappeared again, and the next moment he appeared in front of the oily girl who launched the ninja. Damn! The oily female clan's pupils shrank. Secret Shuji, cough. Lin Feng's figure reappeared behind his back, the sword in his hand had penetrated his chest, and then Lin Feng twisted the iron sand sword on the spot and ended his life. The second. Lin Feng's indifferent eyes swept toward the battlefield, and the 3 hooked wheel riding wheel eyes under his pupils had quietly turned, seeming to be longing for blood. Boom! Huge power erupted at Lin Feng's feet, helping him to rush into the enemy's formation in one fell swoop. For a time, the enemy's camp was like a hurricane, and countless ninjas were screaming and being swept into the sky. The blood floating in the air means that it is impossible for them to stand up after landing. Lin Feng is rampaging in the enemy camp, and no one can resist his physique of the elite level of ninja. Quick! Come and stop him personally! A blood-covered ninja stumbled back in panic. Just after shouting this sentence, he saw Lin Feng disappearing from the opposite side, and then a black sword pierced his heart with a buzzing black sword. Lin Feng kicked his corpse away, and the instantaneous spell was activated again, avoiding the swarm of insects. Almost at the same time, another person's heart was penetrated by the sword of iron sand. Those ninjas who were barely able to resist with ninjas were also shocked to see that Kumu was cut off by the iron sand sword that vibrated like a chainsaw, as the last scene seen at the end of life. Chapter 52, Dancing Death. Asshole, go to hell! An elite screamed and charged up, desperately waving the samurai sword at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his body indifferently, and avoided all his attacks. Drink! Another ninja with extraordinary strength jumped up from behind Lin Feng, vainly trying to form an attack, but the moment he hit Lin Feng, he realized that it was just a ghost. Puff! The sound of the iron sword piercing the flesh and blood sounded every second, and Lin Feng's figure appeared behind the elite ninja, and then decisively turned around and slashed, letting the head of the attacking ninja fly high. Too fast, this instantaneous technique. Among the elites, Ren Nina muttered to himself, his pupils gradually lost their looks, and Lin Feng did not hesitate to throw them aside. There were a few more flashes, and along with the spewing blood, Lin Feng kept reaping the lives on the battlefield. His movements are methodical, yet extremely violent, without any unnecessary movements, coupled with the extreme speed, it seems that Lin Feng's killing becomes like art. At this moment, he is like a of death dancing on the battlefield, the of death of the enemy. Lin Feng's superb performance attracted the attention of most of the enemies, and in an instant, countless ninjutsu and ninjutsu rushed towards Lin Feng. They just want to focus the fire to kill Lin Feng, and since the individual strength can't catch up, they will overwhelm you in number. But they soon faced the cruel reality: as long as they can't hit, everything is meaningless. Lin Feng's body disappeared instantly, and he was on the battlefield horizontally, as if galloping in his back garden. No attack or ninja could touch the corner of his clothes. Bastard stuff! Finally, the upper-level ninja had to turn the gun to deal with Lin Feng, just because the threat from the opponent was too great. He cursed and slashed at Lin Feng with a knife. Lin Feng waved the sword of iron sand with cold eyes and slashed with Na Shinen, and kept pushing it back. Na Shangren stepped on countless small holes on the ground. Lin Feng instantly slashed behind him with a sword. Na Shangren reacted urgently and blocked it with his samurai sword back. Boom! Na Shangren was pushed back by Lin Feng's tremendous strength, and there was a sound of explosions between weapon transfers, but Lin Feng recovered faster than Na Shangren. He jumped up, spinning the body splits the double swords. Chiang! The samurai sword broke at the sound, and two sprays of blood appeared at the same time. Facing the spilt blood, Lin Feng looked back coldly, and many ninjas who rushed stopped one after another, shaking their bodies and turning their directions, and quickly fled. What a joke! It is impossible for such an enemy to win. He didn't even react at all, and if he didn't know what happened, he would immediately die on the battlefield. Senna! Madara slashed the ninja in front of him with a knife and raised his eyes to look at Lin Feng, who was killing all around on the battlefield. Not only was the enemy's attention completely attracted by Lin Feng, even the ninjas on Uchiha's side also paid attention to Lin Feng. In the past, they only knew that the second young master was also a genius, but since today, they have really met second young master again for the first time. It's a pity that Uchiha's senior leaders headed by Tajima had no time to pay attention to Lin Feng's movements at this time, because they were all entangled by extremely tricky enemies. Hateful! Tajima dodges from the left to the right to avoid a dazzling knife light. In his imagination, such a master shouldn't appear in a war with such a stable victory. Not only Tajima, but all other Uchiha high-level combat powers are all entangled by one or more ninjas, and they are fighting hard. The ninjas who have entangled the Uchiha clan's elite combat power seem to have emerged out of thin air. Their only characteristic is their white hair. Hamukyo. Tajima gritted his teeth, and it was Kyokei, the contemporary patriarch of the Heiji family, who entangled him, and he was in the elite position of the patriarch class powerhouse with him. Although Tajima is confident to cut him down, the Hagaki family specializes in swordsmanship. As far as simple swordsmanship is concerned, Kyoheiji is stronger than Tajima, so Tajima dare not say that he can get rid of him quickly. Chong. Homura's group fan collided with the slender Dachi, and Tajima waved it, forcing Kyoheiji to retreat. Obviously, this time, the Ujiro clan has formed an alliance with the Hagaki clan. Think about it. The reason why the Ujiro clan dared to challenge the Uchiha family, one of the two most outstanding ones, is definitely because they have found a new help and think they have won. Grasp. Originally, Tajima and others had received news that the Hagaki family had formed an alliance with the Inyazuka family, so they all believed that the Yum clan would seek an alliance with the Sarutobi family who was good at ninjutsu. In this way, Tajima, who has the secret skill Uchiha Rebound, is completely fearless while holding the fan of the flame of the family artifact. How can I know that the Hagaki family actually engaged in a double-sided alliance? Hateful. After retreating Hagakyo, Tajima wanted to rush to the rear with a single stride, but the flashing sharp knife forced him back again. In terms of the degree of difficulty, Kyoheiji with exquisite physical skills is definitely one of the best. If it were normal, Tajima would still want to take this opportunity to completely end Hagakyo, but now he is very anxious that he will be dragged by Hagakyo. Just because the real back players of the Hagaki family and the Yuan family have appeared in the distance in his vision completely wipe out the next generation of the Uchiha family. No matter how strong the family is, if there is a situation where the blue and yellow are not connected, it will quickly weaken. The real purpose of the Yun family and the Kimu family is this. Asshole, if Shao can come back from the Eastern Front. Tajima gritted his teeth and battled Jing. Jing's sharp knife made him too late to even seal the seal. The momentary inability to get out also made his heart gradually despair. What could be more desperate than the enemy's trickery is about to succeed in front of his eyes, but he is completely unable to stop it. P.S. Please customize. Ask for a reward. Subscribe. Chapter 53, Izumina Shun. Patriarch. Uchiha sent a fireball to push back the pitch-black insects in front of him. It's really bad if it goes on like this. I know. Tajima responded loudly, but he said so, but in fact he has no way to solve the current predicament. Uchiha Fa was also a rare patriarch-level powerhouse in the Warring States period, but at this time he was dragged by the patriarch of UNV family, Yunushihi, and he was just as immovable as Tajima. There are also many other elders who are also entangled with multiple powerful enemies in front of them, and are basically in a situation where they will not be able to solve the battle for a while. It can be said that the high-end combat power of the Uchiha family and the Senju family is the highest in Sengoku. However, compared to the Uchiha family, which currently splits a part of the elite combat power to deal with the Senju family, the Yume clan and the Hagaki clan who have made all their efforts have completely evened this number. As the future patriarch, Madara found the enemy's layout at first sight, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. However, the distraction on the battlefield is also a taboo. Madara's actions gave the ninja of the Oil Girl clan a chance, and while grinning, he stabbed him in the heart with Kunao. There is a flaw. Oops. Madara was taken aback, and hurriedly turned around and moved, trying to get rid of him at the cost of a hard blow. Puff. The sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh sounded, and the blood was flying in the air, but these were not Madara, but belonged to the oily ninja. Look at what you look like now, you are so cute, you are in a daze on the battlefield. Lin Feng's voice came from behind the oily ninja, making the oily ninja and Madara look at him incredibly. How could you? Obviously, when they were paying attention to the battlefield situation before, they all saw that Lin Feng was still killing him in the distance. How did Lin Feng come back at such a critical moment? But as long as you think about Lin Feng's amazing instantaneous ability, the oil girl ninja will immediately understand, and he finally murmured unwillingly, "Damn, really, too fast. It's really annoying." Lin Feng kicked his corpse. "We are very durable, if you are a girl, you can experience it for yourself." As a young man who grew up in the Warring States period where spiritual entertainment was extremely poor, Madara didn't understand Lin Feng's yellow response at all. He said with emotion, "Thank you Senna, although it's not the first time for your instant technique. See, but it's still amazing when I see it again." After that, Madara raised his head and was about to welcome Lin Feng's loyal and touching words like "don't care" between brothers as he expected, only to find that Lin Feng was no longer there. Madara opened his mouth, and the aftermath of the wind on the battlefield blew his black hair, making the scene particularly embarrassing and desolate. "Because it's on the battlefield." Madara comforted herself, holding a katana, and supporting him towards the back, where Madara had discovered the anomaly earlier. Most of the young generations of the Uchiha family are fighting in groups there, and the elite combat power goal sent by the Hagagi family is also here. Listen well, everyone, this action must not be missed. The leader of the Hagaki clan, Shangrinan, turned around and ordered, "This time their special operations squad is composed of at least the elite, just to ensure an absolute success rate." This plan allowed the family to do their best, and Shinobu's heart was very clear about this. On the surface, it seems that the Yun family and the Hagaki family tried their best and finally managed to hold back the incomplete Uchiha family's high-level combat power, but this was only on the surface. In fact, even if the Uchiha family, who had separated some elites to deal with the Senju clan, contained more power than the joint efforts of their two families, it was truly worthy of the title of Sengoku Shuangju. As long as there is an unfavorable change in the plan, or the patriarch and the others have been fighting for too long but cannot get away, then it is very likely that a desperate situation will be completely beheaded by the Uchiha family, and it will become impossible to steal the rice. Understand? All the Hagaki ninjas nodded and moved at full speed toward the battlefield of the younger generation of the Uchiha family. There were nearly 10 of them. On the other hand, the young generation in the Uchiha family, apart from Madara and Lin Feng, there is not even one that has reached a special upper level of forbearance. Facing the Heiji family, this elite team will only be completely destroyed in minutes. And there are not many places to hide on the battlefield. The movements of the elite team of the Hagaki clan have long been mastered by Tajima and Madara and others, and naturally they were quickly discovered by the young people of Uchiha. Many of them are young girls who have just experienced the battlefield. Originally, this kind of first battle was escorted by those who were on the battlefield earlier, and the danger is not high, but now they have become the most deadly on the battlefield. Ninja. Although Uchiha Zionjayu is also a younger generation and a female ninja, she has been on the battlefield many times and has rich experience, so she was selected as the leader. But because of this, Xiang Yu deeply understood the difference between the two. She commanded desperately, "All are running in the direction of the family's shinobu." In that team of ninjas, there were quite a few Heiji who had seen Zionjayu before in the war, and they all had great names, and they were really not something the young people on their side could contend. Xiang Yu's yelling as the leader of the team, the emotions contained in it made the implicit meaning of this sentence suddenly become clear, and all the young generations have desperately endured toward the family within their vision. Run everywhere. Originally, this was a shameful act on the battlefield, but at this moment it is the most correct approach, because they can't win against that team of Flagwood elites anyway. This is a mortal battle. Even Uchiha Zionjayu, who leads the team, is in a realm of strength comparable to that of their weakest elite. Even if they turn around and fight hard, they can only cause meaningless sacrifices. Chapter 54, Chop Your Hands. Hey, don't even think about running. The Hagagi ninjas who were chasing could not allow their mission targets to escape. They all speeded up and attacked the young generation of the Uchiha family with great pleasure. In this way, the Uchiha clan was chasing his head, but even the Senshou clan had never done it. Even if the other party was just a group of children, it was enough to satisfy the vanity of the Hagaki ninjas. Feeling that the pursuers behind them are getting closer, all the younger generations of the Uchiha clan look desperate. Originally, they could not run the Hagaki ninja, who was more powerful than them, and even if they succeeded in coming to the family shinobu, the family shinobu could not guarantee their safety on this kind of battlefield that is hard to protect by themselves. Death seems to be getting closer, and many people can almost clearly feel the breath of death, which is a huge devastation to their immature mind. Asshole ah 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 ah. Many young people gave up running away. They turned around and held the ninja who was chasing by Kumo, wanting to try to die before being killed without resistance. The whites of their eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. Their trembling bodies represented the end. They knew they were mortal. Damn it! That's it! Xiang Yu also stopped, and pulled out the samurai sword. The patriarch and the elders were all dragged by the enemy high level, and the rest of the family ninjas are all fighting hard to kill the enemy. No one can be saved in time. It seems we are really over. This life has strengthened her determination to resist decisively. It doesn't matter if we are all killed, as long as Master Ban and Master Senna are still alive. They are geniuses who have surpassed many times that we don't know. They are the true hope of the young generation of the Uchiha family. Master Madara and Master Izuna will surely help us revenge in the future. Under the stimulus of this extreme emotion, Xiang Yu finally successfully awakened the single Golun writing rune Dian, which helped her to withstand the opponent's first blow. Tisk, it's quite tenacious. The opposite Heiji, particularly Shinobu, didn't care at all. He kicked the samurai sword in Yu's hand with a kick, and at the same time gained momentum and cut again. Stop! Madara's anxious voice came from a distance, and Xiang Yu understood that this was something he found and came to support. But judging from the sound, the distance between Madara and them is too far. In this case, Madara can't save even one. When we see that we are all dead, Master Ban should also be able to understand that we should stay away from these upper endurances immediately. Xiang Yu, who has lost his weapon, has been lost along with the blood of resistance. Fortunately, the two young masters are safe. Nothing. She closed her eyes slightly. Master Ban, Master Senna, please take revenge for us. Ah 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 ah. Loud screams clung to Xianjiu's face, and a large swath of hot, viscous blood sprayed onto her face, causing her to open her eyes in astonishment. What caught her eyes was the flagwood whose arms were spraying blood fiercely outwards. He screamed with a stern face, and his hands with the sword had fallen to the ground weakly from the air. Tisk tusk, you guys are quite bold. That was the voice of Master Senna, who Xiang Yu was very familiar with, now rising from the back of Heiji's special Shangren. How dare to touch our family's girls? Hand. As the voice fell, the entire Hagaki special Shangren's body was also split into two halves, and the scattered red blood reflected Lin Feng even more mysteriously. Too amazing. Xiang Yu sat down on the ground, seeing that he was about to be killed by the irresistible special Shangren. The next moment that special Shangren was killed without any resistance. And it was young Master Senna, who was also a younger generation with him, and Xiang Yu didn't have much real feeling for a time because of the gap. The worship that was originally hidden in Xiang Yu's heart has changed at this moment. The distance between her and him is too far, and now all that is left is looking up. Pick up your knife and go to support others. Lin Feng said lightly, his figure flickered and disappeared again. Soon, several unfamiliar screams were heard from a distance. It was obvious that these voices that Xiang Yu had never heard were from the Heimu elite group. Damn, damn, damn! Obviously no one can rush to support. Looking at his companions, before they killed the mission target, they died one by one inexplicably, and the leader of Shangren was going crazy. Even if the leader of the team is desperately trying to find the murderer, at most he can only see a flash of phantom in his companion, and then another spring of blood appears. "Who is it?" he yelled frantically and desperately, "show me out! Are you calling me?" An icy voice rose next to his neck, and the leader turned his head in horror, and saw that it was just a teenager who was only about 10 years old. How is it possible? Before he finished speaking, his head couldn't turn back anymore because the head with a look of astonishment had been completely chopped off by the dark sword that quietly drew it. After the battle, the Yum family and the Hagaki family retreated in embarrassment, and the Uchiha family was the well-deserved winner. Naturally, Lin Feng also got the highest mission contribution value judged by the system, starting with all 20,000 experience points. And Lin Feng's first battle was also his battle of fame. 2 years later, the prestige of Shattered Body Senna has already resounded throughout the Warring States period. It can be said that, except for those legendary patriarch-level powerhouses, all ninjas are most afraid of encountering him. Some people even say that in the entire Warring States period, the first person below the quasi-patriarch level is the Quiet Senna. Patriarch-level powerhouses are not terrible, at least you can clearly feel how you were defeated by a force that surpassed yourself, but the Shattering Senna makes you even ignorant of how you died. Chapter 55, Surprising Trend. On the Uchiha family's martial arts field, a figure was rapidly alternating among several wooden stakes. That figure is Lin Feng, who has been practicing the instantaneous technique. In the beginning, as long as Lin Feng is practicing in the martial arts field, he will definitely attract a large number of people around to observe and learn. But now when Lin Feng is practicing, there are basically no other people in the martial arts field except for the few people who still need to practice. The reason is simple, that is, they found that they couldn't see Lin Feng's movements at all, let alone imitating them. You must know that after these 2 years of cultivation, Lin Feng has firmly stood at the pinnacle of the elites with his pure physical skill level alone, and the instantaneous skill is even more unfathomable, far beyond those young people can see it clearly. The only thing that worries Lin Feng a little now is that it is only the chakra volume of the upper endurance level. However, this level of chakra volume is barely enough, at this stage. Lin Feng stopped the instantaneous technique, leaning on the wooden stake to think. If Lin Feng's former teachers and friends in Konoha know his current thoughts, they will definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood at the age when ordinary people just graduated and become the lower ninja. They have the upper ninja level chakra, you what's not satisfied with the goods. After chakra reaches the upper endurance level, the awakened water attribute is quite useful, and can be used to help the iron sand sword to defend against the disintegration of the fire escape. Lin Feng continued to meditate, when Madara's voice came from the entrance of the martial arts venue. "Quina, the meeting has begun." "I know, you go first." Lin Feng responded loudly, then he looked back at the wooden stakes in the martial arts arena, shook his head, and suddenly disappeared from where he was. "What are you talking about? Hyuga is going to form an alliance with Senju." In the huge Japanese room, Uchiha's rough voice came. In this Japanese room, a row of Uchiha tribes sits on both sides, while Tajima is sitting at the end of the central position. That is the standard general seat, and this Japanese room is the meeting room for the Uchiha clan to discuss decision-making and gather all the elders and the powers of the department. "Calm down and send it." The second elder Uchiha Gakushima said lightly, "This is news from Shao from the battlefield on the Eastern Front. With his strength, don't you still believe in the accuracy of this information?" After listening, he was stunned and took a deep breath to calm his mood. As a veteran patriarch-level powerhouse who has guarded the battlefield on the Eastern Front for many years, Shao's strength and the authenticity of the intelligence that has been transmitted can be completely trusted. But the news was too shocking. Originally, all the elders believed that the goal of the Thousand Hands clan should be the Western Pig, Deer Butterfly, and Secret Art, and the Hyuga clan belonged to the alliance they had never expected. No matter how powerful a ninja is, there is still the possibility of making mistakes. We should treat this information with caution. One of the elders spoke, and then another person echoed, yes, we must not take it for granted. Suideo glared and said, do you dare to speak to Shao in person? Immediately another elder retorted, this has nothing to do with dare to dare, we are only reasonably questioning the accuracy of this information. For a time, the decision-making stratum was divided into two factions, all holding their own opinions and arguing. Tajima silently watched the debate before him. Because of the patriarch's non-commitment, those in power who were blushing with quarrel gradually closed their mouths. The atmosphere condensed for a while and became extremely depressed, which also made Lin Feng extremely painful. No one can explain the current situation at all. They're all talking nonsense. What do you eat when you live so always? This kind of long and inefficient meeting has already made Lin Feng a little impatient. His actions obviously attracted the attention of Madara sitting next to him, but Madara looked at Lin Feng expectantly. What kind of talent his younger brother has, Madara, the ultimate younger brother, is very clear. After all, the Uchiha family and Lin Feng stayed with him the longest. If Lin Feng Neng shows a good side in the decision-making level, then the power that he can obtain in the future will be greater and easier to obtain. Ban darkly nodded his head, and he has already begun to plan for Lin Feng's bright future. It's a pity that Lin Feng didn't notice the encouraging look in Ban's eyes. He simply decided to push the content of the meeting quickly, passing this paragraph quickly to clear his ears. Isn't the Hyuga clan now at war with the two families of Heiji and Inyazuka? Among them, the combat power of Heiji's family must have been experienced by you 2 years ago. Although they were badly injured by us 2 years ago, as one of the 4 great families in the north, the centipede is completely dead but not stiff. There was a voice that seemed a little immature, and everyone looked around and found that it was the second son of the family owner, Uchiha Senna. Originally it was impossible for him to participate in meetings of this level at his age. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting next to him, was only allowed to participate in the meeting because of the default young patriarch. However, in the past 2 years, his prestige that he abruptly killed has paved him with this qualification, and it has also given him a greater say than Uchiha Madara. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Feng continued to talk eloquently, although we have never fought in the Inyazuka clan, the general combat strength can be inferred from the Oil Girl clan, which is also one of the 2 Western esoteric arts. Furthermore, it is said that the Hageki family has selected the family psychic beast, which is a savvy ninja dog. In this way, the cooperation between Hageki family and Inyazuka family will become more subtle and give play to the combat effectiveness is far beyond what we have faced in the past. In this way, the Hyuga family must be in a situation where they are about to be unsustainable. Lin Feng concluded, obviously, we, the Uchiha family, who has always been at odds with their family because of the writing wheel eyes, are not allies. Good choice. However, the Thousand Hands clan, who has always promoted itself as the Thousand Hands of Love, is an excellent target for alliance. Chapter 56, Double Difficulty Branch Mission. After listening to Lin Feng's words, every Ukiwave always showed a contemplative expression. Thinking about it this way, the authenticity and accuracy of this information is indeed even higher. Senna is right, Tajima nodded and said, I just got the news not long ago that a large part of the elite forces of the Hyuga clan were forced to be trapped in Luoyang Valley, and the encirclement and suppression forces were the Heiji family. With the oily girl. Hearing this information, everyone was in an uproar. Even they didn't know this information. It was obviously the latest news that Tajima had just obtained from a secret channel, but that Uchiha Senna could infer it before that, and it could be said to have quite an incredible talent. Lin Feng, who had just become the focus of much attention, closed his mouth with a smile at this time. Lin Feng felt that pushing the content of the meeting to this level was enough to speed up the end, so he directly hid his merit and fame and decided to continue to be a beautiful man in the corner quietly. Special Mission 8, Make a Name for Uchiha. You replaced Uchiha Senna in the Sengoku period with your own body, then you need to be Uchiha Sensei to make Uchiha's name resound in Sengoku. At this time, the Senju clan is about to form an alliance with the Hyuga clan. This will be a huge threat to the Uchiha family. Enter the dual difficulty branch mission. The sudden appearance of the task prompt made Lin Feng stunned. In the past 2 years, he had completed the 8th chain task, but this was the first time he saw this so-called branch task. Lin Feng squinted his eyes and kept looking. Subtask A, Deteriorating Alliance. Difficulty Factor, C. To make the relationship between the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan worsen, whether it is mutual jealousy, suspicion, or struggle, you need to create a rift between the two so that even if they form an alliance, they cannot truly work together. Reward, 10,000 experience points. Sea-level gem fragment X1. Branch mission B, Burn the grain and grass. Difficulty factor, B. Some elite members of the Hyuga clan are trapped in the Sun Valley and are now waiting for the support of the Hyuga family. You need to destroy the support before they can successfully obtain the support, so as to put those elites in desperation. Reward, 20,000 experience points. Players can choose one of them to complete according to their own situation. It seems that I want to continue to be a quiet, beautiful man. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and said in his mind, you don't have to think about it, this young master will take both of them. He must get the sea-level gem shards. You must know that in the past 2 years, he has never seen gem shards as a reward task. This gem shard is extremely rare. As for the branch task B, this is directly equivalent to the reward of a large war. In the past 2 years, Lin Feng has participated in wars of different sizes, earning a full 210,000 experience points. But among them, only large-scale battles of this level similar to Heiji and Yugu's attack on Uchiha will be rewarded with more than 20,000 experience points. It seems that I still have to continue to guide. Lin Feng ended his quiet beautiful man state. At this moment, the Oscar actor from all walks of life was with him. Lin Feng, whose momentum had changed, looked back at the court again, and a new round of discussions was taking place in the Japanese room at this time. Sure enough, it's still a bit strange. Suedeo said hesitantly, the Hyuga family has a request for the Senju family, but why did the Senju family agree to the Hyuga family? Fa also frowned and asked, yes, the Hyuga clan does not have any need to form an alliance for the thousand-handed clan. Moreover, once the alliance is successfully formed, it is very likely to cause a backlash from the other 4 major families. Unfavorable. No, the Senju family is also desiring to the Hyuga family. Lin Feng's voice came out again, causing everyone to focus on him involuntarily. What does the Hyuga family represent? They represent the northern quarters. A force around one of them, and is also at war with another quarter of the Hagaki family. With that, Lin Feng took out a scroll and laid it out in front of him. Everyone got up from the tatami and surrounded them, and saw a rough map of influence drawn with pen and ink on the scroll. Lin Feng pointed to the position marked with the north, and said, if the Thousand Hands clan can help the Hyuga clan successfully kill the Hagaki clan, then half of the northern territory will fall into their hands. The Thousand Hands clan is different from the Uchiha clan. Most of our families have more radical combat thinking, Lin Feng explained. If we want to win the north, then the reason is mostly that we want to fight with the north against the Senshao clan in the east. Perform a double-sided attack. Lin Feng continued, but the Thousand Hands clan has a different way of thinking about the north. This completely different thinking direction is the real reason why you didn't think of it. Hearing this, Madara couldn't help but said, what other good ideas can those idiots of the Senju family have? Senna, you are too exaggerated. Lin Feng shook his head and said, this is the difference between Jian Shao and ours. We have always considered the decisions of the Jian Shao family according to our own combat thinking, but this is not correct. For example, we always guess that the Jian Shao family is they attacked us and conspired in the west, so everyone was so surprised when they learned that Haiga and Senju had formed an alliance. Actually, the Senshao clan wants to pave the north for long-term strategic development. Lin Feng pointed to the indicator and said with the handwriting on the south side. The south, which is close to the Senshao clan, is occupied by our Uchiha family, fighting endlessly all year round. But the neighboring north can be used as the back of the Thousand Hands. That's it. When Suideo heard this, he suddenly realized, paving the north is equivalent to having no worries behind him. Not only does he have an additional supply force, but he can use all his strength to deal with our Uchiha family without having to be like we are equally worried about attacks from the west. Chapter 57, The Limit of Instant Izuna. The second elder is right, Lin Feng nodded and said, as a result, our Uchiha clan will definitely fall into a very disadvantaged situation. Madara said anxiously, however, since both sides' needs for each other are so clear to you, it is obviously extremely difficult to break the alliance. Lin Feng solemnly said, yes, the current strategy is to consume the strength of the Haiga clan, so that they are not enough to be a tool for the Thousand Hand clan to pave the north. Everyone nodded and said yes, but Tajima said, judging from the hatred 2 years ago, it is clear that it is impossible for us to form an alliance with the Heiji family against the Haiga family. Indeed. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and asked suddenly, did you just mention that some important forces of the Haiga clan were trapped in Luoyang Valley? When he patted the tatami, his voice suddenly became louder, then they will definitely need a lot of grain and grass, and we only need to break the team of the Haiga clan that transports grain and grass. The Hinata clan trapped in the Luoyang Valley will definitely be short of supplies for a long time. And nature is dead. As soon as this statement came out, the court fell into a strange silence. Everyone is well aware that this is a very effective method and the best solution currently available. But the question is, who to send? As the mortal enemy of the Uchiha family, the Senju family has always kept an eye on the movements of the Uchiha family. If the Uchiha family sends out a large-scale attack against the Haiga family's grain transport team, then the Senju family will definitely get news to come and support it. More likely, the Haiga family will be thrown by the Senju family as an abandoned child to the Uchiha family as a bait, and the Senju family will take advantage of the emptiness in the Uchiha family to take advantage of the Uchiha family's nest in one fell swoop. Therefore, covert actions are most necessary. With the tight eyeliner of the Thousand Hands clan, even a normal-sized action squad would attract attention, so in order to ensure success without being stunned, then at most 1 or 2 members can be sent to perform the task. But for such an important piece of food, it is expected that the Haiga family will do their utmost to guard against death, and only 1 or 2 ninjas will pass, and it will definitely end without life. If you can successfully lurch in the early stage, it is fine, but as long as the food is destroyed in the later stage, then your identity will inevitably be exposed and a large number of Haiga ninjas will be besieged. This is already a mortal task. The key is to not send a ninja with insufficient level to perform it as a consumable, because as long as this operation fails, then there will be no next chance. Everyone looked at each other. They could be regarded as the strongest group of people in the entire Uchiha family, but still no one spoke out. Just because they are not only the strongest member of the Uchiha family, but also the most powerful group of people in the Uchiha family. Ninjas who can climb to this position are basically not willing to die so early in the endless siege of the Haiga family. And if you die by luck, when the number of enemies far exceeds yours, it is more likely to be caught alive on the spot, and then to suffer endless humiliation and torture, accompanied by torture and torture until death. Seeing this situation, Tajima frowned slightly, and then Lin Feng's voice sounded again, since it was me who brought it up, then let me go. When Tajima walked along, he saw Manzhang pulling Lin Feng's sleeves anxiously, but Lin Feng was unmoved. My strength must be obvious to everyone, enough to perform this task, Lin Feng smiled coldly, besides, aren't you all hesitant? Then I have to recommend myself. Hearing this, All the elders bowed their heads in shame, but did not dare to take the conversation. Many people even secretly rejoiced in their hearts. "Are you crazy, Senna?" Madara yelled anxiously, "This is a desperate situation." Seeing that Lin Fengli ignored him, Madara had no choice but to say loudly, "I don't agree. Quanah can have such strength at only 11 years old, and his talent is irreplaceable. That's better than the instantaneous technique, nothing special." Someone said something like this, and Madara immediately got up from the tatami, looking for the speaker with anger. "Mara, what a decent way to be so impulsive, sit down." Tajima said leisurely, and then he glanced at Lin Feng and slowly said, "I agree with Senna's initiative to invite Ying." In the past 2 years, Madara has also reached the level of elite Shangaran's strength, so on the surface, Madara and Lin Feng's realm are generally the same. But the key point is that Madara's use of ninjutsu has surpassed the veteran Shangaran of many families, showing an unparalleled talent in this respect, while Lin Feng almost never uses any ninjutsu. The only thing he used, and the only one he was famous for, was the instantaneous technique. The sound of neither yin nor yang was right, it can be regarded as being stuck at the key point, and that's why Madara's great anger was aroused. It's just that if the instant technique is good, it is actually not a big deal. In the eyes of foreign enemies, Lin Feng's instantaneous technique is very fast, but in the eyes of veteran patriarch-level powerhouses such as Tianjima, it is far from shocking, and it is still within the scope that they can also keep up. The instantaneous technique is a general term. Anything that can move the body quickly belongs to the category of instantaneous technique. In the future, powerful instantaneous techniques such as the technique of flying thunder and the technique of water instantaneous have not yet been developed. Therefore, in this Warring States period, instantaneous technique is at best the lowest level of ninjutsu that every ninjutsu must learn. Lin Feng's instantaneous body is fast, but it is equally ordinary, without any other characteristics. In the eyes of the patriarch-level powerhouses such as Tajima, it is the limit for something as low as the instantaneous technique to reach Lin Feng's current level. As for the promotion of patriarch level by this low-level ninjutsu, this is absolutely impossible. Don't talk about the patriarch level, it is only the quasi-patriarch level. As long as it is connected with the word patriarch, it is already a completely different dimension of strength. Only the genius like Madara who walks on the right path is the new candidate of the Uchiha family in the future, the real new hope of the Uchiha family's high-end combat power. Chapter 58, Superb Promotion. My father. Hearing Tajima's words, Madara stood up again with excitement. This must not be done. Do you want Senna to die? Presumptuous. Tajima frowned, yelling at the meeting and publicly questioning the patriarch's decision. What kind of decent is it? But Madara also wanted to say that Tajima waved his hand to stop him. Ninjas were born for war, and there should be no complaints if they die, let alone the benefit of the entire Uchiha family. Then why don't you old guys go? Hearing Tajima's awe-inspiring words, although Madara wanted to speak out at these old guys who avoided sight with him, Lin Feng, who knew him well, kicked him the first time Madara spoke and shut him down. Mouth. For Lin Feng, in the future, he still wants Madara to be the head of the family to do the work for him, so it is not very good to expose the fig leaf of the decision-making level of the clan in person at once. That's okay, Madara gritted his teeth for a while. I want to go with Senna too. I don't allow it. Tajima sank his face. You are the future young head of the Uchiha family. Don't take personal risks when you are less than a last resort. Suedeo also nodded to the side and said, Yes, Master Madara, you must have the consciousness of being the young head of the Uchiha family in the future. Madara clenched his fists. At this moment, he hated his identity incomparably. Just because of this, he had to watch his brother go to death with his own eyes. Father, Enough. Tajima interrupted Madara's words with a cold drink, and said with a sullen face, Of course, I will send someone to meet Senna at the border as the greatest guarantee of Senna's survival rate. Madara choked. He turned to look at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng was facing him and shook his head. No need to say more, even if you go, it will only be a hindrance to me. Lin Feng said lightly, in the entire Uchiha family, I am the only one who is most suitable for this kind of task. He pointed to himself, with an arrogant smile on his face, have you forgotten my name? I am Shushin Izuna. I can definitely escape to the border before being killed or caught. Now that Lin Feng had spoken to this point, Madara couldn't continue to speak more, so he remained silent with an angry face until the end of the meeting. Because this task was really imminent, Tajima asked Lin Feng to clean up that day and prepare to set off to perform the task. After these 2 years of training, Lin Feng was confident that his strength was already strong enough, so he believed that the ability that he had been dragging could also be immediately upgraded. After all, although Lin Feng proudly stated that these 2 subtasks were to be done, to be honest, just one of them was dangerous enough. What Lin Feng hides under his arbitrary appearance is a cautious and intelligent heart, so he will not be arrogant, but can see himself clearly, confirming that he needs to upgrade his ability to ensure his chance of survival. The current Lin Feng, in addition to the original 100,000 experience points, has 210,000 experience points accumulated in 2 years, adding up to a total of 310,000 experience points, which can be said to be used as desired. Now that the dark fruit has been upgraded, the next best choice is definitely the electric control. The electric control after upgrading to A level can indeed improve Lin Feng's combat power. The current level of power control is A level, LV4. Detected power control incidental skills. Skill 1, Electromagnetic Wave. It has the effect of controlling the movement of the surrounding space through electromagnetic waves. The user emits weak electromagnetic waves to the surroundings. By sensing the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves, it can play the role of radar, and there are no dead spots. Skill 2, Electromagnetic Force. Use electromagnetic force to make a short hovering movement in an environment containing metal, and use electromagnetic force to control metal appliances. Skill 3, Iron Sand Sword. Collect all the iron sand in the soil within 200 meters, and use magnetic force to make the iron sand move with your own thoughts. The iron sand sword can freely change and extend in the air, and can produce high-speed vibration cutting objects. It can be used for attack or defense, and it can also be manipulated to fly iron sand from all directions, turning it into a high-speed vibrating slender assassination needle storm, attacking opponents in all directions from 360 degrees. Skill 4, Air Burst. The user can use high-voltage current to explode the air, thereby realizing high-speed movement, high jump, slow fall, and other displacement operations. Skill 5, Lightning Strike Gun. The speed of light gun formed by a powerful current of up to 200 million volts can hit any distant target in an instant. It is a powerful trick that is absolutely unavoidable. The user can maintain a high voltage under the circumstances. The current can be adjusted arbitrarily to adjust the power level of the lightning gun. Skill 6, Electromagnetic Sniper. Shoot the object at a supersonic initial speed. The larger the object, the greater the power. After reading the explanation, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, it is the same as the dark fruit. Once you reach A level, it will bring a huge improvement. After this upgrade, Lin Feng had 3 more skills, which had doubled the number in the past. Among them, the Air Burst of Skill 4 is a very powerful universal skill of amplifying body art, but the last 2 skills that surprised Lin Feng the most. Lin Feng finally has the first inevitable trick that cannot be dodged. The lightning gun that travels at the speed of light is comparable to Sasuke's Thunder Dungeon Unicorn in the original work. Although compared to the billion volts that the LV5 lightning gun can handle, only 1/5 of the 200 million volts is a bit pitiful, but it is only because of the contrast that such a wrong sense will appear. You know, even Inalu, a thunder fruit capable person in the world of One Piece, the highest voltage that he can emit without any external force is only 200 million volts. Fully consistent with Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's previous life, according to the official estimate of the original author Ichiro Oda, if Anilu goes into the blue ocean, he will be a legendary big pirate with a reward of up to 500 million. Chapter 59, I found a wild alone. And this lightning gun can freely adjust its current, covering all aspects from stun to kill, and it has as many functions as a Swiss Army knife. The last electromagnetic sniper. No matter how you look at it, Lin Feng feels that it is the predecessor of the super electromagnetic gun. Although the initial speed has been reduced by 3 times, it must also have a strong power. It's really a big profit. Lin Feng muttered to himself, and walked out of the Uchiha family's residence with the package, but before he left for much, he saw the spot leaning against the shoulders under a small tree. Yo, why are you here? Lin Feng said hello with a smile, and Madara snorted, ask you knowingly, let's go. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, aren't you not allowed to join me on this mission? If you don't obey orders like this, then Tian Father will be furious. Humph, do you think I would care about this? Ban said proudly, I swore a few years ago. I must protect my only brother anyway, so even if it's a mess this time, I want to haunt you. I have said that you will only drag me back when you go with me. What's more, why do you want to haunt me? Lin Feng glanced up and down, are you sure you can catch up with me? Madara's face immediately blushed, and he said with some embarrassment, hey, long-winded. I can definitely figure out a way to catch up with you. Looking at the red-faced spots, Lin Feng was amused again, and a little moved, is it from now on? Isn't it a bit too late? Madara was so embarrassed that he said angrily, do you think you are great when you are fast? Don't underestimate me as a big brother. I always feel that it has slowly become a quarrel, Lin Feng said, spreading his hands, anyway, let me calm your mind first. This piece of persuasion was once accompanied by the 3-level output of God's Breaking / Starlight Burst / Xinhuang at the same time. The true meaning is that I am going to use violence against you. I am calm now. Madara naturally didn't know that in different planes far away, this sentence was a famous saying by a certain tyrant named Takamaki Nanoha, so he didn't know the end of the coma at all. Hey, are you in 2nd grade, who are you talking to? An incomparably familiar voice came from behind Madara, who was startled, turning around and looking incredulously, Senna? What was in front of me just now? The next moment, Madara felt a huge force coming from the back of her neck, and then her eyes went dark and unconscious. It was Lin Feng's shadow clone that led Madara's gaze to the back, and then Lin Feng quickly approached and decisively stunned. In this Warring States era without any entity clone technique, this trick can be described as 100 spirits. Lin Feng picked up the unconscious Madara, threw him back into the Uchiha family, and pulled a group of family ninjas to hope that he would not run around again. Knowing that the young patriarch dared to ignore the patriarch's orders and almost succeeded in driving away, each of the subordinate ninjas became more determined to keep an eye on Madara with the spirit of seeing evil. After finishing all this, Lin Feng first made a trip around the territory of the Thousand Hands clan, and he still had some plans to do. In other words, he must first find someone for his own plan. After the power control was upgraded to A level, Lin Feng's electromagnetic field became larger and more sensitive. In addition to the magical skill of the electromagnetic field, Lin Feng now has a white-eyed blood succession boundary. It can be said that he avoids people and avoids a certain level. He perfectly avoided all the thousand-handed ninjas along the way, and came easily near the old nest of the Senju family. He opened his eyes again and added the electromagnetic field in the same way, and finally found his target, and followed the target when he went out alone. I always feel that what I'm doing now is a bit perverted, Lin Feng sighed and missed. Some recalled the days when I tracked Madara to find the Zuma, but this time I changed it to the Fukuma. It's really amazing. It's subtle. That's right, the target that Lin Feng was following was Qian Shaojian. After leaving Qian Shao for a certain distance, Lin Feng finally planned to do it. To see what I found? A lonely wild room. Although he said hush, Lin Feng swaggered and walked out directly in front of the door. His protein content is times that of beef. After he is unconscious, he can be stripped and put into a sack to drag him away. Now, I'm going to get close to him quietly. He's not a beautiful young woman, so I'll cancel it. Where is it quiet? The always serious Fijian was forced to spit out, but the spit returned to Tuko. Fijian still held Qiwu and Lin Feng in an extremely tense body. But to be honest, the only person who is tensely confronting is actually only one person. The black-haired teenager who was speaking some inexplicable words in front of him. Although he had only seen it once, he would never forget it in his life. It was this young man Uchiha Senna. In the past 2 years, he did not know how many ninjas of a clan of thousands had been killed. Only 2 years ago, he successfully managed to lead a person under the hands of a veteran patriarch-level powerhouse. The feat of escape. That's right, I understand very well. When I faced him 2 years ago, he was no longer an opponent at all, but 2 years later he followed himself, but he never found out. Obviously he became stronger. Looking at the leisurely Lin Feng in front of him, the cold sweat on the back of the room was even more, almost completely soaking his clothes. Just this relaxed appearance has already brought huge pressure to the room invisibly. I don't know what the famous Shushan Senna is trying to follow me. After squinting his eyes, Lin Feng finally forced himself to speak and broke the deadlock. Lin Feng heard it and said, "It's nothing, I just want you to have tea with me." Drink tea. Suddenly, I'm afraid it won't be such a leisurely thing. P.S. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for automatic subscription. Chapter 60, Ghost Animal Game. Suddenly violent during the conversation, taking advantage of the moment when the other party did not react, fleeing, this is the best strategy that I think of at present. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he stood in place and commented leisurely, "Oh, it's really fast, even among the elite, he can be considered outstanding." However, it was better not to chase it back. Facing an enemy that he could not defeat at all, there was no time to consider the weirdness in the desperate room. Even if she is not as strong as Madara and Zuma, she is still at the level of ninja. Those who reach this level have indeed begun to embark on the road of being called the number one speed ninja in the ninja world, and their speed is extremely fast. Extremely. It's just. Lin Feng's side naturally flickered, it's still not that fast. The gun of lightning. The blue and white thunder spear was formed instantly, illuminating the horrified face that was twisted from the door. He clearly has no knots. Before the words were finished, the whole person was shrouded in a dazzling light, and a loud scream broke out. Soon, the light faded, and smoke fell from the sky to the ground. Unfortunately, even if I use this level of power, I don't need the seal. Lin Feng smiled and walked to the scorched door. Now his eyes turned up, revealing the whites of his eyes. He was obviously in a deep coma. The current level of the lightning gun can be adjusted freely by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng reduced the current under the high voltage state, so that the lightning gun only stunned and did not kill him. Oh, I really didn't expect that a child who seems to be innocent now will grow into a scheming second-generation Hokage in the future. It's not quite right, it seems that this age is already developing towards the line of a scheming bitch. Up! Lin Feng's mouth twitched the door in the dark with a sound, and he stepped on the door with his feet and kept rolling his face. I always feel that this is quite relieved. I remember that you guys seemed to use the Uchiha security team later. The Uchiha family has been tricked by the position like this. Although I don't feel much about this, it's still quite interesting to step on you in advance, Lin Feng happily trampled on the handsome face of the door. "Oh, by the way, help me in advance of my previous life in this world. Take revenge, maybe he will be killed by you in the future." After a while, he was bruised and swollen from being stepped on, and he woke up with pain. But every time he wakes up, he will see the soles of shoes approaching extremely fast, and then he will be stepped on again and fainted with a pain. Lin Feng played this small game of ghost animals several times, until after tossing in the room that he couldn't wake up no matter how much he stepped on, Lin Feng stopped and wiped his sweat comfortably. Lin Feng estimated that today's experience will definitely become the shadow of a lifetime, a black history of extremely humiliation. For this tragic future that is very likely to happen, Lin Feng just wants to express pleasure. After wiping off the sweat, Lin Feng stepped forward and kicked the room again, and then he really took out a sack and stuffed it in. After doing all this, Lin Feng quickly dragged the sacks to the direction of the Haiga clan. On the way, Lin Feng used the deprivation of the dark fruit to check all the ninjutsu currently used in the door. This is... Lin Feng roughly found what he wanted. If you guessed it right, it should be the predecessor of that move. In a short while, it will probably be fully developed. However, this is only Lin Feng's confirmation just in case. It only concerns how fast his plan takes effect, and has no effect on the plan itself. After leaving the territory of the Qian Shao clan completely, Lin Feng found a cave and threw the unconscious room into it. Of course, the 5-flower tie is inevitable, and Lin Feng kindly gifted various explosive charms and seal charms on them to ensure that no matter how genius he was after waking up, he would never be able to successfully crack and escape in a short time. Lin Feng took a few steps back to admire his bundled play works, then threw a bag of dried meat in front of the door, and at the same time manipulated iron sand to open a canal in the cave to the next creek to draw in the living water. This is enough to survive temporarily, probably. Lin Feng shrugged unscrupulously, got up, and continued to drive towards the direction of the family. This time, Lin Feng didn't break into the important place of the Haiga clan directly like the catching room. Instead, he wandered for a while outside the Haiga clan's territory, carefully observing every ninja guarding the Haiga clan. After determining the next hapless target, Lin Feng quietly touched it, and with a hand knife, he managed to fix the poor Haiga ninja. This Haiga ninja looks like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Lin Feng chose him because there is no separation seal on his forehead, which means he is a member of the clan. The Haiga clan is located in the north of the Fire Country, and the weather is cold, especially at the border defense area. This ninja is obviously a clan, but he will be sent to such a place as a defense ninja, which shows that he must not be taken seriously in the family and is still excluded. Maybe he has no normal communication with other members of the Haiga clan. This kind of experience was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. He first initiated the deprivation of the authentic white eyes and 64 palms from the Haiga ninja, in order to replace the weakened skills that he had taken from the division in the past. Feng initiated the transformation technique and directly became the appearance of this Haiga ninja. That's right, Lin Feng just pretended to sneak into the Haiga clan. If the grain and grass were to be burned for the purpose of exterminating the trapped Haiga elite, then Lin Feng would have to wait for the grain and grass to be transported halfway, and the decision-makers of the Haiga family in the resident area believed that nothing was wrong before they could do anything. Otherwise, with the strength of the Haiga clan as the 4 major families in the north, it is entirely possible to re-emergency preparations for food and grass, so that Lin Feng's actions will lose their due effect.